Hello, hello. A rare, wacky, impromptu stream. More Rippa news. We finally have a viable, in depth Comicsgate creator review. The one, the only, the humble Ethan Van Sciver, the Pie Man, the Frog Lord. He has finally, sorry, I was hearing myself because I didn't mute the YouTube. He's finally graced us with a brutally honest review. I've seen a comment from a supposed Dark Horse Comics colorist. It's very ravaging, which is hilarious.
Oh yeah, I saw that too.
This whole saga is just every week. It's like Vito and Dick were talking about on last night's stream. It's like I can't keep up with all the updates. Like
that was actually pretty good last night. I watched it this morning, and Dick had me cracking up the way he found out about Jasmine. I was like,
I
oh
haven't
my
finished
God.
the Jasmine part, but
yeah, I just got to that too.
I saw Hater. I guess has already like known about this Jasmine thing that I guess it's a real person that Eric's writing about. So again,
he's like done some tracks with her or something.
I want someone to cover.
Dick was like, I hope it's not his wife, or I hope that's his wife. Is that Jasmine? Is his wife Jasmine?
Oh, that's gonna be funny if like somehow Miss Ripa never knew about Jasmine and like Eric's still like fantasizing about her through his art.
See,
even though he conceded to put her stupid Etsy store ad in his, fat white nerd comic.
Here's the thing, though. I have a feeling she has some sort of an idea because us women are very good investigators. We will find out anything and everything you're doing. We're very nosy bitches. So I'm telling you, like, if she doesn't know about it, then that will really surprise me. Really. Unless he's never mentioned like her. I don't know. We'll see, man. I'd be surprised if she doesn't know. Because we find shit. Yeah.
Indeed.
That's why women make good lawyers. We find shit. We know what to do.
Do they though? Do they? Did OJ have any women on his team? That's kind of like the all-star team,
Yeah. That's a whole nother.
Supreme Court. There's been like 5 women maybe in history. You have to be you have to be like through the lawyer ranks to do that. So
yeah, but you got to look at I forgot her name. She was the lawyer for Johnny Depp, and she did the closing arguments. Kamal, no, not Kamala. Gosh,
Kamala Harris.
No, it starts with it starts with C. Just give me a minute, and I'll think of her name. But she was an excellent lawyer for him. Her closing arguments was chef's kiss. It was so good.
Yeah, I was in mock trial when I was in high school because I needed another like humanities based credit, and they did this weird thing in Oklahoma where it's like what should have been grandfathered in since I was a senior. They're like, well, it doesn't matter, and so you have to make up, and so I had to scramble for another credit. So I did mock trial, which was my English teacher, and it was fun because like at first you do monologues and shit, and then like you start like studying like previous year's cases and like how you work it as a lawyer or as a witness and whatnot, or if you're like more or less groupies that don't have a role on the team, you're like assistants in whatever way. I was a lawyer, and it was funny because like our first one we went to this town. I think we actually did the competition in like an Indian courthouse because we have Indian nations and stuff and government buildings. And it was funny because it's like, how is this fair? Because there's like a bunch of girls on this team and they had like tight skirts. It was professional, but it's like, how is this fair? Come on. Like, how am I supposed to focus on the law, Your Honor, with an ass like that in my face? Like, mistrial. It's like being Anakin Skywalker. This is outrageous.
Not fair.
Yeah, so it was fun though.
I'm just now looking on Twitter. Ethan Van Sciver, I don't know if you remember, he just, maybe like 30 or an hour ago put up I got some new info that will destroy Yellow Flash. It might make you very angry. Should I be merciful like John Malin has been? And everybody's like, no. Well, he puts apparently, so he says Yellow Flash has gone to a confessional trying to get ahead of this by omitting things that are interesting but not permanent. No, no, no. I don't care how you feel about Christians. I'm going to bring you to Jesus tonight, dude. And so Yellow Flash puts out a tweet. He screenshotted it, and so Flash says, I got wasted once on a stream with that umbrella guy and went on a rant about how I hated Christianity and God. This was built up from a death in the family. I have later fixed my relationship with God. This is nobody's business, but it's got to come out because of comics. I have pulled back on my drinking. There hasn't been a kazoo drunk stream since last New Year. I had a problem and I pulled back on it. Wouldn't it be funny if it's not that?
I
You
would
know what I'm
laugh if
saying?
like this comics drama gets so bad that like a priest that he's gone to confession. It's like,
Oh no.
you know, I've like not ratted on rapists and murderers, but like fuck Yellow Flash. I'm coming clean.
Oh, no.
I forsake my vows to the church and to Jesus because it's so important that I must flip on Yellow Flash. Because fuck this guy.
Oh, that'd be insane.
It'd be like The Ringer. Like I haven't seen The Ringer, but I know the famous scene of like he like goes to confession, like, "Hey, forgive me, I've been playing a retard this whole time." To, like,
Yeah, he like chokes him.
And I've noticed that mostly Peaceful Iceberg's been putting out clips from the Jack Show. That's the thing
Yeah.
I need to go back and watch and do some reaction to it. Dude, let me tell you, I hope Clipsama gets some good ones out of Eric's stream today because he had some good meme moments that I'm like, oh, he's so funny.
It was funny.
So.
I saw a part where Eric's like, of course, I never really noticed, but with Dick being so offended, I notice it more when Eric's always saying nigga and stuff. And it's like, you're saying about white people. It's like, I get this might be like normalized for you and your relations or whatever, but it's just weird, you know. It stands out because of Dick. You know, it's like Christian Bale's eye mole. Now you say it, now I notice it all the time. And it was just like him rolling on the floor. It's like, oh,
Yes.
he's threatening me. He's like, what are you talking about, nigga?
Oh, what was it he did about that was a good one too. And then what was the other one? He was like about criticism. Well, I can't do it like he did. I ain't got big lips like he. But
whoa, what are you saying there? No, I love racist humor, so it's fun to like jump at the opportunity to be like, "Whoa, that's racist!" And then you know, because white people are like, oh, "I'm sorry."
A lot of people are afraid of racist humor.
Oh, but that one
yeah,
would have been
I'm never
going to
be an actual gotcha. It's like I got you at getting you because you're going to.
So yeah, there's some good clips with that. I still can't. I've been talking so much shit to Yellow Flash, and I cannot believe he has not blocked me. Because I'm waiting for it. Because Eric's blocked me, but I could go on my other Twitter and see all his stuff. But
yeah, no, I got a secret Twitter like only like Rookie knows about, and we never interact with each other. And so that's why I joked when Eric blocked me and I had this post. I'm like, it doesn't matter, Eric. I'm going to see all your tweets with my alts. You cannot hide. And you're like, this is stalker behavior. It's like, well, I'm like I'm actually going to gay op and stalk your Twitter, but like it's just your Twitter, bro. Like it's not a big. You're literally putting this to the public. Like someone's gonna screenshot it anyway.
I'm telling you, like if Tony has to stream, then I'd be like, I can't, man. I gotta watch the juiciness that's gonna come out of this show tonight. That Flashcast. You know it's gonna be so good. And I kind of thought like maybe doing like sniping on his stream and do like live reaction as it's going on. Well, he starts so late. It's like 11:30 my time. I'm like, Jesus, dude. It's crazy how late he starts the show.
Well, that's the thing is like part of like my awareness is like, oh, I'm waiting for EVS's thing, so I can react to it because like I've come up on YouTube where it's like I want to like make quality content. I still do. I still want to like put effort and time, but YouTube's game now is just mass, pump, everyday stupid shit, easy stuff. And it's like I've seen all these people that I've helped start up, me and Rookie, and they're like shot past this. And they do this stupid kind of shit. So it's like, hey, I just gotta. This is the game. Gotta it's fun. You can hang out with people and you all laugh at it. I'm already invested, so it's not like I'm like grifting like San Diego Comic Con. It's like, oh, announcements. Oh boy. I was like, who cares, dude? Like, it's not me. This though, this is gonna be fun.
Yeah, I haven't seen this yet. I only caught
Yeah,
a
I've
little
seen like
bit
20
of it.
seconds.
Okay, so we all going in this with fresh minds.
Amoral Fat 40 ounce says he's been blocked on all 3. See, here's the thing: you can like never interact with the community you're part of in any capacity on your alt if you want to maintain block-free status. It literally has to be a sniper.
Well, it's just kind of funny because like I feel like a huge stance in this sphere was like never block people essentially, and it's like that's what most people do now, and it's like it wouldn't be that bad, but like if you're talking with somebody who is an enemy of someone else, then it's like, oh, you're probably gonna be blocked now. It's like that's stupid shit, man.
Yeah, well, it's fun. Well, it's funny with like the detractor sphere now kind of seeping and fusing with
growing so large.
It's growing and morphing into the Jack show, which is like I blocked Anna because fuck her. Cecil's had me blocked. I used to be War Campaign. John Malin, like I don't know, I've never backed his stuff. Don't hate him, but don't love him. I don't have an opinion, I guess. And then I love EVS. He's right after World Class, it's EVS like for my start, and EVS has been like I guess the longest running like following I've kept as a fan, and now it's like fusing with Dick Show and Ricada, and like, where's this gonna go? Like, what bridges will be mended or built from the detractive sphere? It's interesting. Eric really fucked up because he played this like it's a hater stream of leftist idiots trying to own him, and of course it's like they're all autists that have never interacted socially, and it's like easy kills for them, and then it's like, oh, actually a lot of people are laughing at you are from your fucking subscription, like or your friends. Chris says I need to stay off Twitter. I have caused for too much grief for this man lately. Now keep it up. Bury him.
No, don't stop. Keep going. Because he's obviously from his stream today. He's feeling the pressure. He acted like this was no big deal, but I can tell that this is really getting to him.
He's trying to be offensive now because this whole thing has been ignore. I'm not going to engage pettiness or whatever. And now he's like, oh, me spill all my chai tea. You've seen Spider-Verse 2. You get why I say chai tea. It's a joke. No. Yeah, it's like, if you're trying to think long game stuff and you see like his history, and now all of a sudden he's flipped and he's like even saying names. He's my Sciver, ha ha ha.
One or two, not many though.
Yeah, I love that. The way that EVS keeps like slamming that home as a dig.
Well, it's like that's to me that's just a grammarly funny thing to say. One or two, not many.
Not
that
many.
Is what one or two is. But why did you say not?
You could literally say one. You don't need
to. You don't need to say the extra part. Like I had double. That means twice. Like
Ricky, this is this is proof. Sorry, Vita and Dick. This is proof that Eric wrote this book because we love that part in Isom. We're paraphrasing, but he's like, I built this business somewhat legally, somewhat not so much. It's like when you say somewhat, I already understand that like a portion is not what the main thing is.
Yeah, if I built it somewhat legally, the remainder is the part that's need to be
said. Wait, Eric just tried to throw Dave Williams. I don't know who that is. And I'm assuming you're talking about Graham Nolan under the bus about that Whisper Network group. What a dummy.
So Eric just ended his stream. I don't.
He's
wonder
ended
if
it to watch
he-
this one.
I wonder.
Oh man, I gotta get in front of whatever Black Angus is saying about me.
Well, I wonder if he's going to make it members
I'm
only
nobody.
or private. I can't see.
Well, if it's
Well, that was one
members
of the
only,
things-
Chris is going to
well, that-
snag it because he's a
Well, that was one of the
$2
things that
viewer.
was like interesting. That somebody said they're like, you don't take criticism. Well, he says, where have I not taken criticism? Well? It's like,
God.
well, if it's not with how you respond to criticism in general, like people would probably clip a stream, but those are usually privated, so like, a little more difficult for people to fish for the evidence. But if it's not evident by how he responds, typically.
Don't quite understand what you're saying here, Bacon. He says Saska expose. The actually blocklist AA Con interview. I gotta take a hiatus, but is it so wrong when you just bring up his own statements post videos? No, it's great. And yeah, thanks for popping in, TJ Lizzie says that new post you made about cultist behavior in social media is excellent, Chris Bacon. So you're getting some love here. We got 14 in the chat. Let me refresh the YouTube and see. Where's my tab? That's annoying. YouTube. Go to myself, which I never do. We are at
real quick,
11 likes.
Are you guys? I don't know if there's like a blizzard storm stuff going on in your guys' area. There's apparently like a whole cold front and
below now. 48 is we're all getting slammed or getting tornadoes. Yeah,
I mean, my area is just cold as fuck now. It's like at fucking 15 degrees or something, and starting to have some snow come in all day and whatever. It's like, but people treat it like, oh, it's Armageddon, and it's like, oh god, it's gonna be really cold.
Oh my god.
Well, over here in Ohio, it's already been cold. So all I've noticed is
this is like our first.
It's dropped like
cold.
1 or 2 degrees, not many.
Thanks for qualifying.
This is what me and Ricky do. Like Ripa makes we'll be in conversation.
I love watching him. He's funny.
Warehouse. For some reason, I'll be talking about so this guy and he's like in a warehouse. And I'm like, warehouse. The connotation is now a joke. Werewolves. Warehouse. It's like there's so much dumb little shit now that is only a joke, and I'm like, I have to be a weirdo if it comes up in front of people and be like, it's nothing. Like, it's too much. I got to give you a whole year's backstory to explain this.
Just saying what it is hilarious now. It's
one of those it sticks out, but it's a common phrase. But the way he does it all the time, it's like, oh man, I actually try to talk around that phrase now.
Yep.
I know it's almost like you have to be careful what you say. It's like, no.
Yeah. I'm hoping I'm saying this right. McHugh says he's still lying about dissing crowdfunders with the latest stream. I put the transcript for the offending stream on Pastor. Link on X. Okay. And we got our favorite detractor follower. I wonder if Taser Man is Rip a goalpost. That's my conspiracy. But thanks for joining, Taser Man. Love it. He's the waiter. There was some waiter joke we made about Taser Man in a thread. I love SpongeBob. That's why that was on my mind, Taser. What it is exactly. Chuck Keyworth. So this is a brainlet stream that appeared on my dashboard for some reason. Hell yeah, we are making waves, people. Making waves. I have to avoid saying it is what it is. Yeah, exactly. All right. So without further ado, let's start digging into. Wait, did it download? So I can avoid you. Yeah. See, I keep having this weird internet thing where it's not downloading. So we're gonna do it through the YouTube. Here we go. All right, so this is going to be the EVS stream. case you're wondering. Interesting title. He says, "You asked for it, you got it. Brutally honest reviews. Isom one. You will take criticism." This is very much like Go Get Daddy's Belt. Remember that meme, Rookie?
Yep.
How long have you been following this, or like, how did you get into any of this, Katie?
Well, I've been watching that part of the YouTube sphere for a long time, for several years, especially when Trump was in office. But I've been listening to EVS for
Several years,
maybe
not
2
many.
years, not many.
about 3 years or so. Because he talks a lot about things that I agree with, and try to speak to my community on my other channel about. And he's just talented. So yeah, I've been following EVS for a long time. And like I said, I used to be an Eric Live fan until that whole Flashcast stream. And then with Ricada, it just kind of sealed the deal. And I was like, oh my God, this dude is nothing but a scammer and a fake and a phony. So, and it's like, I was so stupid to be to actually like Eric's content. I feel really stupid now for it. But that's okay.
I feel like I'm a
really
fan now, but in a different way than I was. Like,
right.
Yeah,
Like
I'm a fan for the memes.
he's very funny. He's very funny.
Mhm.
And I mean the ambition of the Rippaverse, I appreciate it, but that's the whole thing. But like I like the concept he's trying to go with, but it could use some work. But
And so if anyone's curious, I have added Katie and Rookie's handles on YouTube on the description, so you can go sub to them.
well, for the first time ever, Angus, thank you. Jesus Christ, we've done.
Yeah, no, I was talking to him yesterday. Hey, I don't know if that's ever a problem.
No,
but I just never
no.
think to link
I'm
shit.
That's funny. Yeah, it's just funny when you brought it up. I was like, oh, I never even really thought about it. So
Yeah, because we're good friends and we're not jealous, bitter bitches.
although we talk all the time, so just like just also on stream, so it's like, all right, cool.
Yeah, and you know, trying to get monetized. I'm trying to anything I make money on is going towards making my comic Mathgator. I had a poster campaign years ago on Indiegogo. Didn't get full funded, but I made enough to break even, make the posters. So I still got those. Trying to resell them. It's on Fund My Comic. Link in the description if you want to support the channel or throw me a little tip since I'm not monetized as of yet. But regardless, I appreciate y'all just hanging out with me because I love doing this.
Awesome.
Let me see. TJ, do you ever run out of blood in your community? And Taserman says, "Lady, stop with the fake crocodile tears. So overdramatic. Give me a break." Oh boy, you should have been on You should have been on Tony's stream yesterday because Katie started getting a little fiery.
Oh my God, that shit pissed me off. Because a lot of times I just ignore people like this little piece of shit man in your chat. Because, like I said, that's the thing Eric couldn't do. He couldn't walk away. You know, he had to keep going back and going back. And so, yeah, I showed him, I was a little pissed last night about it, but I'm good now. And it's like, that's fine. You can think I'm fake or whatever, your heart's desire, whatever makes you sleep at night, that's fine because I know the truth and some people know the truth and, go fuck yourself. So
Yeah. So I got my detractor cam ready to react to this. Again, this is legitimately, I've only seen like 20 seconds of this. I kept myself from watching. You're getting a real raw reaction. Remember that we used to do raw reaction on this channel? I saw
Yeah. Going in raw.
I'm a beefy boy. So let's start her up. Here we go into the detractosphere.
The first like,
yes, everybody. How are you? This is where's my camera?
Wait, I just remember gotta unmute.
Right over here. How are you guys? This is Comic Artist Pro Secrets. My name's Ethan Van Sciver. I am a 31-year veteran of the comic book industry. Started doing this back in 1993. I had my own little caricature stand where I was drawing caricatures for people in the mall and decided I better start drawing comic books. I was 18 or 19 years old. So started doing that. And here I am 31 years later doing my own comics, doing Cyberfrog, being a part of Comicsgate. Having 20 years of experience at DC and Marvel Comics, I feel like I've done it all and enjoyed it. I've enjoyed every minute of making comic books. It's been so much fun. Plan on doing it a lot more. As you can see, I got my old man glasses here on top of a copy of another young man who was his book. He started a series called Isom. In general, I will tell you that I don't review other people's comic books. People that I know. I will Marvel and DC every now and then, especially if it's kind of culture war related, but it's not really a practice that I enjoy. It's not something that I necessarily want to do. It's not necessarily something that I feel excited or correct in doing. I think in general, you want to let people kind of do their own thing. But this book has become kind of a phenomenon in the indie space. Everybody's talking about it all the time. And therefore, we might as well discuss it together. Hi, everyone. Oh, my goodness. We've already got super chats up. Let me see this. EVS, your fat fingers are in the way. $2 from SHS Rebels.
I was going to say that, the toe thumbs. It's like, wow, he really does have toes for thumbs. What the hell?
It's been a long time. It's been a little while.
Too much pie. It's gone to the
You compare his old toe thumbs to now.
I'm sorry. I'll get my fingers out of the way. Gray Fox says, ahoy CG, ahoy Ethan. Cage Superman became a member. Thank you for becoming a member. So did Sarah Carricker. Thank you for becoming members. I really appreciate that. Let me see. Rick Johnson, all hail CG, and Jolly Pie Man. Thank you very much. $10 from Primitive Screwhead, who says, I don't feel like I learned anything about the Isom character in #1, and it felt generic style-wise. I got 2 to give it one more shot. And after the SketchUp stuff, I just don't care now. Hail CG. Well, we're going to talk about it. We'll talk about issue 1 here. And it should be, hopefully it'll be enlightening. It's going to be tricky because, I can't show all the book. I'd like to go through the entire book with you page by page and discuss, what's what. This book has been talked about to death. I'm going to focus on, mostly going to focus on the art. I will focus a little bit on the writing. I don't really feel like, I don't feel like anyone's voice is in this necessarily. I'm not sure. Oh, look at this. $50 from ASC Presents. Wow, thank you. Thank you for not ignoring these super chats. Here is more than $2. Hail Comicsgate, hail 2024. Young Clippa verse. Thank you very much. $50. It's kind. Jason Smoot. Great entrance video. Goofball, says Jason Smoot. Thank you for $20. Grogu says, cheers, bud. Check out Mr. Woodnote. He is a saxophone player who's got his own music solo with Lil Rice, and he appears on Dub FX albums. Jay Mama fan says, get ready for the Spurg spin right after this. You think so? Pilgrim Media says, hail Comicsgate, all traders will submit. And then here's my fat fingers super chat. CG must prevail. Hail EVS, says Squibs. And Scary Badman Jenkins became a member as well. Please do join the channel if you haven't yet. Subscribe if you haven't yet as well. And let me see. We're going to begin with the comic book. I'm not going to make you guys wait. We got 1,644 people watching right now.
So you know what? I like how he did this with the camera angle going straight on the book and then him writing on it. It's perfect. It's the best way to review a comic, in my personal opinion. So Ethan's smart. He knows what he's doing, and he did a very good job with the visual and everything. So
yeah, either the cam on the book or a slideshow. That's how you gotta do it.
Yeah.
And you can do a slideshow different. You can just do straight the panel, or panel top to bottom, or you can do like certain like zoom ins.
Yeah, but this one makes it feel like more it's more visual. It's visually pleasing to look at. It makes it like you're actually sitting there going through the book.
Well, it also feels like when he draws on it, it's like, well, it's like kind of like when you would grade somebody's rough draft on something and you like write on it to go, okay, you need to fix this here, add this here and stuff, which honestly kind of makes it feel like Isom #1 was like a rough draft book, essentially. And it's like, oh yeah, they forgot to do the detail parts.
Yeah. But go ahead. I just wanted to mention that.
Oh, I just realized that's Ripatard Goalpost. I don't know if Ripa Goalpost has changed his name to be self-depreciative or not. I got zoned in on Goalpost. So we have a troll of a arguable troll account. That's just hilarious. We're
That's fun.
Incepting the memes into themselves. This is great. Get that off the screen. Sorry. He says, "Let's hope we get to smell Eric July's shoulder hair one day."
No,
I
thank
think
you.
Katie would love that.
No,
We'll get her
Yummy.
it'll be like Goop. We'll get her a July arm hair candle.
You know what I would like to do, because I've done this before. I would like to put a big old hot wax on there, put the strip down, and rip that bitch.
Yeah, like Sandy and
satisfying.
SpongeBob.
Yeah, that'd be funny to get if he ever is getting lower on like a comic sale for some reason. Be like, all right, the 3 million tier, I'll shave my arm hairs.
No, get waxed. That's even better.
Get waxed, full body wax.
I want to see you in pain. I want to see you want to cry.
Live stream waxing.
Yes.
And you see him go, ah! Like
like that would be funny. That'd be fun.
I mean, I've waxed men's back, so I had one gentleman that had some horrific back hair, and he wanted me to wax it. So yeah, he was kind of a prude. So
like, I'm sorry you were chosen for this, but it has to be done.
Robco guy says, "I can't believe someone found Jasmine last night. Even Isom couldn't crack that case." Well, like he did, and he's like, whatever, respect.
I'm gonna go punch your bodyguards now.
Yeah, he literally takes them out, and then he's just like, let me not solve this case and go harass and vandalize a private business.
Who asked me to leave nicely, and I talked to the owner that didn't have an appointment with. Yeah, okay. Yeah.
You would think ANCAP, Mr. Property Rights, would make Darren the hero.
He is the unknowing hero.
Yeah. All right, let's continue.
Thank you for being here. A lot of people have been asking me to do this for a long time. When are you going to review Isom? And I've always kind of put like this ridiculous barrier. Look, if you guys super chat me $1,000, I will review Isom. Never really believing that was going to happen. Well, it happened yesterday, and people are demanding that the review occur. So here we go. First and foremost, this is one of the covers for the first book. I think it's the third cover C. I got to tell you, this is not a good cover, and I actually did criticize this to Eric early on. I was kind when I first got the book, and I said I'm going to sort of focus on a couple of key criticisms here. Let me see if I have. Okay, I do have a pen. All right. Here's the problem with this cover. First of all, the villains are coming down on the hero here, who was turned away and in a very strange position. One could look at this cover and wonder how this happened. Like I've never really seen a comic book cover like this before. It looks like an interior page. It looks like a splash page that wouldn't even really be a good splash page because our hero is in a really strange, awkward position. Why is this happening? These three look okay right here. These characters are fine the way that they are. This character right here, Isom, is made up. They all are. They're all made of 3D sketched up drawings. Okay.
You know what's brilliant about this? Him gonna scribble all over this book is while he has the pragmatic approach of like, I'm an artist, let me break this down and show dimensions and whatever artist perspective of like good art. It's also simultaneously a direct desecration. He's graffitiing this disgusting pillar that a false cult has erected in his sandbox.
Well, yeah, but it's a purchased copy, so it's whatever anyway, right? Like that's
he's giving no respect to this product, and I see the layers EVS is doing here. I love it.
These are assets, 3D assets that you might find from a program like SketchUp, or there are several other programs like that where you can get superhero figures, and you can pose them however you want, and then you can sort of twist them and turn them, and you can position them however you feel like you need them, and then you can basically trace them, run them through a filter, add little details. You might add this guy's mohawk here. You're going to add the whip and all this stuff, but this figure is all pretty much laid out. You're going to add this guy's mask. That's fine and good. What happened here is this guy's not standing on the ground. Like, this guy is almost parallel to the ground, which is bizarre. He's twisted in a weird way, and he's kind of like, I think he's meant to look like he's running, but he's not really running. We don't get a good, exciting shot of his face. He's looking over his shoulder. One of the things that I always used to kind of emphasize when I was working at DC and doing comic book covers is I really like it when there's a character that's on the cover that's making eye contact with the viewer. You want somebody who's actually looking at you, if possible. This isn't always possible, but it's really great when a comic book cover has a character that's making eye contact at the person who's browsing the comics on the shelf.
Do the other covers have anything like what he's describing?
Let's look. Rippaverse.
Because I mean, this was like the last cover essentially for it, so it's like, it still could be better, but like,
Let me remove this really quick.
If he did have some of what he's saying on the other covers, that'd at least be like, okay, that's at least something that's there with that.
Let's see. Present. All right, let's see what some of these covers are, if we can get a close up. So yeah, like this main one right here. I really like this one. I wish I could have got it. Couldn't find one that was a good sell on eBay. But I legitimately like this cover. I think it's cool. It's got a lot of character to it. And yeah, you got the eye contact. You literally have in the middle behind him, eyes directly facing you. Isom's doing
the
a cool
title
pose.
Is like sort of behind him a little bit. Isom's
yeah, and it's like
his head's coming out. He's coming out of the page, sort of.
It's got a lot of character, and it's got a lot of like, this is going to have so much going on. Look at the bodies stacked up. This gangster kingpin. You got the muscle of Santuan. Don't really know who is in that top left or the top right, but it's like, oh, I didn't realize this. This makes a cross with these panels. So again, I'm wondering this cross is like, I'm expecting Isom to be this God-born except, because like they made a point of like he doesn't show up on like blood tests of like they can test for excepts apparently.
Mm-hmm.
There's like an introductory test, and it's like, well, we can run like more extensive tests, and then like he's gone, so that's not a factor now. But that's like a little smidgen crumb of like the except reality in this world, and it is never expanded on thus far. And so I'm expecting him to be Godborn, but that's a really good cover. I do really like that cover.
Yeah.
This one, it looks weird. And Yaira's in the dominant
It's at that
position.
bent angle again. I think is that same angle from the cover C, but he's
what's going on with his feet? He's like
a different
are in
size,
dirt,
though?
I guess, but it looks like he's not. He's supposed to be on top of it, so it's just. I guess they're trying to show like motion of like debris or something, but it's just like what he's in a junkyard fighting Yaira. I don't get it.
Yeah.
Well, it's like, so I was going to ask this: is this a common thing with comic covers? Like, I'm not a huge comic person to see common covers, but like, so he's showing him fighting Yaira at least in this, but yeah, it's not even the right location. And when he's fighting Alpha Core in the other cover, is that like a misleading thing, or is that a common thing though to just show characters fighting even if they don't fight in the book?
Yeah, I think I have this cover, and I always thought this was weird. It looks like he's falling, but then EVS additional commentary, it's like, wait, is he running away from the law that is Alpha Core?
Oh, no.
So it just makes it more interesting, because it actually makes complete sense that they would respond to Isom, because it's like, who is this guy? Or, oh, he retired. But now
I think they mentioned in the second Isom too, they're like, there's some guy who thinks he's got powers somewhere, whatever. And then it's like a nothing thing they mention, an offhanded reference to Isom.
Well, you gotta do better on our data collection, Ingrid Valdez.
Anyway, I just wanted to see if the other covers had that or not. But yeah, the first cover.
Wait, so there's only 3 covers?
Got it.
I thought there was a 4th one, but I guess not.
No, the second campaign had more covers.
But yeah, the other two covers look like trash, which is crazy because this is the same artist, I think. At least it's the same interior artist. Cliff Richards did this cover, which is crazy. I get that like there's a different discipline for like pinups or cover art versus panel art, but it's kind of crazy. So you look at like David Finch, and it's like two different levels. But David Finch, like his art in the books, is almost exactly as detailed as his cover art. You know, it's I don't know. But let's get back to this, the EVS. Let me stop sharing that.
Okie dokie.
Here we go.
Wonder Woman is literally like looking them right in the eye. There's something about that that's just more likely to get them to pick it up. This cover, they're all looking down at the ground, or they all look embarrassed or ashamed. nobody's making eye.
Oh no! Want the girl? She has a whip, right?
Oh my God!
no.
I didn't think about that. Like, you get back here, boy. That is awful. Actually, I didn't even think of
I
that.
just thought about it now since Alpha Core stuff's being thrown around.
I think Amoral's talking about the Yaira cover domestic violence poster.
See, I think it would have been funnier if it was the picture of him being dropped onto the car. He's like, the only thing I can't do is fly.
You know, it's funny. Talking about clip art, Cliff, is I accidentally perusing, like, I just will grab random stuff, and I usually only take like 2 comics when I go to the store because it's like I'm not done with a bunch of money on comics, especially when there's going to be trade paperback at the library. So I usually just grab issue 1 of something. I grab Borealis. It's a 1 of 3 story from Dark Horse, and I'm flipping through, and I'm like, wait, what the fuck? And I look at it, and it's Cliff Richards. And I'm like, oh, I accidentally bought Cliff Richards. Oh, how much of this was clip art? Like, well, it's crazy because this little Dark Horse, which like they have a schedule, probably way more tight than whatever Rupa's got. And it's like, this is so much better. And you assume under tighter window. So what the hell's going on?
Indeed.
Just interesting.
Nobody is trying to sell this comic book to me. They're all looking kind of downcast, and unfortunately, this has very little impact. Now, this, like I was about to say, this is a SketchUp character here that was not positioned properly with the ground plane. If he's running, it doesn't appear that he's running, and if he's running, maybe he should have been much bigger on the page, like probably like this big. His figure should have been much bigger on the actual cover. This could have been his head. You really want him to take up all of this. Look at all this dead space here. Look at all this dead fucking space. You want to have him take up more of this space, if possible, as much as you can. Yeah, the cover is a complete, like there are certain things about this book that I think might work. This cover is a complete failure for that reason alone. If he was making eye contact, if he was running towards us or anything like that, or one of these characters, we could see their eyes, I think it would be a little bit more pleasing. All right, we open this up, and once again, I don't know what it is, but it's just like everybody's eyes are missing. Everybody's kind of looking away. In a very subtle way, in a very kind of.
So I have a question. With this interior part, is this supposed to be the start of the comic, or just here's look at pages before the comic starts? Is that a common thing too with the?
Not normally. I mean, if you grab like a regular floppy or even trade paperback, they might have some kind of ad of like collect the other volumes of this character or this character in team ups or the bigger Marvel universe context of this era of Marvel, or it might be like a historicity of a certain character or related, like something from the 80s that actually ties to this because they don't necessarily follow the same timeline. Because
I gotcha. Because
Marvel DC is actually like compressed.
I could see there being like some kind of art that's there that isn't necessarily like start of the book or something, but
yeah, you might have like an alternate cover that's on the interior of like here's like cover B or C, whatever.
It's like, who is he punching? What is he punching? No, in the cover. What is that? Like, who are that? Who are they? What was it? Like?
Yeah, let me look.
Just look like random guy. I don't know. It's not a big deal. Never mind.
Yeah. Really quick, we got Soy-Based Jeremy back here. He says, glad to see you're active again. Yeah, thank you. He says, keep up the activity, brother. I appreciate it. Yep, try and get back to it and put a nose to the grind this year as much as possible. Actually, after this, I'm going to try to hurry up and get it completed for like 8 tonight, depending how long this goes. I got a Justice League Kong Godzilla review for the first 3 issues and kind of like a pitch of like, this could be big, actually. So I hope you like it. I'm trying to go for like a Comics Explained style of just stream of consciousness and more of a tight synopsis. So trying to get into that more, trying to be more consistent and way more comics focused. Given that I buy so much, a lot of times it's cheap shit, but just got so much I just haven't read that's just piling up in my house. Let's see, no eyes. Soybay says, here's the thing, I might disagree with you on EVS, but bro, I hope you have a good day. What started this feud was EVS leaking text out and acted like Eric threatened him. Well,
there's a reason behind that, though. He did it.
Yeah. X Allen says, woohoo, hair of the dog. Thanks for joining. Let's continue.
Subliminal way. We're not connecting with this simply because like we're not making human contact with any of these characters. And you know, that could also be because these are SketchUp figures, these are trace 3D assets. It does look very cold and kind of artificial, but even here, you know, it's like we're not seeing anybody's eyes. This is a really interesting piece here. Very strange. I don't know why. This probably could have been better if it were like the credits page and you just list like the credits here, or if this next thing right here, which shouldn't even be here, this is a weird kind of intro with crosses all over it. If that were here, there's a nice little
EVS Satanist confirmed.
subtle suggestion of, you know, this is my baby. This comic book is my baby, my child. I think this is actually his niece, but there's a little suggestion that this comic is my child that I'm starting to raise. I'm introducing you to my kid. And then this essay would have been better, I think, fit right here. Because I don't know what these 2 pages are. These 2 pages are pinup pages at the beginning of the book. It doesn't work, doesn't really make sense. And again, dead space, fucking dead space. Nothing to look at here. So here we go. A lot of crosses everywhere. A lot of symbols of the crucifixion of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. A lot of them. It does. Yeah. I mean, is this a religious comic? You know,
I wonder why people would think the School of Ministry was related to this. Huh. Interesting. There's what? 3, 4, 5. There's 7 crosses in these 2 pages. Idiot.
I don't know. When I talked to Eric about this originally, Eric showed me the initial sketches of the character, and I was like underwhelmed by them. I don't know if he drew them. I don't know who drew those first characters. But like they weren't good, and they were very like generic. They look like generic. They look like sort of the original X-Men costumes on this kind of skinny black guy. And I said, well, what's his name at least? And Eric said, Isom. And I said, like, no, but what's his superhero name? And he said, it's Isom. And I said, okay. I've asked Eric along the way, like with issue number 1, I said, you have something? Do you want, can I see it? Can I read it? He wouldn't let me read it. Second issue, after the first issue had come out and I'd read it, he's asking me to do a cover, and I'm saying, what's in the book? And you know, like what's the book about? And he didn't see. Here's the thing: if you ask me like what Cyberfrog 2 is about or what Blood Honey is about, I'm just gonna sit there and I'm gonna tell you very clearly what is it about. It's the struggle between like this alien planet that's achieved peace and civility, that has decided to push back on this alien plague that moves from world to world, and destroy them. This alien plague, they look like giant murder hornets, and Earth is the final battleground. So this alien world called Perdani sends 2 champions to Earth to face down this alien plague, and they accidentally become a frog and a salamander, cyber frog and salamandroid. And if they fail, the Vespis, this alien plague, they're going to be stronger than ever. The oxygen in Earth's atmosphere is going to strengthen them. They're going to be unstoppable, and they're going to be able to regroup and conquer more worlds. That I could talk about Cyberfrog all day long. I love Cyberfrog. I know what the stories are about. You ask me what they're about, I'm going to tell you because I'm writing them. I'm the guy who's I'm the guy who's writing them, so I'm very close to them, right? When I asked Eric like what this book is about, he didn't seem to know. And then with issue 2, he just kind of said, I said, what happens in issue 2? And he goes, Isom gets a utility belt. I said, what?
I hope he has the shark spray and
said,
the
okay,
breathing underwater.
You want to send me, like, I'm doing the cover. You want to send me like a utility belt picture that I can put on the cover? It was very strange. It just made me think that he wasn't very close to the material. And you'd think that, like, if you're if you're really working on a comic book that's 100 pages and you're creating a lot of characters and putting them through the ringer, like you do in a comic book story, right? You have you're supposed to, you introduce these characters and then you beat them down. You know what I mean? You create drama with them. You're so close to it. Like when I talk to other writers about what their books are about, writers that are willing to talk about them and want to talk about them, they can't shut up about them. They'll it's their story. It's in their head, Talking to Jeff Johns, what is JSA number 3 going to be about? Oh, dude, you're not going to believe this. So the Spectre does this and this and this, and then Our Man does this and then this happens. Isn't that cool? He'd just be like, "Isn't that cool?"
That is something cool, about dude. And he'd be about Eric's book that is questioning, because it's like he doesn't seem like he wants to talk about his book ever, but he says it like, "I'm not holding your hand." It's like, well, that doesn't matter. I mean, do you not want to talk about Isom? Like, what you got planned or anything?
Yeah,
well,
that is odd to me. Like, for somebody who wants to create a story,
Well, it is odd because I mean, even EVS can go on for hours, and he has, about Cyberfrog without giving you any spoilers or anything. He just talks about how passionate he is about it, and it's so weird that Eric's too busy running his mouth and trying to be all bad and tough with his detractors. Why don't you talk about Avery? Why don't you talk about Isom? Like, aren't you passionate about this? Like, convince me that you do give a shit about your book. I agree with you, Brooke. It's so weird that he doesn't really talk. He's too busy talking about what people are saying about him than what he's about his book. I
think I understand. He wants to not. He wants people to discover stuff as they read the books, but it's like, can you not tell us anything about anything with it?
Like that was my argument with them.
It's like it's classified. Is what it just all seems to be. Like, it's
calculated.
It's all classified. It's like I don't get why everything about the character you want us to invest in is classified. I don't get it. Like what? Like, even I was thinking about this. Our conversation about work. It's like, you know what? Actually, like, if you can make a really good scene here. I thought about the weights. How he has the gym. He's like his weight equipment on his farm. It's like, that's kind of weird to me anyway. It's like you're already on a farm with it, but it's like, all right, you want to show that he's athletic. You want to show that he's outside the city and stuff. You want to show he's got a relation with that guy who gets kidnapped in the second book and whatever. Like, have him show a panel or 2 of him doing like hard, heavy lifting, even lifting a tree or something. Show he's like more than the normal with his strength or something. Have all his like other workers going home, and he's like, "No, I'm gonna go work out now." Like, oh man, you crazy working out after a long day's hard work. After a long day's hard work on the farm, you want to do more physical labor? Jeez, like that's crazy. That shows us a lot of his character there or something, his camaraderie with his buddies. Like, that's a few panels potentially showing his character or something, and he's like, yeah, I want to show that this man's a hard worker. Like, nope, he's around. He's around.
Yeah, it's the Vegas thing. Like, I remember my argument to him, I'm like, all right, so like these different things happen. at worst, it seems he might have gotten a concussion for a while from the car crash from Yaira. Otherwise, I have no like, he does this, but then he runs away from cops. Do the cops have like accept gear? Which, with the inclusion of Alpha Core, it seems not. It seems the cops are just everyday cops, and then you have the Alpha Core to deal with elevated threats. And
Yeah, well, and if you ask me, like, more reason to get his suit would be like, if he got shot at by the cops, and maybe the bullets don't kill him, but it hurts him. Like, ow, my skin, ow, 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 ouch, God, I need to get a suit. So if I'm gonna keep on doing this, I can have some that cushion on those bullets, and getting punched by that dude, ow, like that stuff hurts. I need to. I may be strong, but I'm not invincible. Like I still feel the pain. This hurts. Like
Hulk 2003 does really great with that, with a little detail of like all the bullets bouncing off him. He's like, and it's like pissing him off because it's like you're stinging him. You can gather that.
Yeah, he's not dying, but
you don't have to explicitly state, I am an accept. And accepts are what, you don't have to do exposition like that whole, why are we talking about this scene in the book? It's frustrating because it's like, it's hard to invest when I have no introductory parameters of what, it's like, I have no idea what he's exposed to. So like that ruins the immersion of like, oh, well, he'll get through it, or like, oh, this could be a real concern for him.
Well, and it's part of the thing with me. Like, I'm more of a movie guy, so like with movies, you have sound, music, camera work, the acting, the delivery, all these different elements that help portray what you want. With the comic, there's like 2 or 3 things. Like, you have visuals, you have the dialogue, and how the dialogue's worded. Essentially, that's like it. So like you've got to utilize that to its full extent, which to me just doesn't happen in Isom. It's just the blandest version of things. Here's a general image, here's a general conversation. It's like, oh, thanks, I guess. 100 pages.
Yeah.
Anyway.
So excited about his story. So, that's generally like the energy that I'm used to encountering. When talking about comics, talking about comic book stories. So here we have the title page. I didn't get it here. I don't know why. I don't know if he's like, I was like, is he guarding this stuff closely, or is it just like he just doesn't feel that close to it, for some reason? Cliff Richards here. He is from Glasshouse Studios. Glasshouse Studios has been around for a long time. I think almost my entire career. Glasshouse Studios, run by Dave Campiti. What he does, he's an American who represents Brazilian artists, mostly Brazilian. I think some Mexican artists too. And you can go to him, like, because these people don't speak English and can't negotiate their own rates and things like that. Dave Campiti acts as a interrogator. Is that the right word? Between these guys and employers. So you go to Dave Campiti and he'll say, I got this guy. I got a whole catalog. I got like folders and binders full of people, and you can choose from them. So I think Cliff Richards is from there. Gabe El Taib, the colorist, a fellow who I introduced Eric. I said, go give this guy a job. All right, here's Eric's mission statement, which is like, the comic book industry's dying, and I'm not going to let it. And this is my thing here. I like this. I will not stand idle as bad actors attempt to run it into the ground. So here's another.
While he makes this book.
Oh my god.
I am going to get my piece before it crashes. You going to kill this shit without me? You really on one, comic industry.
Oh no.
Not so good comic book. All right.
Some so good.
You got to get
book,
up and
some not so good comic book.
Do something. If you believe that there's a problem in the comic book industry, you must stand up and I guess make a difference. All right, hold on a second here. Let me see. We got some super chats. Let me read a couple of super chats as we go forward. Hatch 20 says, I've been a fan for a long time. I've got to ask this for people who care about the craft. Where is that same energy from Dick and Vito and you on other creators with objectively worse art in CG? Why was it Ripa first? I think it's just because of the size of the crowdfund. I think it's because of the stated goals. And
I feel like it's also the size of the book, honestly. Like being 100 pages or so, it's like You said like what? That's like 4 issues worth of
more or
story,
less. Yeah.
right? So it's like if there's a 25-page book or something, or 30, like that a smaller one did, it's like it's harder to fully get on it with that, because that's just like that's a quarter of the story and everything of what Isom is. Isom is like a full, you want a huge advance on the story. Here's the first 4 things with it right away in your
Yeah,
hands.
like
So it's like, okay, so we're getting a lot of information, right?
yeah,
And
from my
compared
knowledge,
to others.
again, I'm a novice reader, but from my knowledge, my experience, it's like you have 2, 3, 4, sometimes 5, 6, 8, and 12 issue runs of stories, barring ongoing series that will like not stop until the sales just dip, and they can either revive it with a shake up crossover or try to like rope in a crappy character and try to elevate them with a bigger stature in an ongoing in a crossover, or they'll have to like reboot it, like Captain Marvel's been like probably like 10 times in the last like 20 years, or probably fewer. But yeah, it's like those numbers up to 12 is usually a like full run. I want to say like Long Halloween's 8 or 12 issues. Um, and so a lot of these artists are having to do multiple books in a month. Story might have been approved like a year ago, and now we're getting to it with like the planned crew. But yeah, that's the other thing is like these guys are having to crank out probably a couple books a month as artists just to like make money, barring they're like a big name like Jim Lee or something, or Finch, where it's like this is like a premiere story. We're really showing off with this artist. His name's going to draw readers to help boost sales, regardless of the quality.
And on top of that, like with other ones, none of them claim that it's like perfect or so good. Like they don't have this added. They're humble.
Well, yeah, like
More humble
comics
about it. He's very bragging about it. Like that, pretty much. Like, there's nothing wrong with it. I never said there's nothing wrong in my book, but there's nothing I would ever change. It's perfect. Pretty much. It's like,
Yeah.
it's just like, I don't know. I don't get the sense that he wants to improve, or that there's, if I could do something, again, I might have done it differently. And it's okay to have that. Most people have that. Even the best people that make the best things have like, oh, I did a fudge there, or if only I was this talented at this point,
Yeah, or some people just, they ebb and flow. Brian Michael Bendis, with my knowledge, is a great example. Like he has amazing stories he's been a part of, either setting up and then like someone's fallen up with his overall like guidance, like the whole like House of M, the Avengers Disassembled into like Civil War and stuff. But then all the DC fans hate him with his Superman run, and so like it's how it works. And then you got continuity problems where it's like, you got all these characters and you got to intermingle them, but they have their own solo shit that goes on. And you got writers that like, it's just too much and they're not aware of every tangent and nook and cranny. So you have to like, if it's a big enough thing readers complain about, they have to figure out some sort of like workaround. It's very rare to have something like Walking Dead or Invincible where it's like, or The Boys, where it's a continuous story. And even those probably have like continuity issues. It's just that's the thing. Like people want to talk about, oh, how do I read this? There's so many runs of like, well, this is just the nature of comics. It's just going to balloon so much where you can't contain the stories and the artists. It's just like with the Doctor Strange and Spider-Man. Those two movies seem completely unaware of each other, and that's just like contained movies that take years to make. And so you think they'd be really workshopping with the Feige umbrella, but it's just nature. So the fact that he even put this like ceiling, this cap on himself, like there's going to be no reboots, no timeline stuff, or it's like, wait, how are you in comics, dude? Like, especially when you reintroduce hell monkeys and shit, like space musicians or whatever, Norfolka.
Well, it's like that was the thing that he kept on saying. I remember there's the whole argument, like, you can't start with. Would you rather start with an apocalypse or with a more grounded area or something? And it's like, I don't think this is very grounded. Grounded means you're like getting ingrained in the characters and this, in like what is going to happen with the story, at least a little bit. Like
lower stakes, more personal, and then you start branching.
Even if there's a bigger arc, like the first part is getting out of your ranch and then going back into the city, and then trying to find her, and then that could lead you somewhere. Like that's fine. That it doesn't have to be this is all that it is. No, this is just the start. But
the MCU is a great example. It's like it started with Iron Man, and then we go back in time and see a lost hero in Captain America. That even though he's like a Herculean person, he's pretty grounded. He's just like a propaganda piece for the U.S. military doing USO tours, and then he actually gets tooled into missions for like off the book stuff, and then he's on ice, and then we got over to Thor, who's totally outside of the world, you know.
Yeah, but they get us ingrained
them
in
together.
They get us ingrained in his story though, and then put him on Earth and take away his fantastical stuff that we see him do, so we get to see why it's different and how that is different for him. And it's like that, like that's how you lead us in. That's grounded. It doesn't matter if it's in space or at 10,000 dimensions. Like, you know, you can make it grounded.
Yeah, imagine
No
going
matter
back
what,
in 2008.
you know?
You and me, we're not really aware of comics. Even if we've seen cartoons, we don't really have the understanding of what comics are. And we see Iron Man, it's like, oh, that's cool. And it's like,
It's the guy who it's a rich guy who makes weapons. Okay. And
yeah,
then,
well, it's like, all right, here's a
boom.
guy. He's very, you know, it's just exaggerated military story for the equipment, essentially. And it's like, you know, in like 10 years, this guy is going to be in a story about a giant purple man from space with magic stones to kill half the universe. And it's like, what? It's like, well, I mean, they're going to take 10 years to do it. I mean, I guess we can progress to that.
Yeah. And sorry, Katie, we go on these tangents sometimes. We like to talk about different stuff like that and how stories compare.
Y'all found Jazz and Tony. I'll send you a link momentarily.
You're good. I actually enjoy sitting back and listening. I learn a lot when I listen. See, even if I'm a woman, I can listen. Okay. Don't go in one ear and out the other.
Well, that's interesting, AJ, because we just have a totally different perspective of the. Maybe it's the tone we're seeing, especially with the like complete refusal of criticism.
Yes, it's his attitude and the way he comes off. Yeah, no, it's his attitude is what made me walk away from him.
Well, that's fine, Geek Getaway, but if you pop in the chat and you're not eating and you want to come on, you can totally cool to get the link. I'll just send you a link preemptively, regardless. We're having fun detracting. We've assembled tractor where our lasers are set from stun to detract.
But yeah, to go on that guy's comment though, real quick. It's like you know, like the reason why it even sounds like that is now it's at a point where if a genuine fan, like one of his fans, has a complaint about it, I imagine they don't want to say anything because they will now they would instantly be blasted as a detractor of some kind or a hater.
Or there was that super chat.
Or you're
the
too
super
stupid
chat.
to get it, and it's like, oh man.
Remember the super chat? What's up, Jessica? Remember the super chat where someone's like, it might have been a troll, but it just reads kind of innocent. Where it's like, I'm thinking about, I'm starting to draw. I'm thinking about making a comic about spaceships or something. And he's like, oh yeah, perfect time to talk about me. It fucking clip art. Blah blah blah. And it's like,
it had nothing to do with it, right?
The poor guy never got his question answered. It was like, oh, he wasted his. Well, he didn't waste his money because we got some good content out of it.
He paid, but got something else out of it.
Oh, that was so good. Hey, Jetsker.
You there, bud?
Are you in a warehouse? You okay? Say something.
Yeah, I can only hear just like white noise or like or like, you know, ambient sound.
Yeah. Tony says Eric said he would moonwalk on the graves of Marvel and DC.
Yeah, good job, by the way, Tony, for finding Jasmine. Good job, bud.
Jessica seems to be having some problems. Hopefully he fixes that and gets back in here, adds commentary. Let's continue.
You know, when you raise so much money and put it towards a comic book and give people this kind of hope, you want the comic book to be good, and that's what it is. I don't feel the need to criticize people who scrape together $15,000 and publish a comic book. It's just not what I want to do. But in general, Hatch 450SX, I'm not even interested in reviewing this. people are asking me to review it, and I'm happy to do so, I guess, for my audience. But yeah, I mean, if you ask me to review any book and a lot of people are interested in hearing a review of it, I'll do it. Christopher Gorey, thanks for $10. Starting my 5th year of supporting Comicsgate.
He's going to make a lot of money with that premise
Comicsgate
established right
Thank
now.
you for $10. I appreciate
with
it.
Isom 1 being here already with this. If people want him to review whatever else, $1,000. People are going to probably start doing that.
Someone's gonna be like, "Hey, get me some cells. Here's $1,000, EBS."
Pay him $1,000. Yeah. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Good.
Told the goalpost. I told him like, "I'll season my ankles for you." They love saying ankle biters, you know. Says Tim Christ says, "Sup guys? Been seeing a lot of your streams lately. Nice." AJ says, "I'm sure he was being hyperbolic, seeing as his behavior has suggested he put the energy into doing something so disrespectful." He also actually said, "Moonwalk on their dead careers." Oh, you're only validating our point. We're paraphrasing, but yeah, you're bringing it. What's up, Boxy? Coom Harder. AJ's a pretty reasonable rip. I wouldn't say he's a shill. I don't get that tone from him.
Oh, he seems fine.
Seems pretty level-headed. Yeah, I like AJ. Go sub to him. I'll put his link in the chat shortly. He talks a lot about Disney, from what I've seen, and he's excited about Moana. It seems, and so am I. I do love Moana. But yeah, let's continue. I'll put that.
Here's the Geek Getaway. Hail EBS, hail CG. Go back, Dragon Rage and Blood and the Sword. Flush the yellow trash, he says. $5. 50 ounces just joined the channel. Appreciate you. Josiah Haynes, I'm sorry. That's my brother's name too. Ethan's honest review. Page 1, gay. Page 2, gay. Page 3, gay. No. Despite any like
just the way he read that.
Yeah.
He's so funny.
God.
Yeah, so here is Abomination AJ's link. Go sub to him. He seems a good guy, so go support him.
Problems that Eric and I are having. This is just a comic book, man. I'm going to review it pretty dispassionately here. Doug 1985, I think that's Virginia, loves horror. That's right. You draw all over it. It's worth more now, you silly goofball. Seriously, scribble all over it. Yeah, I'll put the scribbled version up on eBay here. Jason Smith says, for $20, thank you. Isom 2 is about the struggle to change the batteries in a smoke alarm detector.
Smoke alarm joke. No.
Oh my god!
I've actually learned a lot about Black culture because of this book. Because Angus has to explain to me what this shit is.
Oh, I don't think Katie knows. The reason I was like really on one is that that's a joke to me and Rookie, because when we were reading Isom behind the scenes together, and there's a line where Darren's like, "You really on one?" And he's like, but he read it like, "You're really on one." ... I was like, wait, what? Did he not finish? I'm like, no, Ricky, he's speaking black.
I was like, did he print words? Did he miss a word or something? Like, did he miss the word it's supposed to be on? And then he's like, no, that's the end of it. That's how they say it.
Yeah, see, I read Darren's voice in the book like Cat Williams, my attempt at it. You're like, "You really on one there, Isom."
I was like, oh, that makes more sense now. Thank you. Yeah, I read it like a white guy. So that was the problem.
Black Angus out here helping us white folks.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty white, so it's like, it's funny that I have to like be this translator.
Oh god.
I saw it. I read like a little bit of it, and I just kind of, I don't know, I zoned out. Vivent, thanks for $5. Love your RDVS. Is reviewing the comic in this way put you at risk for a copyright strike? Yeah, I think it would if I showed most of the comic. I'm not going to be doing that. I'm going to be reviewing a few key scenes here, some of the art, some of the story. It's fair use at this point. This is we're using some of the comic book, not all of the comic book, in order to for review purposes, which is the definition of fair use. And therefore, if anyone were to copyright strike me, I would fight for that and make them take me to court, and I would win. So don't do that. Don't waste your money. Just let me comment on the comic. Johnny Rocket says, I still don't get why a ministry would make this. At least it caused Isom edited edition. Oh, yeah, the confusion about this versus a ministry. I think added to, a lot more confusion via the fact that, like, the cross is all over this. By the way, the reason why I think the cross is here, and I don't know, because, like, you'd ask Eric, like, what is this character? Like, what are you doing? What's Isom? And he never would tell anybody. And it never really made sense to just, like, he could have just said, well, it's his superhero name. And I took it from,
See, right now, if
my
somebody were to like
great
super
grand-
chat Eric a question or to ask him a question genuinely about Isom, I feel like he would take that as like an attack, like,
Yeah.
which is unfortunate because like they could just be asking, do you plan to have any Christian things with the character? If it's there, he'd just probably, either take that offensively or just not really answer it. And it's like I get not wanting to expose story stuff, but I feel like saving the reveals or saving the things that are that should be a big moment. I understand holding that back, but is every single aspect about him like a secret? Does it all need to be a secret? Like, could he ever mention just anything? That goes into another tangent with stuff, but like. The Christian thing, that seems like a reasonable question, as CVS points out, with the crosses on there. And then I didn't notice the first time reading around, and everybody's like, he's got a cross on his crotch. And I'm like, a what? And I was like, what do you know? What do you mean? And oh, there it is. Wow. Okay. Yeah, that's right on the suit.
Of all the places he
Huh.
could have put it, he put
Like,
it
I would assume
right
on the chest or on the arm.
Right.
Like, the two places, honestly. Those are like the only two I could think of that would make sense. So it's
Maybe
like, yeah,
like
that
the back
is,
of his head,
unless
like
unless
neck.
in his utility belt, like he has cross blade, like he has a wooden cross, but then blades come out or something. Like I don't understand what else it would be for being there. Like on his utility belt, he's got a grappling hook, but it's like in the shape of a cross handle or something. Like I don't know.
Well,
Or
he's
maybe,
on a
like,
mission
put it
from
in the-
Christ to.
But yeah,
combat
but then
all
I would think
forms
that. But
of
then I would think that.
disrespect.
But then I would think that he's like a warrior for Christians or something. Because that's the thing of Batman. He's got batarangs. He doesn't just have a boomerang. He's got a batarang, and it's like that's part of what he is. Yeah, I'm the Batman, the guy of night.
He
or
like
something.
pulls out a cross batarang. He's like, eat Christ. Eat Christ, cracker. Like
Eat cross clipper.
The power of Christ compels you
to die.
That's good. That's hilarious. Oh my god. I'm gonna have to make this meme version of Isom into Meth Gator, where he's just a dumbass normal guy, but he like has lofty aspirations.
I've got my faith blaster.
And Meth Gator's like a demon abomination to his like radical fundamentalist Christian view.
An alligator like you is fictional nonsense that I cannot have.
You are only here by the power of Satan, which I will thwart with the power of Christ.
The Isom ministry does not allow you to exist.
You are a spawn of the white devil.
Father, who I thought was a brave man. I'm into genealogy. I wanted to tribute him with the name. Like, he could have just said all that. It would have been just fine. Instead, he made this mystery about it. And then adding the cross kind of made people do research and wonder, like, is this tied to the International School of Ministry? And then that lawsuit followed. But in fact, I think what it is what it is.
Oh, he laughed at it too.
Like, oh man, I
did
did
a
it.
normal saying, but now it's funny. See, it's like, how can anybody see this as hate? Honestly, it's fun. It's funny.
Yeah, like go watch the like fandom initiative or whatever. I like that Eric guy. He seems pretty rational. You can disagree with him, but his commentary seems fairly rational about the whole Isom reverse and FNT, all that stuff. Seems like a rational detractor of that sphere that we're kind of in.
Well, I was going to plan on reviewing, reacting on my stream to, I keep forgetting his name. I saved his video, but he's like he has his own school and he teaches people how to write comics, excuse me, and art. And he is very intelligent and he gives a very honest review. I mean,
Are you talking about the black guy, like the geek, whatever?
yes. Like he,
Sorry.
I really, because it was a nice balance. Like, yeah, he supports Eric, but he's also very honest in his review of the book, and he has his son on the show too with him. So I was like, this is like finally someone who does like Eric, but is honest in the review. Like everybody, all of his fans are like, it's the greatest thing ever, so good, and it's like snooze fest over here. And him, so yeah.
My favorite part is where Isom robs that Christian charity. He's like the Blues Brothers. He's on a mission from God. Wait, that's worse to be furry adjacent. I don't know, man. Furries make some great art. So I don't know how you could resist. My first crush that I can recall was Lola Bunny. So furry adjacent.
Well, yeah, but it's a little different from the furries now.
Yeah, that's like a cartoon as to where I am a human inside of a furry suit. Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's like weird. I remember one of the only episodes I ever saw of CSI was a furry episode. And I had no context. I was like 8, I think. And the story was like they found this furry shot in the like desert. And so trying to figure out, and it turns out, oh, this furry was like camping out, having a furry con in the desert wilderness, and I guess took shrooms or something and got sick, and so was on all fours in his dog costume, throwing up, and someone thought he was a coyote and shot him. That's the case. But they're like, going through it and trying to figure out all this stuff, and it's like, oh yeah, this idiot furry is on like a ranch, and so someone thought he's a coyote. Like good stuff. I see it as Eric being in the early stages of comic making, so I'm going to give his company time to find itself and produce truly amazing work. Right now, there's something to learn from it. There's a lot to learn from it, especially his all of this. It goes back to Nina essentially challenging Dick. I guess really not understanding who Dick is, being a funny guy, and then the just outrage afterward that he dare be critical. And it's like Eric's got this shield around him where he can't criticize him, so it just made it fun. And then his response to if he would have this all would have been deflated if he would have been like, take it in stride, be like, well, you don't like it, and that's unfortunate. Maybe you'll come back for issue 2. Maybe you'll think I've improved. I'll try to work better on some things, or he could have just been like, well, like, I think I did fine, but that's your opinion, and that's okay. Still back Isom too. We're here for you regardless. It would have completely deflated, but he's made it fun.
Each issue is going to get better and better, something like that. Yeah,
you just say a platitude to the general audience of potential people. I'm not saying you got to bend over backwards. I don't.
Yeah, you don't have to like listen and like just, oh yes, thank you so much for your critique.
People think Cyberfrog's too gory, which is crazy because it's like they literally harvest honey blood from people after they inject them. Like it's gruesome. They're eating
blood,
us like
blood. What part of blood honey?
Yeah, and people are like, this is too graphic. It's gory, and it's like, I don't know. Those are people that are still buying his stuff. It's like, well, like that sucks for you, but like I'm doing what I'm doing. You can just not
close your eyes on the pages that have the gory.
Like, yeah, it's like there's total like parameters and stages of like, oh, that's like an issue 1. I should definitely. That's like, this is petty. This is like your opinion, and then this is like, oh fuck, I totally missed that. I'm too close to this. I needed outside eyes and I didn't get it. We're definitely going to be aware of that next issue. It's all this kind of stuff, and like the fan community insulating Eric as well makes it fun.
Well, but I wanted to say real quick about the good faith and bad faith thing.
Good faith, that.
So he says, like he doesn't like to have criticism from people from bad faith, like ones that go into it like wanting to hate it or something. But like, does that mean he is totally okay with good faith? Which is, to me, good faith is the opposite of bad faith, where it's like, I'm just gonna 100% like this. I'm gonna tell you it's good. Isn't that almost worse? Because it's like, if to Chuck Dixon or whoever helped him make these books, like, yeah, I'm forgetting all the names. Like, if they're all just like, yep, Eric, that's totally great. This is all great. And he's like, yeah, see, they told me this is good. They were in good faith. It's like, well, yeah, but what if it wasn't good and they told you it was good though? Like, doesn't that do more harm? You'd think, like how your friends, like how your friends or family might lie and tell you, "Oh,
good job, Timmy.
Your story's great. I'm in good faith here. You're good. I'm good. I'm being positive.
I'd be more hesitant to even ask any friends to review. I want like objective, unrelated, like brutal honesty. And it might be deflating at first, but if you're really in the game for what you're trying to craft, then you're gonna like take the hard pill of truth and like, all right, this is my short thing.
Because like, let's say Yaira comes around and everybody's already like that are fans and of Ripa and stuff are like prone to, they're gonna probably like it. But it's like, what if they don't? Or like, are they just gonna say they like everything even though they don't? Like,
yeah, that's a horrible.
Because now if they know now with how it's all been, if they speak any negativity, then that's bad. Like, as far as I can tell, no fan that is still a fan can say something negative and that be okay. It's all going to be.
Yeah, it looks from my perspective, it looks like a big circle jerk. It's like, you're not helping this guy as much as like you can view us as like we're just out to get him. And yeah, there's some that definitely are.
Yeah, some are, sure.
Fine, but you're not helping them by insulating them with just good comments or like the most milquetoast, like you could have done better, like lettering or something so minor. Like, give them like hard truth, because like it seems like Yaira is an afterthought in the sense like, all right, here's this little character that is a foe or I guess from the Sasuke tweet, an anti-hero in this world, which is interesting given that how big her powers are over the hero. So that's going to be interesting how they conduct that. But there's one thing, like my example is Jango Fett, where it's like Lucas didn't realize killing Boba Fett would be so impactful to the fans, and he's like, if I would have known like how much they really love him, I would have like not have killed him that way or taken him off the board that way. And thus you get Jango Fett's story to kind of compensate and give more context and depth to Boba Fett. And that's like a fan service with meaning. Yaira seems like, oh, people really like Yaira doing art stuff. I guess I'll just make it for them. And like you can see that as a positive. I feel like given his content, it's like, well, this will make me money off the fans. So let me just like dismissively make this Yaira thing. And I'm waiting to see how it progresses. If it's more of like a begrudgingly like, oh, but Yaira is bigger than the character I care about, Isom.
Right. But that's the thing too. He said that he wants to do things that his fan wants. But what if the fans don't want to hear any stories about Isom and they want to hear about every other character?
It's like,
you want to hear about Norfolka and the other ones. Like, well, this is where the passion question comes in for me. Like, would he? Like, I understand it's good to do what your fans want, but like when you're creating something as well, like I feel like they want to feel a level of passion with it too, and like that you want to bring your character somewhere. And I don't know, like, will that happen? Like, so far, nothing's really happened.
Let me address this.
I don't know.
Before I like lose it. Hex Allen Comics says, I would love for you to read my comic, if only to compare it to Isom. Yeah, if you got a PDF, I'm kind of tight on money, so I got a couple books I'm already going to back. But if you got PDF, you're cool with me reviewing it.
Yeah, if there's a physical copy available, I can get that at some point, but I'm a little tight at the moment. So.
Yeah. Tim Christ says, it's funny how Ripa has issues being criticized, yet he runs a channel that criticizes everybody. That's the other thing about this whole thing, is the good faith crap that him and all his fans parrot from him. Of like, well, that was in bad faith. And it's like, I don't see how you watch Dick's review and think it's bad faith, especially if you see all the history between Dick and Vito about Eric on the channel before that, because it was always Dick like nagging and ribbing, and the fans ribbing Vito, because there was crossover, and there probably still is crossover. If not, people have left Eric and gone to the biggest problem because of this whole saga. But Dick was like neutral, maybe even positive towards Eric's, initial campaign. And then he actually read it because of Vito being on and on and on about it. And from reading it, he has like turned, if you will. And like the intensive notes he had are not bad faith. That's what's really irritating, that I see that. And given Eric's channel, he's repeatedly talking about like, oh, I don't back any of this stuff anymore. Like, I don't back people that hate me. I don't watch any of this new stuff. And then he's like commenting on it about like surface level shock news of like, oh, a woke person is hired for this or that, but he's like refuses to watch anything or interact with anything. And so it's like, that's bad faith, because you're only telling your potential full audience of 500,000 plus external audience that could come in that this is bad. And thus you could be having an impact on the sales of whatever product you're dismissively talking about for a quick video. So that's kind of the definition of bad faith. It's like, I went to go see the Marvels, and however I feel about maybe some intent of creators and the history of Brie Larson and shit, and Disney and all the shills regarding it, calling us all istism phobes regarding any film that is politically intended to be politically charged like that. I still invested, and I have positives to say about that movie. Go watch Monarchy's review of it. I give it 5 out of 10. I think it's got some fine qualities for what it was, and then other things is like, wow, you just God, like Barbie happened, man, and this is all you did. Like, this is so
like a lot of it is shit. Don't get us wrong; it is very shit. But there's a lot of it's not as, I guess, I don't know. It could be way worse. So, and considering its reputation and Brie Larson's reputation and all that, like,
Wilbur,
okay,
I think that is individual choice. Like, me as a parent, I would have no qualms letting my kids see any kind of gore or violence, unless it's like something like Saw or Hostel. Like, that's kind of too much. But I think Blood Honey's totally fine. It's no worse than letting your kids watch Cheetah's Mall Antelope.
But yeah, I mean, it's the one he didn't recommend it for young kids anyways. He meant it for like teenagers and up, essentially. Yeah. But yeah,
I think especially indie comics, I think you should just go in assuming all this is for mature readers, not in the sense that's going to have like sex and gratuitous violence, but just,
I mean, they're going to be the people that follow and back.
The market is for adults, and maybe they'll hand it down to their kids, try to get them interested. But comics are kind of stuck being like a man-child niche, so
which might change one day, but hard to say when and if.
I think that's fine. I mean, I think you still have to keep adapting to each generation, but I think a kid wanting something, it's like a kid wants that box of cereal because there's a cartoon on it. So it's like, don't fucking listen to your kids. I think you should focus on the adult readers because they are the ones directly with the pocketbook. So, let's see. Rippa has me to harass detractors. Yes. Let me see anything else. No such thing as good faith and bad faith in this situation. It's Eric's truth versus reality at this point. There will be a Isom Daily Wire movie, and it's going to suck. Yeah, I don't doubt it. Well, it might be a Blaze. The Blaze might try to throw their hat in the ring with media or PragerU. It might be a conglomeration, maybe a third party that's kind of a blend of all those outlets.
This will be a 10-hour stream.
We got 61 people in the chat. I appreciate hanging out with us.
Hello.
Be sure to subscribe if you haven't. We need the likes up. We got 60 people, only got 27 likes so far.
Let's get it to 69.
Or if you're a hater, then leave me a dislike. Let me know how angry you are at me and Rookie and Katie did. Whoever else pops in this panel. Let's see anything else. You have a link. Cool. DM it to me at Angus Reviews on Twitter. Hex Allen. Let me see. Try and catch up on the chat. Eric's comic ideas are dated like the 90s and not the good 90s. I don't know. I think general superhero, most people are kind of stuck in this like, I'm the good guy and I gotta fight the bad guys. And that's like really annoying. Like, I want want definition. I want
Well, no, he's starting by having his hero be the villain.
Well, yeah, that it's very
Unintentionally,
interesting.
though. Like,
Yeah, that's what's interesting is like he's very villainous actually. In like a street level, he's very villainous. He's not even out for money. He's just, you know, the respect is kind of his code. That could work, but
he's
then
not there to save
the next
her.
book confirms
He
this
comes
whole book
back
is
for respect.
yeah, what's interesting is like this could have been like, oh, he's actually like kind of a villain or anti-hero. He runs his own
That's why he
moral
quit.
code. And then it's like the next book confirms like, no, he is the hero of this story. There's no question. And so like that's also where it's like confusing as like what the sell of this is. Thank you, McHugh, being here as well. Let's continue. Katie will probably pop back in. She's dealing with something.
Yep.
I think she had to switch computers. She said in the chat.
Yeah, we're paying attention to the private chat thing. So we know if you're
Isom Knox, who we find out is Eric July's great grandfather. His tombstone actually says something interesting. It says, died as he lived, a Christian. That might be wrong, but it's something like that, right? Paraphrased. Died as he lived as a Christian. And so I think that's why Eric put these crosses on him. Like, I don't know if Eric has a plan to work Christianity into the character or not, but
if God had a plan, so does Isom, so does Eric.
But don't worry, God has a plan, and it is himself.
You said that was a joke or whatever. You're like, he's gonna send someone to Earth or something, and it's himself or something.
Yeah, me and Ricky. I don't know if you know, Kate. Me and Ricky, because he didn't grow up with Christianity or religion at all, really. So he has very minuscule snippets of knowledge. And I grew up pretty invested in Christianity before I became an atheist. And I do more research now out of interest of religion than I ever did. And so I get frustrated sometimes trying to explain all this to Rookie. And so we're just walking through on our streams now, reading the Action Bible comic chapter. And it's just funny. Given my perception is like, I was in this, but I'm an atheist. So I have like clearly negs about the concepts, you know?
Right.
It's fun. And that was a joke about like, yeah, this whole game is really like God coordinates this game of like everything's made by him, but somehow he's absolved of sin being a factor, and man falls to sin, which is his plan apparently, and then he sends himself to save people from the sin that is ultimately his creation. That's my view, and that's why there's a joke of like, I'm going to fix this with myself.
You're good. I gotcha.
Yeah,
it's my theory, but who knows? Because you know these questions aren't being really answered. They should be answered. People have questions about these characters, and you should let them in a little bit. Definitely let them into how you were inspired for this. I could go over. You know, I could do this. I could talk about what people. It's like right from the first page, there's an absolute absurdity here. West Florist Park, where uptown, and then it's 2 weeks ago. It says here, a lot of people have made hay of this. 2 weeks ago, I guess I can see how that kind of a mistake would be.
That is the first page, right? That is like the official first page. If you're in a flashback, you just start in the past. If you're not starting in a flashback, you start in the present, and then in the next few things you go backward. Like it.
No, no. The problem is he says 2 weeks earlier, and then I think at another point it says earlier, and we never get a definition of what the timeline is. That's
well, no, it's like to me, it's like it would just be you start now, and then you go to 2 weeks later when you go to the present. Because
no, I'll give you a counter, and that's
like that doesn't really make sense.
Film example: Captain America: First Avenger. We start with like a preamble scene of the Tesseract and what's his name, the Red Skull, at the church, and then we fast forward to some degree into the like, you know, near future or maybe congruent with Captain America and him trying to join the military and being a pipsqueak. And so that's the example that comes to mind. You can start a book with like flashback to like, you don't know where this relates, but somehow it's going to tie into the main storyline.
Well, right. But to me, that's exactly what I'm saying is that it started then and then it went forward in time.
Or maybe this sounds stupid. What if he just went right into the story without putting that up, saying like 2 weeks ago or whatever? Just go into the story, and then as you're going to the present, say 2 weeks later. You know what I mean?
That's what I was just saying. Yeah.
Okay, that's what I thought
Just
you were
say
saying. Yeah.
start
Okay.
it where it is, and then go to 2 weeks later because
Right.
saying 2 weeks earlier.
Yeah, you go
doesn't-
2 weeks earlier, and
2 weeks
then
are-
after that, you
2
go
weeks earlier doesn't
now.
mean anything because what
say-
is that just opposed to now? Like what
You
do you
say
mean? And then-
present, and then you might have another scene later where it's like, oh, this is a follow up of the 2 weeks earlier after that initial scene, and we get like a new snippet of information that, oh,
but I
that,
feel like it would
really
have
changes.
to. But I feel like it would have to directly correlate enough if you're going to start it with 2 weeks earlier and then now, because like this, we're gonna jump to what this is in the future or something, like, you know. But if it doesn't have anything to do with it, then what is the point of that? It's not. This isn't honestly just a criticism of his thing. It's just, you know, where would you put this in general? Like where should the stuff be in general? It's kind of the discussion. It's not
What
just
is up, Riley? ASC Percent says, whoever bought that review copy of Isom from me just for 4K has a legit piece of internet history, a powerful artifact of detractor energy. Signed, Young Clippa. If y'all don't know, Young Clippa is the infamous bunny money detractor at the warehouse. Go sub to ASC Presents. That's where solid content is. And then I can't remember if it's Young Clippa. Look up Young Clippa for Canon's sake, and you'll find that channel of the streams covering Eric and detractor streams. Fun time.
Mhm.
Made, but 2 weeks from where? Like, you know, this is the beginning of the story. We don't have a vantage point in time, so we can't really say it's 2 weeks from when. Like, what are you talking about? Like, this is just a very rookie mistake. This should have just been like, right, you know, here we go. This is West Flores Park, Texas. Texas, add that. Uptown. We know we're in Texas. And by the way, you know, since we've come to understand that the story takes place in a Texas that is seceded
Repertoire
from
says, "I must run. It's the warehouse invader."
It's well, he signed it Young Clippa, so that's Riley.
Yep.
From the United States. You know, why don't you change the name of Texas to like just West Flores Park, free and liberated Texas, or something like that? You know, like when the Nazis invaded France and it became Vichy France. Is there a new name for Texas? Like you can put things in there like that really quick that are making like free Texas, you know, or whatever you want to call it now, whatever the new version of Texas would be that is no longer attached to the, you know, the rest of the United States. You could just put that in there, and that is right there. It's gonna make people say, what the hell? So this is an alternate reality here. This story takes place. Something weird happened with the United States of America. That could have been right there, real quick, real subtle. Get rid of the 2
That's what I was
weeks
saying
ago.
earlier about like utilizing the comic visually and trying to get substance or layers into something. You know, the only medium you have here is visual and like text. So like whatever you're trying to have should probably have information that you would want. You know, even if not every page has to be packed with detail or information, but you think that would be, you know, especially the first couple of pages, that's where you'd have it.
Yeah, Soto Motto. He says Ethan's females have the worst looking hair. His hair's always stuck out to me. Before I ever heard.
Yeah, Angus has said that too. Yeah.
And I think I figured out what it is. It's so detailed, and all of his art's really detailed and good. But the hair is like overly detailed. It's distracting from the rest of the book. It doesn't match the rest of his art style. And it's funny because you look at like Dave Finch. Some of his videos of like drawing and stuff, and it's like he just has like a shape and he puts in like a few details and like light lines and maybe like the split in the hair where it's comb over which way. But it's kind of interesting. I think even it's just like is so detailed that it's a contrast that really stands out. Some people are totally fine with it, don't notice it. It really sticks out to me. That is like the one off-putting thing, like especially the curly-haired daughter of Heather Swain. It's just so distracting. This giant curly mop top on comic art. It's a strange contrast, but that's me, and I guess you as well. A Moral says, I think they look hot. He gives his women big Jersey hair. Yeah, it's a preference, I guess. EBS in the chat. Totally hot. Just the hair. It's the man's desire on paper, the sign of a true artist.
And I think it would have been it would have done a lot more for the story. This here, these scenes, this is the opening scene of a comic book that is about this guy right here. These guys are not talking about that guy right there. In fact, they're not even talking about you know, a central they're not even talking about a threat necessarily. They're not talking about anything that has to do with, this is so incredible. They're talking about, they're like, oh yeah, these superheroes are killing it. They're doing great. We're the cops, and they're, you know, they're helping. And oh my God, she's back. Now, this is one thing about Eric July and his social media, but it does follow through. Like, I could sit there and speculate, like, if Eric actually had a ghostwriter write this, but I don't think that he did, because when Eric is writing things on his social media, on his Twitter, he's very vague, and he'll say things like certain people. He'll say
not many, not many.
They,
Yes.
People, them, these people. He never actually says Yaira. Yaira is back. You can't do this like too many times. Like, vagary isn't interesting. There's nothing interesting about being vague. You know, you just kind of go, oh, she's back. Who? And by the way, we don't even get this really answered. It's never officially answered by the by anybody. We
This
just
was something
see
that
this
Angus and I
character,
kind of picked
Yaira,
up
who
on right
pops
away.
in.
Not the Yaira thing specifically, but like they're just like, hey, things are actually going pretty okay in our city, huh? It's just kind of like, okay, yeah, all right.
Yeah.
Cops are
I
doing a
mean,
good
that
job.
could be like a setup for,
Like, and then it's about to go to shit or something.
yeah.
But then
and
that
it's
doesn't
like, we're
happen
kind of
either. And it's
coasting,
like,
and we're complacent.
that should be a good setup for the collapse of some kind, but that doesn't really happen. And so it's like, oh well, whatever. Seems like it's still fine then.
Yeah. Riptard goalposts saying Yaira 8 million. I think Yaira could rival Isom 1, especially if he
I think so. The amount of
especially if he leans
popularity she
into
has.
the goon. I
Mhm.
say it all the time. If he leans into like sexy white woman, he can make a killing. You know.
Yeah.
A lot of Kickstarters that do that with just crappy art and no story and a lot of variants. So he's got a potential 500,000 audience. You know. I mean, right now he's only got like 11,000 people still backing him thus far with Alpha Core, but we'll see.
Yep.
I think Gyro will be the uptick, and then we'll resume our downward spiral.
Right. Especially when he comes out with Isom 3, Alpha Core 2.
Oh, I can't wait.
And then the grading
Isom
book,
3, Master of the
apparently.
Ministry.
I can't wait for Isom 3 because I feel like he's really going to try to like course correct. It's going to be the Rise of Skywalker.
I don't think he will at all, honestly. I think he'll keep with exactly with what he planned initially, and that's what it'll be.
It might be one of those like, I am a fan loosely of Rise of Skywalker because I see the like, without saying it, they're trying to apologize to the fans and course correct without breaking canon. And so I appreciate that film on top of just the headache JJ got stuck with, which is ultimately his fault too, but whatever. So I appreciate that film. I think it's a great testament for film students to study of like trajectory of storytelling. But it could be where it's like everyone's like, yeah, Riververse sucks, and oh look, it still sucks. So I think, you know, it'll just be like Rise of Skywalker with the commentary, where people that hate it are gonna, of course, hate the new thing, and someone like me, it's like, I try to see nuance in things, so I'll give Rippa the credit he deserves when it's there. So
and doesn't just causes some trouble and then goes on her merry way. Whatever this opening scene is with the cops here, what it needs to be about is the thing that is going to call our hero back into action again. This is irrelevant. I mean, if you wanted to call this book like the Rippaverse or something like that, then that would be one thing. Now we're talking about all of the characters that sort of wander through this comic book, aimlessly wander through this comic book. So this is about Isom. So
That's
basically,
seriously my biggest. That's probably my biggest gripe with the book is all the random people that we see that have nothing to do with anything in this current story. I understand he's making a universe and he wants to have more characters and he wants to build more books off of that and see what fans like. I get that, but like you should still, to make that even better, if you want them to be interested, have them a part of this in some way. Like if you have Isom listening to Norfolka when he's working out or something, he's got a Norfolka t-shirt, I don't know, a mug, a merch or something that like at least connects something to Norfolka when we see them. And if there's like, those, I don't know, the people in the club, what they're supposed to be, if there's some reference to it, just to have something set up in some way so that if they're introduced at all, but they're not a huge part of the story, that it doesn't feel as random and just like, here is other characters. Like it feels like the meme of, and now for something completely different. And then just goes back. It's like, oh yeah, that's kind of what that is.
Well, the way EVS is like, bringing this down, it's like somehow Yaira returned. AJ says criticisms are valid, but I don't think y'all would go this hard if it wasn't as successful. Well, I mean, you could say that for Marvel films.
Most things that are successful,
Marvel is seemingly crashing. Like everything sucks besides Loki, and then there's like this sphere contingent that mostly hates Loki because it's just more MCU to them. And so it's fascinating. And it's like, well, DCEU is doing the same thing, but it's really not fun to talk about DCU because no one's invested to begin with besides Snyder tards, hoping they can cling on to Snyderverse. Otherwise, everyone's just like, yeah, oh, that sucked. No one's like, they haven't had any good faith from the fans since BVS. It's all been a downward slope. So it's just not interesting. Like Marvel has been at the top for a decade, and now it's like the wheels have completely fallen off for them. And the speculation, and then there's the show media trying to like pivot, where they're like acknowledging the failure, but they're deeming it, it's superhero fatigue. It's like, what about Batman and Spider-Man? Like,
I was about to say, I mean, like, yeah, it was successful, yes, but like the Marvels and other things that we rip on aren't successful. So I don't know. I feel like there's a balance in a way of quality and
it's
quality.
Like,
I mean, if we're talking about indie comic stuff, I mean, I plan on reviewing a lot more comics. I have like over 40 CG comics that I haven't done a review for. I've only reviewed like Super Dead, essentially, by Mandy, and like I've read a bunch of other books, but I haven't done a review yet. Like I plan to, but I'm working on other things right now. I will get to them at some point. But this is the more popular topic, and you want to talk, and a lot of people want to hear and talk about it right now. So like that is kind of the one that will get the focus at the moment.
Yeah,
and I mean, I wouldn't even say that we're really going on it hard. I mean, Angus and I, if we want, we could do like a Cyberfrog stream talking about Cyberfrog 1 and 2, and we have a lot more criticisms in Cyberfrog 2.
I like EVS. I'm going to keep backing him, just for the art.
Yeah, we had issues with his second book,
his story. I'm like, what the fuck's going on here? This does not follow up tonally at all with the first book to me. But again, EVS is like pretty open to criticism, and I don't see the fervor online like I do for Rippo, where it's like constantly, well, that was a bad faith. Oh, you're just saying what SJW is saying. It's like, I don't know, man. I'm talking about the story. It has nothing to do. I'm not even invoking the Fox and Blaze and New York Post and Daily Wire helping him sell this. I'm just talking about the story because I've read it. And I'm saying SJW talking points because you're like defensive. You got to shield Eric, not you, AJ, but like the massive Rippa fans.
I mean, I can understand people getting annoyed if like the main thing's being thrown, or like, look at the way that truck was from this panel and this panel. Like I would be annoyed too if our fans.
We've only noticed this because the saga has kept going because Eric and his enslaved fandom and people that like want to be in his good graces, so they won't. It's very obvious they don't want to say any negativity because they want to like be in his shadow to reap the benefits, possibly. This is why it keeps going. This is why people have like dug in more and more, find like the nitty gritty clip art. This was never a thing a couple months ago. If someone figured it out, and this is like a new thing, and then the defense of it, of like, oh, this is a standard practice. But then the whole thing is like, oh, the industry's got all these bad practices. So it's like, how is that a defense for you trying to subvert the industry?
Yeah, I feel like we also give praise where we can as well. Like again, I like the concept of like the Texas Civil War. That sounds cool. Like that
It's so
sounds cool.
crazy.
But like I'm disappointed that we get pretty much no signs of that. I wouldn't know if I wasn't told. There's nothing visually that shows that either. Like the citizens or anything. Like, oh yeah, everything's going pretty good. You mean there's no discourse of the state of things? Like it's all good? Pretty
Yeah,
much all
it's
good.
one thing for like a lot, this is the thing I noticed, and this is why I had like my 2024 video about like I'm gonna like I've really stepped aside. There's books I backed at the beginning of Comicsgate I never reviewed because I would have nothing good to say, but I don't want to hurt people's campaigns in the future or something or hurt their feelings. And it wasn't any like necessarily politics behind the scene YouTube stuff of like I'm afraid, but it's just like I don't want to hurt them and have like that one negative voice where I'm like too blunt. But now I see where it's like no, we need to because like the only thing I see in CG often is like yeah, this guy, woohoo, I got his book, he delivers, and that's really it. You might get surface level criticism. It's like
Yeah,
very
I think in
milquetoast.
general we all need to be a little more critical of each other.
Yeah, like
We're all too nice to each other, and
the
that I feel
softballs are not helping people.
doesn't create enough success. Like there's success, but what is the quality of the success? Like whatever I make, please criticize me.
Yeah,
Don't be like, man, I know we're friends, but I don't want to be I don't want to be your enemy. Like it's just like rip. That's why Angus and I get along so fucking well. We've pretty much never held back on each other, like ever.
yeah. Yesterday I was telling him like, hey, I've like dabbled recently in commentary about thumbnails and the like title pitch, and I'm like, you really fucked up with this.
Yeah, some
Flashpoint name.
of my titles and thumbnails kind of suck.
Yeah, well, it's because like you don't really have the comic knowledge. You have secondhand comic knowledge, and you're talking about two movies against each other.
Yeah,
And so you need to, yeah, it's like these are things that like we don't hold back on.
Well, it's like me being a licensed hairdresser. I always tell my my customers, let me know. Don't be afraid to tell me the truth because if you don't tell me, then I won't know and I won't fix it. I won't correct it. How am I
you're a
supposed to
detractor.
know if you don't
You
tell me?
making comments about hair wrong.
I'm just saying, like, I
Yeah,
get like, yeah, everybody needs criticisms. They really do.
yeah.
I mean, you got to be honest, or how
Yeah,
are
well,
we supposed to fix things?
and sometimes there will be people that do dumb criticism, but then it's like, okay, just it like I guess that's kind of how I feel like when he responds to criticism. It's always like everything. It seems like he gets more angry about it, or that he thinks that they're. It's just like you could just. I think it'd be funnier earlier on if he just rolls it off, like if they point out, like your truck looks different from this angle and then this angle. Okay, and then just like, oh shit, like that'd be one. Okay, he doesn't really think that one is as much, but without making it this big deal either. But
Yeah, it's this book is bigger than the book is the thing, and there's so many comments
it
I've
makes
seen
lots of
all over.
conversations too.
There's so much commentary I've seen all over on his videos on Twitter of fans like, I don't read comics and I backed Isom. Or, there's this general part of his fandom with this book that's like along that line, but also it's like it's very clear this was a culture war purchase. Regardless if Eric wants to admit it or not, he didn't correct anyone selling him and his book in this company as anti-woke. He didn't
Well, yeah.
he didn't hit back at that. He accepted that, but then when people bring it up, like this was part of the sell.
Yeah, honestly, I backed it because I liked the idea of his like sideline crowdfunding type of thing where
he would get so much more leeway
yeah.
with a bad book if he's like not only accept the criticism, whatever, take it in stride, disagree in private if he wants, but like, okay, all right.
Well,
Yeah,
actually, before you start, I'm actually gonna have to hop off here real quick. I gotta go.
You got the link, so you can hop in and out if you need.
Yeah, we'll be here for a while.
Yeah,
you hop in again if you feel like.
Here for a while. Okay, well that sounds good.
Yeah. The other thing I want to say with that, the other point is that given his channel commentary about industry practices of entertainment, hiring the wrong people, woke stuff, diversity and everything, and then what this book is, and then like hiring the Soska sisters seemingly only because of their credential on Black Widow, in seemingly ignoring their whole body of work that is like purposeful subversion by utilizing male appealing tropes of pornographic erotica, that like realm, and violence to subvert people with their message that is intentional. That's also worth commenting on, because if people uncovered this about Disney employees, you would not stop seeing videos from this whole sphere about oh, look, they hired a woke person, it's going to be horrible, and then, oh, here's the trailer, look, it's got a woman, it's woke, and then keep on. You've seen it with Avatar too, a very tame, I would say, conservationalist film for its messaging. And they would not stop because, oh, Cameron said something about like, what if I go down the feminist wormhole? What do I come out with? So his idea was like, there's nothing more feminist than a warrior mother going to battle pregnant for her tribe's survival. Even if his woke intent was just that, he made such a like turfy, biologically female piece of art with that intention. And so it's like actually in the favor of conservatism. But you see all this like lambasting woke Avatar. Then it comes out and then they don't acknowledge, I was totally wrong. Let me put out a retraction. Let me apologize to James Cameron. Let me give Disney their due for allowing this to be made under their umbrella. You don't see it. It's always
father-centric story.
It's always cut down. Oh yeah, that was fine, and never acknowledged their like misgivings that they broadcasted to a wide net of people. So it's like there's a intermediate baggage with Ripa, given his sell, given the people he allowed to sell him in this book, and his commentary versus what appears to be his practice. And then also the ANCAP part, and then the Riley joke at the warehouse and ventilating being a question for 2 weeks, and calling the cops to dust money, wasting tax dollars that are just theft dollars in his opinion, for such a at worst petty crime, if it even is a crime. This is so it's like it's way bigger than just his this is why it's fun to talk about, and it's why it hasn't stopped, because it's just new developments, this flashcast thing going on. So that's like the full scope that makes it fun. Let's continue, Ricky.
About it should be about the motivation and where we're going with our hero that we bought the book to learn about. This has nothing to do with it. None of this has anything to do with Isom. It has to do with a different character. By the way, just make the Soska sisters put this in Yaira #1. Like, why is this in this book? It is strange. Everything that you do for your comic book, you have a little intro scene like this. Make it about your character. You're cutting here. Okay, there's a threat. Where's our hero? He's here. He's punching a heavy bag. Here we go. Even earlier than 2 weeks ago. So this was 2 weeks ago. And this is now earlier than 2 weeks ago. I feel like I'm going back in time. I feel like I'm gonna.
He's like Magatu. He's like, am I taking crazy pills?
I feel like he's about to make a Back to the Future joke.
End up in 1955 with Michael J. Fox.
You called
so
it.
We got our guy. He's punching a heavy bag. It's fine. And this is an interesting thing because, man, these panels right here are actually pretty effective. This should have happened really much quicker. What is the threat? Why we see our hero? Why is he being called back into action? He answers the phone. Yeah, it's a woman here, and she's saying, "I need your help." No, Avery, listen to me. And then we cut to this frame here. This frame here kicks ass. Of course, it's just another 3D assisted, this is just another 3D asset. But look at the shadow over his face. This is very suggestive. The sun behind his head, we can't see his facial expression. And this right here should be when he's getting some very bad news. This would be excellent. Avery, listen to me. Who's missing here? What's her name? Jasmine. Jasmine's been kidnapped. It's like You know.
No, she actually
we
might
think
be
it's this
totally
guy,
okay.
Or
she might be fine. I don't know. I just haven't got a call back from her. So resume your superhero-ness that you have forsaken.
Continue working out on your farm and not doing the ranch part.
so-and-so is dead or something like that. And him being like, look at what he's saying. What's that got to do with me?
You can't have reluctant heroes that don't.
I mean, it should just be like,
it's like Spider-Man, where he's like, "It's not my problem."
You can start out with your hero not wanting to be a hero. That is fine entirely. I feel like Wolverine is pretty much
That's
that
classic.
all the time.
Classic,
Wolverine doesn't want to be a hero at all.
You know, like in a more broad way, like the Bible, Abraham, you know, he's following God, whatever, doing his stuff, but then God's like, you will bear a child through Rachel, I think's his wife, and he's like, that old bag, she's dry as the Death Valley desert. Are you kidding me? And he's like, silly God, I'll go fuck my Egyptian slave, and that'll be my first point.
Silly God, you fool.
Yeah, and then oh yeah, he does have Isaac, and Ishmael is thus forsaken as the firstborn because he's illegitimate. You know, he tries to subvert God's plan, thinking like, well, I know better. And so that in a loose way is kind of like a hero call to action, the refusal. He's a reluctant hero. It's way more lower stakes than that specific example, but that's like the first thing that kind of comes to mind at the moment. But it's kind of classic where it's like, I don't want to do that. I gotta stay on the moisture farm.
But so that was my impression going into this with how this starts. Is like he's the reluctant. I don't wanna. You know. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. All right.
Just thinking of the Isom character, where it's like he fucking brutalizes people in a club because he's just.
I know. We'll get there. We'll get there.
I'll kill that motherfucker instead. Right here, like this should be like some cool kick-ass like dialogue, like what the fuck, dead? What do you mean? Like
see, I think
it should be something like
EBS. I know he wants like a more dramatic pull to be like, you know, death or kidnap, which I get that, but like even if this would have been something too, like maybe his sister called and lies to him saying, oh no, yeah, she got kidnapped by Darren or some shit. He's like, what? You know, and then he gets into action and he's like, nah, she's one of my bitches at the club. Oh fuck, you know, like have his sister like kind of wrongly get him involved, and then that gets him kind of back into this stuff. You know, it have something about the sister that's not perfect. Nobody gets killed, but you know, this still gets him out of retirement or whatever. Like that'd be something, right?
Yeah. Sorry, I'm just catching on my DMs. Vito's like, yeah, making money is a pain in the ass. He might come in if he's not busy, so he helped tweet this out. So I appreciate that.
Cool.
There's the right time.
Way like the realization is hitting him that like he's got to do something right here. There's something like in the way that this image is presented. This is when, you know, even though the shadow falls across his face, the light goes on. The realization is happening that he's going to be called back into action. Instead, this is just more dull conversation where he's forcing his sister to exposit a little bit more. I don't care. Who cares? All right. It's just like this whole conversation is like, hey, this woman is missing. And he's like, so? And she's like, well, I'd like you to go help find her. He's like, I don't care. I'm not interested. I don't want to do this. Can you please look into this? Why? I don't want to. Oh, come on, just do it. Your mom would want you to do it. Come on,
I'm
dude.
busy working out at my ranch.
And there's this guy here who's like a piece of shit, and he might be connected. Just do it, man. Do it for, you know, for me. Do it for Mrs. Newman. Do it for somebody. I don't want to do nothing. Like, fucking. I mean, it's like whatever this is should have shook him to his core and made him go, you know, okay, I've been hiding from this city. No, you have to. I don't want to go, but I know I have to because this news that I'm getting here, I got to go back. Got to go back to Flores Park and sort this all out. This looks like Eric Weathers right here. Eric Weathers makes a cameo. For some reason, we get a nice nude shot of Isom in the shower, but no dong. I would have told Cliff Richards, like, we need a big silhouette of a dong that comes down to his knees like this, like that, in the shower. And then you'd know. You'd be like, dude, this guy is the hero. Amazing. All right, so here's more. This is more 3D asset. I don't know why this is a splash page. I find my way back to that damn city, he says. So this is the splash page of a hero who realizes that this is the splash page of a hero who's just gotten out of the shower after finding out that somebody he doesn't care about is missing, and he's grudgingly going to do a favor for his sister or his mom or like the mom of somebody else. And this is like the urgency here is overwhelming. By the way,
I guess that's part of it too. There's no hook. It's just like
I did think
this.
Like,
he's kind of bored. I don't know. Like
this is the splash page they went for. It's like, I'm walking out of my house, and this is like
a fun song.
Splash page is like a boom. Oh man, Batman did a whaler of a punch, uppercut to Killer Croc. You know,
well, it's like
that's what you do a splash page for.
It's another thing.
A whole page to one scene.
It's another opportunity to show his strength level without being too specific. Like have him fucking, I don't know, does he, run faster or jump or like do something? I don't know. I don't know. He's going to somewhere that's also not very adventurous. But
we could have had something where like he
jumps off the roof and lands. He does his landing. I don't know.
You condense this, and this is like one of many panels on the page, and then he like gets to his truck. And it's got a flat, and so it's like, damn. And then like the splash page is him like lifting it up with one hand while he's like taking the
exactly. You're getting it exactly. That's exactly.
And then it's like, oh shit, this guy's pretty tough.
Yeah, oh shit, he's at least a little bit like that strong. He might not be, maybe stronger. Maybe that's his limit of strength. Like who knows? But we have an idea, sort of a gauge to go on before he gets in any fights. Anybody.
Hello, Mrs. Newman. Yeah, it's very Seinfeld. Wait, camel toe? What are we talking about?
No, it's
Killer Crotch
in the shower.
Another little thing. Is this like water back here? I was sitting here looking at like this effect that's being used. All of this is just, it's all computer generated. It's all CGI, but I'm just like, this one little thin line. This looks like water breaking against the back of the house. Like this is like a dam, and there's water breaking against it. I don't know why there's one block sticking out here. It's just like an air conditioning unit. Not really sure what that is. But again, this is like a 3D figure. When you use 3D assets,
Well, it's weird too because if you're using a splash page to show off the character, it's like you got his arm covering his torso, and then he's wearing like slightly like the way it's like pillaring. The shirt makes it like more like fluffy versus.
Well, it's like
this should have been a shot of like showing like this where it's like you see his torso and he's all fucking jacked, like kind of like that Cliff Richards cover where he's like, yeah, I'm ready to fight, bitch. Fucking cracker.
Well, there's that, and it's like you look at the background, it's like his bland house, like or something.
He lives
like,
in a fucking cement building, like he lives in a warehouse.
Does he have a skateboard? Just something. Anyway,
when you use 3D assets, this is what happens. You got a figure, but there's nothing there. It's lifeless. It's dead. We're not connected to him. What is this saying to me? It's not saying anything. He's not. There's nothing interesting about this at all. You drew a guy walking down the stairs.
Just the disappointment in his voice.
Drew a guy walking down the stairs. That's how I feel about the Snyder Cut. Film people walking upstairs. Wow, thanks. Thank you. Epic rock music playing while they do it.
Whoa! Wonder Woman's walking in the music. Oh my god! Play the song. Play the song. Yeah.
Release the Snyder Cut.
I saw it walking down the stairs. Yeah. Play the Shaft theme.
I mean, can you imagine if it was like, I'm gonna fuck that dude up. I'm going after that dude. Jasmine. Last time I seen Jasmine, she was 13 years old. That pimp piece of shit has the girl and she's missing. I'm gonna go fuck him up. Boom. And then it's like this, it's like more urgency. It's like shoot this from, draw it naturally, more exaggeration. Have him looking us right in the eyes. Right in the eyes. He's looking at us and he's like, he's telling us, I'm gonna fuck that dude. I'm gonna save that girl.
Isom, the sound of freedom.
Can you imagine that? We're watching a guy do a chore he doesn't want to do. So far, like the comic book is like 3 pages of the police talking about how she is back. We don't know who. This was 2 weeks ago. Doesn't really matter. 3 pages of this has nothing to do with whatever this is. Nothing to do. Can you imagine? Oh my God. Hey, boss. You're not going to believe it. We found a body in the water near the docks. Him. You know, that's Jasmine. Maybe he knows Jasmine. Or no, like that's whatever it is. This whole situation has to do with, this situation. Like maybe like she's revealing Jasmine's fate in some way. And then we cut to Jasmine's missing or something like that. I don't know. Anyway, these 2 scenes should be connected. Maybe she can't be dead. That would kind of kill the momentum of the thing. But whatever it is, that should be about this. And it doesn't seem to be. All right, I'm going to skip through a couple of things here. Oh, wait. No, I want to show this. Hold on. We got an action scene. So here is... Eric Weathers, did you do this? I gotta yell at Eric Weathers for a second. Who's the letterer? Eric. All right, so we got Yaira coming in here, and she's gonna fuck with the cops. Or I don't know who these are. I don't know if they're like, I'm not sure. Look at that. Check out the nice 3D asset fucking SketchUp buildings. Art is so hard, man. Drawing comic books is difficult. It really is. You shouldn't cheat your way through it. I understand the temptation to do that, but you have a real opportunity to sell a world and to create exciting characters, and to just use 3D models and stuff is it's depressing. This book's depressing. How much more of this am I gonna have to review? I'll review as much of it as I can. I'll skip around. Here comes Yaira, and she's not in a superhero costume. She seems to be in like gym attire here. She's in stretchy pants. She's in a cutoff shirt. Somebody interrupted her workout. And this is the thing that I wanted to yell at Eric about. But thanks for the reassurance. This is a nice balloon here. Perfect. Eric, you had all this dead space, and it's like, Yaira. This is her intro. Look at this.
We were reading that too. I was
Eric,
like, why is it
like,
in
Eric,
little black?
this needs
why
to
is
be...
why is it just this little bubble? Like, it's like, is she just saying Yaira? Like,
I am going to clip that for a soundbite.
wait, it's in like little black writing, right?
It's like black and blue, yeah.
It's just there. It's like, yeah. I was like, oh, there's something there. Okay, like I could have missed it. Like it's just like, yeah, I guess that's Yaira.
Yaira. Boom, big logo right here. It should take up that much room. Yaira. Kaboom. It's just like Yaira right here. Very small. Very small, kind of not very exciting.
A little bit,
Yaira's here. And it's not as though you have like a lot of it's not like you'd be covering anything up. You've got tons and tons of space here. But it's just like, this is just like Yaira. And I don't blame Eric really. I mean, the editor should have caught that and said, "Hey, this is the intro of," and I think the Yaira book by the Saska sisters is going to do really well. I think the Yaira book, when Eric launches it, they say like winter, so maybe like next month. I think it's going to do great. I think it's going to do better than Alpha Core because hot chick books written by hot chicks, drawn by hot chicks. I don't know. Seems like you should be able to sell that. Seems like the largely male audience is going to want to throw $35 at the Saska sisters. So it should be fine. This should be like Yaira, like holy shit, like here she is, dude. This is who's being referenced here. It's not that we know that. It's not like it's connected in any way. Earlier. So wait a second. Hold on. She's back. Is this? Did somebody photograph her here? And this is like.
He's putting it together.
This must be the somebody took a picture of it here, and then that's the picture they're showing to the police chief. Really, it's just it's an entangling thicket of timelines here. We got 2,500 people watching. Gee whiz, I wasn't even looking. Thank you guys for watching the show. Let me read some super chats. Let me see. Okay, read that one. Thank you very much, everyone. David says the difference between product and comic book. Thanks for explaining EVS. This stream will be fun. Robert Romano says Isom sales were down 37% from Isom #1 despite being on time. How can this be? Yeah. Paul Taylor says the art is meh. The story's all over the place. I did like Gabe's coloring. The second one was completely different than the first one in tone and direction. I seriously doubt I'll buy the third. Well, I mean, my opinion about this is, if you're invested, I would at least finish up the this first arc, the ill-advised arc, because otherwise, like the next issue to me is going to be the one that really counts because you're going to want to see if he can tie all this stuff together in a neat package. Like either he's going to succeed gloriously by making all this stuff work, or he's not. And if issue 3, if you're thinking about jumping off, here I am selling comic books for Eric July. If you're thinking of jumping off the train, I would wait until issue 3. Issue 3, you should know whether or not, this worked or it didn't work. Jegs Dino God says, it needs to be said, CG has had a quality issue for a few years. Either bad art, writing, short page count, or just unimaginative, plus expensive. Jegs, thank you for that. That's good criticism. Captain Chokeout says, this is exquisite trolling. Let me see. Brian Rickard says, what do you think of those fellas, right? Yaira, they're women. They seem to be feminist activists too, which I think is strange. I've heard though that they stopped being feminist activists. I don't know how you stop being a feminist. Do you just realize that women belong in the kitchen all of a sudden? That trans people have no rights and all that stuff. Like, what exactly? How do you change your mind about that? Anyway. We'll see. Blast Radio says, Eric, I traced all that shit.
Just him reacting with the chat. You're telling me people are going to dump this guy for fucking Yellow Flash and his retarded weeb shit and drunken bullshit? No. This personality, regardless of your complaints, time of the general audience, about taking forever to make his fucking books, whatever. It's like you see the final product is worth it. And then just the personality in between with these streams.
I would love for him to critique something I make.
Yeah, that's the plan. I plan to do that once I'm able to make Meth Gator and people want to review it.
Just need to give him $1,000.
I'm going to react to just different reviews that pop up when I'm able to. I'm going to engage the audience and engage haters, and like I don't know, it's insulated, just like ignoring detractors, haters. It's like, why don't you try to win them over? Like you don't got to bend over backwards, but like show them like, hey, I'm an easy sport. I can handle it. Fun time. That wins people over. Like, my name on Twitter is Broke Black Angus Mountain Reviews because I have all these people via Eric retweeting me in our spat. People are like, look at me, I want attention. I'm Broke Black Angus Mountain Reviews. Like, he's trying to mock me. I'm like, that's fucking funny, dude. You invoking Brokeback Mountain to own me. And it's like, That's funny. And that's my name now on Twitter because, like, I can't knock you for, there's some Jewish guy in my comments trying to troll me and be like, you're fat. And I'm like, tunnels. And then he's like, well, we're going to tunnel under your house, but you're fat. So we didn't want to like have it fall through because of tonnage. Just like, damn it, that was funny. Fuck you. If you have a sense of humor, I don't think you can ignore Dick and Vito are fucking funny with this Isom shit. If he would just like react to it on a stream, you're like, my arms are quite hairy.
Yes.
It would totally it ruins the joke.
I'll sell some of my arm hair on eBay for $50 or some shit, make it funny.
Or he could do like some sort of I don't know, tie it in with like donating hair to charity for
so that all
kids
orphans can have more arm hair as well.
Not even, but like he could troll himself, own the joke, and be like, hey, y'all talk about my cosmetic issues, so I am getting my arm hair waxed, and I have people here at this barber that are getting their head shaved to help cancer. And then it's like, you look like a total asshole if you keep up this arm hair bit, given he's helping cancer kids. Oh fuck, it's such a debilitating image for a kid to be fucking bald like peanuts, and so yeah, it was like he could totally win with that, he could spread his arms like, look how great this guy, he does real charity, not swindling you for 13 bucks, telling you it's 17 and giving these crappy books to kids that are dying, making it worse before they die. This is what I mean. It could have been a total win, or he could just it could be mutually beneficial back and forth.
Yep.
Oh yeah. Well, fuck you, fat Vito. My book is 1,000,000 times better than yours, and instead of his fans crying about that George Floyd fan art of Super Killer,
by the power of Christ, Super Killer will be defeated by Isom.
There's so many angles he could play to diffuse detractors. It's funny. Let me see the chat really quick. We got Alpha Snork says, can't wait for Malin's Dungeoneer files followed by EVS Trashcast tonight. Yeah, that should be fun. Ethan is hilarious, but sides shouldn't be chosen.
Yeah, I agree. Sides are kind of stupid.
Well, I tell people I'm backing Eric day one every shit. As long as I got money, I'm backing it because I'm having fun. I legitimately like these because they're so bad. It's fun for me.
Yeah, we got Alpha Core. Yeah.
Yeah, I got it right here. I need to script a review, an in-depth spoiler review.
We also don't
day one purchase.
We don't want Eric to fail. We don't want his business to crumble or nothing.
I only want the Rippaverse to stop if his ego gets so butthurt that he's just finally closes shop out of shame, not because it was a financial money pit at the end of it. I want him to just I want it to be what they had didn't they have some retarded Asian on American Idol or one of those shows that everyone kept
oh yeah, I remember. We are brothers forever.
That's how I view Eric in the Rippaverse. Because Alpha Core to me is what if you gave a 5-year-old $1 million to write a Justice League story? That's what this reads to me. It's it has a child's understanding of good and evil.
You are really on one.
I am on one.
You're just 5-year-old, right?
CG over Ripper turds. That's right. And yeah, that Yellow Flash shit, he's just gonna hurt himself trying to sell his comic. It's just like the High Council. The High Council should have just played mommy daddy for the audience and stuck through to at least Rise of Skywalker. Maybe they could have patched things up and then kept rolling in the dough with Mando, and
if
that's
anything,
a hindsight 2020. And then this Flashcast's you got so many people that are overlapping that as far as your comic readership or potential readership for Flashbook that's going to come out, why would you undercut yourself with a potential guy shilling your book just because of association?
Well, and it's funny because I think the rivalry between Comicsgate and Rippaverse and other things, I think could help be fun. Like a rivalry, Yeah,
no, I agree about that. I started my avenue into YouTube because of Jeff Hicks, and Thus Comicsgate awareness is thanks to him. But yeah, so like when I make Methgator 1, I'm gonna give him like a thanks or something. But like, being honest, like I don't watch him anymore because it's just like he's only got one shtick. Him and his friends, this like 80s fandom, and they kind of just hate everything new. And it's just like I've outgrown it, And then how he seems to have handled being in the middle of Jeremy and EVS, it just seems kind of like beta. So I can't follow that. But best luck to him. I hope he can, come back into doing comics and not have the fiasco like he did with the Stealing Solo. Which go check out my review of Stealing Solo. I did like it. I gave it 7 out of 10, despite the controversy of the packaging and all that. So I try to be fair. I know this is like commonplace seeing all these Rippa haters. I feel like I'm more nuanced. I give Eric a lot of credit when I think I can give it to him. Loyalties, whatever, like that does not come into mind when it comes to like trying to be honest, objective about the art itself. So yeah, I'm still subbed to Eric, but it's usually just to like look out for memes out of him. At
He's
this
very
point,
funny, guys. We love it.
Let's see, I hear all the behind the scenes drama. Yeah, it's fun. Okay, should make a comic where they fake George Floyd's death and he's a secret agent now. I don't know how that worked. You say you're going to choose Yellow Flash over this personality. Yeah, if I'm not going to back him. I've never been a fan of Yellow Flash, but if I hear good things, then I'll look into getting a secondary market copy, and if it's good, I'll back issue 2.
I'll probably back it because it's like Power Ranger based, sort of, and that's my.
The only guy that I've like just fucking cut out. He's like Ryan Johnson to me. I will never view his shit, barring someone like sending it to me. I'll never support the guy as your boy Zach. Dude's a fraud. Fuck him.
Yeah,
never backing him. Never giving him any direct money. Fuck him.
Well, and I don't know, since we got a bigger crowd here with, I don't know if they get like, we're not really of a personality must like us for us to buy their thing.
Yeah, I had a post the other day about this. Someone's talking about like respect the customer and all this crap, and I'm like, Eric doesn't respect me, and I don't respect him, but he gets my money because he has entertained me. Not the way he intended, but like I'm entertained, so he deserves my cash for these products. Yeah, like someone blocking on Twitter shouldn't affect your view of their art. The art has its merit or lack of, regardless. I don't need anybody to like me to be a backer of them. I think that's just petty. That's fan entitlement. That's silly shit to me. So
I think of it as like, if you're gonna, I want to buy a chair, but like, the guy who made the chair blocked me, but it's a really comfy chair. It's like, I think that you can still get the chair regardless of the person. Essentially, yeah.
We talked about this the other day with. By the way, I'll share a link shortly, and I'll I guess do an intermission in Hawk Godfoe's book, the Apollyon 20X.
Oh, right, yeah. Yes,
but I forgot I was going to go with that, but yeah. Thank you for hopping in, Mighty Healthy. Appreciate it. Let's continue this hilarity.
And my book's on time, July. Lol. Moronic Opinion says Avery is guilted into action by using a character that we never see, but we are treated like should hold a great weight to the audience. Yeah, like Mrs. What's her name wants you to do it. Well, who? Like, see, I mean, why do that? Like, you're writing the book. Like, this isn't an actual thing. Like, none of this is actually happening. You're not reporting on real events. Like maybe Paul Revere didn't want to ride his horse around and say the British are coming. Maybe he didn't see the value in that. That's history. I don't know. I'm not sure. But if that were the case, that would be interesting to report upon. This is a narrative. This is a comic book that you're actually writing. You're creating the story. You're like, there is no reason why whatever the threat is, whatever the problem is, shouldn't stir Isom. Why wouldn't you make him go, I gotta do something? He doesn't want to do anything. Leave him alone. I don't want him to do anything either. The guy doesn't seem like he wants to help. Fine, leave him alone. He's an asshole. Like, can't you write something where it's like,
wait,
damn,
it's like, what if she hired Gooding to investigate Jasmine? What if Gooding was the protagonist?
I don't know if y'all know. What's up, Keely Chow? Thanks for hopping in. Gooding. Yeah, when me and Ricky read Isom 2 together, I like to read Gooding like he's like a dysfunctional robot. Like think
He
of
is
David.
a robot.
Think of David from the Alien prequels, but like tone deaf, no nuance, no inflection. He's just like, whether it's good news or bad news, it's like, I'm sorry, Mrs. Sam, but your husband has died due to hell monkeys invading Earth.
Good day.
Actually, we've discovered this during the Great War of Secession with the superhero fight at this place. You know, like everything is said that way, good or bad or neutral. He has one tone, and it makes it funny because he doesn't have a personality yet thus far, and so he reads just like a robot to me. It makes it fun. And that'd be hilarious. Actually, it's like, oh, you're requesting security detail at your estate, Miss Jasmine. All right, that will be $79.99 per month.
You get a free T-shirt after you've been a member for 6 months. Thank you for the support.
Consider the bundle deal with our internet coverage as well. Tony, go back, read Isom 2 and have that voice in mind when you read Gooding. It's great. It really is great.
I'm going to kill every single one of them. Can't you get us involved, invested? Yo, this guy took, and by the way, it'd be so great if it's like, you know, this Darren, yo, he took that girl and he put her on the street. What's her name? He put Jasmine on the street. Jasmine, she's only 16 years old. The fuck is wrong with him? They found her body in the fucking river. She was raped and murdered. I'm gonna fucking kill him. Like seriously, like
no. Like he's like, for real? That shit is whack. I really wish Isom would have this kind of like, you know, low-key implicit racism to him, you know, like he's like an ex-hood guy, kind of intrinsically hates white people. He's got like a black tone to him, you know, like I'm very much like making a meme out of it, like a Boondocks character or something, but like I really wish that was there, like a personality. I don't know if you've noticed this, audience, but to me, Isom reads black and white. Like his tone shifts back and forth. And it's very interesting because like I just saw this video today from like years ago of like Eric saying like, this is my first album I'm dropping. And he just sounds like a, you know, white rays kind of guy where he's like, I like rap, but like I'm just like this kind of more clean cut guy. I'm trying to say something real. This is dedicated to me and my friends. It's a very close circle that has made this. He doesn't sound anything like when he watches chats where he's like, oh man, these niggas think I'm threatening them. You know, like seeing all this together. And then reading Isom, it's like it makes more sense. It feels like this is an act, especially like the ANCAP shit in Calling the Cops.
Now we're invested. Like Jasmine was underage. She was raped and murdered because of this guy who's my enemy, and he's going to get away with it because now I'm like, yeah, let's go kill that dude. Let's go beat him up.
1 second. Let me send you the link, Tony. Sorry about that.
You what?
Send Tony the link.
Oh, okay, cool.
There's Twitter. I put it in the group chat, Tony. So Isom is token. Maybe, I don't know. The tone is back and forth, so it's weird to me. Yeah, Tony. Again, I sent you the link in the group chat. Eric,
when he comes in, I'm gonna go to the bathroom. So
yeah, you're good.
Yeah.
This is like she's missing. I don't know. Go check it out. I don't really want to. You see what I'm saying? You're writing this story. Like, give us a reason to care. Invest us in this, please. Like Indiana Jones said, we named the dong Isom. The dong Isom? Let me see. Andrew Rowland says the animation does a better job in showing expressions than the entire comic. Yeah. Let me see. Strange Signal says there's a panel where Isom's daughter looks like the freckle kid from Mad TV Publications. Look closely for it.
You mean
you mean Alfred E. Newman?
Are we hating or what are we doing?
We're reacting.
We're loving. We're loving.
I'm so disappointed. Made me go in the chat and ask for a link, like some kind of common.
No, I just forgot to send it. I got sidetracked with the commentary with the chat. Trying to service the chat properly.
Your mic still is going in and out, Angus.
Oh, damn it! All right, I'll try to just stay leaned in. How's
Yeah, like,
that?
I've noticed it, but like I still hear what you're saying, so I haven't really mentioned anything.
Yeah, I need to get a
No one
boom.
cares about quality. Everyone else is. No one mentioned it. You've been like streaming for hours, and everyone's like, well, "I guess I have to."
Well, because he mentioned he's gonna try to get a better mic anyway or something. So it's like, all right, he'll get it eventually.
I think if I get a boom and I have it like in my face, it'll be better.
You like it in the face, huh?
Yeah, we've been streaming for a
No
while though.
comment.
I gotta go take a piss, so I'll be back.
Yeah, you're fine.
So what I missed? What's all the?
Well, we saw you super chat, I think, at this point so far in the stream. So, oh, hey, we got this Dot.
Sorry, honey.
That's cute.
Daddy has to review dog shit.
That's later.
Saw my
That's
kid
later. You're
across the
spoiling.
room.
Yeah, don't spoil it. It's like, this is fresh. I haven't watched any of this.
I was cracking my ass up, dude. It was a very funny review.
Yeah, I'm having so much fun with it.
Yeah, man. There's like this one part where when he brought up the jewelry ad, like
Oh, we're not
smack
there
dab in
yet.
the
We're
middle
not
of the
there
ad.
yet.
Oh, you haven't? Oh man, this is so
Spoilers, man.
He's
What?
barely gotten like 10 minutes into this.
Funny. Oh
thing,
shit! Oh yeah, he wrote Yaira or yeah. Look, it says name of character.
Yeah.
$4,000. He wrote on Eric July's book and sold it for $4,000.
That yeah, it's his pay rate.
Midas touch.
Very
He turns
funny.
Shit into gold.
At that point, I would just be like, you know what? I'm gonna buy a bunch of Isoms, guys, and I'm gonna write on it and sell them on eBay. It's my new
That would be
business.
hilarious. EVS does like a retail purchase of ice,
But
of,
see,
like Isom 3 or
this-
something, just scribbles on them.
Yeah, this fucks me up though, because I was actually at C2E2. My plan was to get EVS to sign my copy of Isom, and now it's not unique because he's already written all over these.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
I was
Well,
thinking
you can
about
wait.
getting-
You can send him an Isom 2 to review and have him mark on that.
I don't know if I could. I think it's all tore apart or something.
Oh man, I keep my Isom in nice condition. It's very
Well, I had to
precious.
scan it in so I could do my review.
Interesting. Let's see. Got
Why is it
McKeon.
interesting, Angus? What are you implying?
Oh,
Hmm?
nothing. Hey, I'm not gonna tattle.
Did you hear they found the real Jasmine?
I saw that, and I haven't had a chance to analyze it. What? This is an ex that's a lesbian.
Yeah, married,
Story?
professional basketball player. So much better at everything than Eric July.
You think there's a little bit of not jealousy, but a little bit jealousy might be in there, but a little bit of frustration based that it's might be an ex.
Yeah, because that's why her name is Jasmine Newman, because she got a new man. In Eric July. That's why he's not really
But it's a
interested in
woman.
finding her. He's
New
like,
woman.
I don't really want to go look for Jasmine because she broke his heart. And then he finds her and he's like, whatever. Fuck
Yeah,
that.
from Eric's view, he's like, well, she went political. Gay. That's political. Can't do
No,
that.
he found out. No, she's just married to a woman. Okay, time to go off and do something else.
Yeah, I think maybe that's why Eric hates the gays, because he was pro. He was like on the left. He was a big college lefty, liberal. Then he finds out his girlfriend dumped him for a woman. He's like, wait a minute, maybe them gays gave her the gay. She wasn't gay when she was with me.
Shouldn't have
they
internet
must have-
fag bus.
Yeah, she must have touched one of them gays and got the gay, and that's why she don't want to be with me. That's why I can't be around them gays, because they spreading the gay.
Yeah, that's how it works. First, you sneeze in their general vicinity, and then you catch it up.
They could say Biden faked his death and became a WNBA player and secret agent. Okay.
Biden, that says Bin Laden.
Biden's just running.
Oh, did I say Biden?
Yeah.
Oh man,
opposite side of the court.
unfortunate Freudian slips there. I mean, Bin Laden, Biden. What's the difference? They're both attacking America.
Weekend at Biden's.
One's more cognitively there. I'll let you guess which one.
All right, let's continue this.
I don't know. Cover Batch Pepper Pie. Yoga Pants is here. This reads more like a movie treatment than a comic book. Alpha Suma, thanks for $20. They recorded her gym workout and she's pissed. Yeah, maybe somebody was behind her, like, while she was on the treadmill. She's like, "Fuck you guys." True Believer says for $5, I didn't realize 3D assets were being used to make published comics. I had heard that even the big two have delved into it. Disappointing. Yeah, I mean it's prevalent now, and some people do really well with it. I know some artists that I respect that kind of do good with it, do good work. This isn't one of them. Dexy's Kessel Runners, Yaira's coming in, Vag first. Thanks for $2. Products Done Poorly says, think I'll just make Isom 3. Think I'll just make Isom 3. I can use SketchUp and Eric doesn't own the trademark anyway. Jeez. Hatch 450SX says, I hope Eric is listening to this. This isn't two inexperienced haters. This is a pro in the industry. Ethan, you sound pretty genuine right now. I'm always genuine. What are you talking? I mean everything that I say. Trevor Bruce says, Isom. Dexy's Kessel Runner says, I'm still trying to figure out why this apathetic punk crawled out the window underneath the AC unit. Use the door. Oh, yeah. Hold on a second. That is what it looks like. It does look a bit like an AC unit there. I mean, what even is this?
Not
Like, is this
attached to
a door?
window.
Did you see
Like, it
Eric
looks
July? He reacted to this.
No, I didn't see him react. I saw his stream up. Katie retweeted it, so I was watching a little bit of it.
Well, someone clipped it, and I think maybe Ethan clipped it because he tweeted about it.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Eric July is having a normal one.
Well, that's just a future stream to have. See, it never ends. This is so fun. People are like, why are you hating? You just hate because he's successful. It's like, this is fun. It's like, when have you ever seen this in comics at all? You know, maybe there's like a little bit of this feeling of like, we're the bad boys, like Fallen Image, because there's like a few TV spots of like McFarlane, you know, especially with them coming into the Spawn animated show, but nothing like this.
All right, I just wanted to come in and let you guys know that I still love you, still appreciate all you guys, but I gotta go. You know,
Bye, Tony.
That's all right.
It was all that Black Angus guy. If he wasn't here, I would stay. But
Well, you have a good one, Tony.
yeah, I gotta get ready for my shit later on. All right, take it easy, guys.
Go sub to Tony at the Geek Getaway on YouTube. Follow him on Twitter as well. Funny guy.
I just got back from the bathroom. Is he gone already?
Yeah.
How long
Yeah,
was
you
I
scared
gone
him
for?
off. Why? How could you?
Oh, man. How long was I
Tony-
gone
What's wrong
for?
with you?
It's a comics gang war. Yeah, it's turning that way.
Yeah, it's like West Side Story.
Bloods and Crips. Yeah.
Yeah.
Imagine like 20 years later, be telling our kids or grandkids about. I was there on YouTube. I was following on Twitter. This.
I was there
gang
back
war.
in the olden times when Eric July and Ethan Van Sciver was at war on Twitter.
I remember when he was talking about the gays and the fruits. Oh, what a wonderful time.
It just sounds like that SpongeBob old character. He's like, I love the young people.
I
How many
love the
times do I have to
young
teach you
people."
this lesson, old man?
Don't back bad comics. How many times do we have to teach you this lesson, old man?
The comics industry
I
is
love the comic book.
it's thriving. It is still thriving even to this day. They even made
Hey,
$40 before. Pretty good.
They call it the crutch age because they're all old.
Yeah, it's very rushed. We don't hear the last words you say. May the force be what?
You see, like, I wouldn't even mention, I didn't hear that. I'd just be like, yeah, I get it.
Have to crouch underneath it. I don't know. I'm not sure. Brian Rickards says that if the Saska Misters owned a restaurant, it would be called Adam's Applebee's. Oh shit! I don't feel that way. That's not
Mean.
nice. Nice to those girls that
Funny
do like
but
that.
mean.
All right, here we go.
Like a stand-up comedy roast here.
Hold on a second. EVS is genuinely retarded. Mo than yo, bitch ass. Thank you. We got some Rippa fans. We got some Rippa fans in here, guys. Welcome. You're all welcome here. Don't take this personally. For God's sake, it's just criticism of comics. All right, we got a nice fight scene here.
He says that now,
All right,
but then he starts getting
there's stuff
mad.
that goes on here that
I know, right?
He starts
that you
getting
should
mad.
kind of watch for. let's just go through this here. Let's talk about storytelling. I'm sorry for the glare on the page, by the way. So here we have Yaira, and she's coming in on the two cops here. See? So we have two characters that we're looking at here, and the cops are wearing green. They're firing bullets. Next thing you know, a guy who's wearing a hat, who's wearing the same color as the cops, shows up and punches Yaira. Where are the cops? This is called bad storytelling. We have this character. We need to show the cops here. Like maybe the cops are here. You know, you want to show them like here so that we know where they are in relation to this incident. Right here, it looks like one of these cops just suddenly hauled off and punched Yaira, and we know that's not the case because the guy's flying. Where are those policemen still? They just disappeared. They weren't that important, I guess. Yaira flips around and I guess kicks this guy, and then he's flying away. And then a lasso. I guess we're meant to notice this lasso grabbing her ankle.
Whipping,
and then we've got the female here from Alpha Core. All right, so we got that whole.
Oh, I just thought he really missed out on some like smut shots, like Wonder Woman and like Cheetah, you know, or Catwoman. It's like, oh, tied up. Oh no. And the girl's like, yeah, I got you, bitch. You're in my whip now. You know, like you could really like play it up.
Yeah,
Especially-
just didn't wrap her thighs around any of their heads and just say, "Hey, take a sniff of that, big guy."
Taste winter veg, bitch.
Minty fresh.
They could do a Yaira goop candle. It's like peppermint.
Goop, like the Gwyneth Paltrow shit.
Yeah, yeah.
That's the next product that Eric's gonna show in Isom number 3. Yaira's goop.
Let me see the chat real quick. Tea Party. Why did the cops start firing? Shut up.
Incident. All of these panels need to connect. We need to know, like, if we have this right here, we need to reference the characters or the background or something in the next panel so it isn't so goddamn jarring. It's really like jarring. We don't understand like who this guy is, where he came from. There's no, he's not here. We don't see him anywhere here. We don't see him anywhere here. He's just,
you know what? If they would have done something, make like this first interaction, like maybe a 2-panel page, or it's like one panel she's coming in on the cops, get more detail. Maybe they have a word bubble or something where it's like, oh fuck, you know, open fire. And then like the next panel is like pow.
Yeah,
and maybe
you
you saw a shadow or something sweeping in, and then you get the pow, and then you turn the page and it's like Braxwell of the Alpha Core.
About this, the second page is that the panel at the very, very bottom is blocking the action on Yaira's side. So it's very, very jarring. I mean, if they just cut that out, like that would make the last panel more impactful. But it's like, such in a way, and it doesn't contribute anything. They could have just removed it and just kept the action going rather than
and if you would have tilted this wide panel on the bottom that's covered up, if you would have tilted the people, you'd have Ingrid Valdez going, you know, exaggerated, and then have like Yaira with like she's like pushing out with her ice powers, but she's doing an exaggerated pose. You know, that's the thing people like cry about, like Michael Turner, Jeff Loeb's Supergirl, because it's like she's supposed to be like underage, but it's like total pinup babe, cheesecake, gel bait, the whole book with her. And this one is like none of that. You know, there's like nothing gratuitous for the readers. So like he's drawing this like it's two guys. And even when you draw two guys, you want to show up, I'm the muscly guy, and maybe I'll find another muscly guy, but he's the bad guy. You either want to lean into the dichotomy of like the exaggerated features of villains classically, or they're like equal dueling wrestlers. You want to showcase like brawny men, you know, the ideal Roman Greek body, or the dichotomy of the hero and the villain. Or with women, you could do the same thing. Maybe one's more of like a witch or something grotesque, or succubus, something kind of classic Judeo-Christian like evil connotation, or they're both like just like, you know, babes, powerful babes.
Big boobies. Yeah. Yeah, big booty babies. Yeah.
Yeah,
But
it's
here's
funny.
it's just Yoga Mom. Hi, Yoga Mom. Where's your secret identity? Oh, you don't have a mask? Oh, you just got out of yoga class? Good for you.
Wait, is this happening like before he gets to the club?
Yeah.
The very,
I
very
feel like
beginning of the
this would
comic
see.
book.
So this was my complaint too, like how he like nothing connects at all in any way, shape, or form, pretty much in this whole
Yeah,
thing.
just
Or
get the characters out there. Just get the characters out there. Don't establish what you got
set
already.
up. Nothing's set up with any connection. If he's on his way to the club, that'd be kind of funny. If he's walking down the street and he sees this and he's like, "Staying clear of that," and it's just like, you know, I already don't want to do.
Like any of my
I already
business.
don't want to find Jasmine. I definitely don't want to be in that shit. Like,
Yeah.
kind of funny.
Outlaw Thoughts. It's up, Leighton.
Yeah, you could have been like, "This is."
You're
why
in that
people
chat if
return
you
to
wanna
the
come
city,
in.
You know, a little bit of character development.
Yeah, Leighton, if you want to come in, the link's in that chat. It says frozen fish stick scented. Monkey Jeebus says, "What white parents are going to name their daughter Yaira?" I'm sure there's going to be some weirdo chill fans like, "I named my daughter Yaira. I love the
They're from
Rippaverse."
Scandinavia or something.
It's going to be funny if it turns into like, "Oh, you've been duped because you didn't listen to us detractors clowning on like trans Yaira," and it turns out later in the book it's like total fucking feminist propaganda in like issue 2 or 3, and you've been subverted. Now you've named your daughter. It's like people name their daughter Khaleesi or Daenerys, which I think is cool, regardless of the end of the show. But like people named their daughters that, not realizing that she's going to become Dragon Hitler.
And if it took how many years, 8 years or 10 years for the show, the daughter's 10 years old. It's like, oh, now,
now like kids learn about it through TikTok. Like, you're Dragon Yaira, or you're not Yaira, fucking Dragon Hitler.
Dragon Yaira.
Yaira Hitler. What's the difference?
You're trans Yaira
she's
now.
pure
I got the
Aryan
dragon
goddess.
because it has the firepower, and you know what we do with the fire. I'm just kidding. No, maybe I'm not.
All right.
Just all of a sudden. I like this. Oh. We told you
Ricky
not to
Ricardo,
come back.
look at
They
him.
say, well,
This
I just
little
kicked your asses. It's like, why do you look so tough? I just beat you. You just saved her from falling, and I literally just whipped your asses. Why are you staring me down like this? All right, let me skip a little bit.
Oh no! I hope he talks about
Skip
the
a
club
little
shit.
bit there for copyright
He doesn't
sake.
talk about the club stuff, really.
This is the same
Other than the
situation
fighting.
again. When you're drawing something like this. Here we have little Isom here.
Little Isom.
Oh, this is really
Oh, dude, that would actually be smart of Eric to do like little Isom.
Yeah,
or,
it's like
you know,
Boof
young-
and the Boof crew.
Well, like they got.
Baby Isom.
I found out that like because I bought the little
Bruce crew,
Hellboy.
sorry.
I bought the little Hellboy statue where he's like sitting on a stack of pancakes, and I found out there's this whole like sub series of Hellboy. It's like Little Hellboy, like Young Adventures of Hellboy.
It's literally Baby Yoda, the Adventures of Baby Yoda. Shit.
Yeah,
Tiny Toons
like-
Adventures.
Yeah, you could show Isom in school just being like just passing by, making no splash in high school.
Ice Small.
Darren's smashing all the girls. You know.
I want little Eric to be like, I trained my body to do many things, but one of them I cannot do is fly.
Well, actually, yeah, like you could do like
Page 5.
Whack.
you could do like
Wow.
Miles Morales, honestly, where everyone thinks like he's just like a scatterbrained idiot, barely passing by, barely putting any effort in school. And it's like, well, because like actually every spare moment he's sneaking off as Spider-Man, saving the day. You know, so you get this contrast with his like peers that are unaware of his other identity. So like he actually could do a young Isom, but the way this is sold is like he was nothing for years, and they all lost touch with him, even though he is an unmasked superhero. It's again, this is why it's also this is the other reason why it's interesting as someone that wants to create and who has helped other creators. You see people struggle to like break even if you like know what it costs to commission artists, even if it's like a friend that's doing it cheap. And people making fulfilling shit on like $2,000, this is like a passion project they're doing. However good or bad it is, it's amateur. Like this is an amateur movement. You got people like EVS, some industry guys, but generally this is an amateur movement that they have spearheaded to give us the chance. We don't have to try to go through Marvel, DC, or even Dark Horse and Image to try to like make a splash in comics if we want.
Yeah.
But you see little guys trying, and they're working a 9 to 5 to afford this, and don't have like a following at all. They're just comic nerds writing a thing. Maybe they'll do an interview or something, but they're not like personalities. And then like Eric, with all of this audience, with all this money beforehand to make this, because he like paid for all this beforehand, and then the reward he got from his audience and the outside audience through news outlets, and you see the effort put in, the lack of thought. This is such a dispassionate project. He would like nothing more than his band to be like the big thing of him, which is like I understand that, but it especially the breakdowns like this and commentary we can all have. It's like I think a common thread is there's like no real passion in this.
Yeah, and that's the thing about like making an empire based on stories is that stories have to be good in order to keep that viewer retention. But here, I mean, there's a reason why they just fall off. Don't get me wrong, he's still making a shit ton of money with the campaigns and all, but it's not gonna stay around forever because like it's already had like a fall off, and it's rough.
It does make
it's gonna be a weird wake up call.
It does make you wonder when like some of the earlier haters were on for some of the streams that he would do.
Yeah,
and
like
one of them said to like, what if you put it out for free or for really cheap first?
That was me.
Let people see your story. That was you?
Yeah.
Oh shit! Yeah.
I was under a lot of.
At first, I didn't.
Rookie's like, I'm on stream with a hater. Oh,
well, no,
I gotta
it's
get
funny.
your autograph.
Well, no, it's just funny because I don't remember because I watched.
I didn't say for free. I said he could put it up like for $5.
Oh yeah,
for
I said for cheap.
access.
I was saying for cheap. Yeah.
Yeah, and then sell the physical copy for like $20 or something like that. That's a good value. I mean, 96 pages for $20. Like I can buy, even if I bought like book 1 of Preacher, you can buy that's like 315 pages, and that's $20. This is an indie project, so it's a lot more manageable. But with Preacher, I mean, you had like DC printing it, so they can afford that.
Yeah, but it's like I think the point with that is like, yeah, if you can get people with your first book for really cheap, and they can see your story and like your story, they'd probably be more willing to pay more for the next story. Was that probably what your point was at the time?
I would say so.
Yeah,
I would say
I kind of agree with that because like if people knew what they were getting into with Isom 1 for his first book, if he sold it cheaper and more people even got it and read it, how many would all be really going for the next ones? Like, how big would the success
ultimately? But
yeah,
it's still a lot more of a creative process, or it gets people involved in the creative process by saying, okay, well, here's what could be done better, and Eric just like, let's say you just put the sketches out. You put the sketches out, say, hey, here's like the timeline, the storyboards for all of it. What do you guys think? Okay, well, I want this to change here. You just go in, rearrange, or even just scrap a page altogether. It's still a sketch. It's not a final product. So you can just easy peasy. Well, not easy peasy. That's disingenuous. But easier, I should say, than doing an entire page and then having to scrap it because it's horrible or people don't like it.
But I guess
that's why like sketches and storyboards are the best part and the most influential and important part of making a comic book or telling a story in general.
Good comment, Amoral Fat. Says, I bought 4 Isom ones with the $5 pull up. Liked it at first, 4 out of 10. Then I read it again and again. Tevin says, I got an artist commission a piece of my main character of my novella. He showed me the sketch art and it looks great. Can't wait to see the final product. Well, that's interesting, man. Definitely hit us all up on Twitter and we'll spread the word.
Yeah, point being, like a Cyber Frog was sold at like $10. Like, I'm trying to imagine the amount of people that would have backed at the time, which I think it makes more sense why his wasn't that cheap.
I was looking up online to see if I can get the original Harris Publishing run of Cyber Frog. so I can
Yeah.
see where it started from, and I
Yeah.
can like compare and contrast. But then I look back to the original issues; it's like $25 for them. I'm like, Jesus Christ, they really shot up because of Ethan Van Sciver making Cyberfrog again. It's like, Jesus.
Yeah.
I'll pirate it because I would like it in my hands, so I can just not be on the computer with full of distractions, you know.
Yeah, but it's like I guess what I'm trying to say too is like I think that the price points are okay, but like I do wonder the same kind of thing where like if you sold it based on the story instead of on however much it was and the movements and all this stuff, it was like, all right, just read the story and do you want to see more of this? Like I wonder where that would be.
Like a teaser.
I wonder that with many books and movies and stuff, but people always count the initial successes. Like even like The Force Awakens made like 2.5 billion, but it's like. But these are people that, like, at least a good portion of that bought it before they could see it. Like, if they
in good faith.
If they saw, like, if you see, this is what it's kind of annoying. Like, oh, you bought a ticket. That means it was successful and it made the thing. Well, yeah, but if I watched, 30 minutes of the movie, I could have realized, you know what? I actually don't want to see the rest of this movie. No, thanks. Like, nope, money back. Take my view back. Nope.
Actually, not
Like-
so much.
Yeah. It's like same with the comic crowdfunding things, but I mean, with the concept of the crowdfund, I mean, yeah, it's usually they don't have the money first and then are trying to raise the money so they can make it. But he's the only one that seemed to do it the opposite way, where he has the money and then puts it out. Which I assume that's where some of your point was as well with bringing that up, because he already had funded it.
Yeah,
Right.
$3.7 million. He could have done so many revisions,
Yeah.
but I think a lot of that went to a warehouse, and I don't know why.
Well, and
Don't
security at the
understand.
warehouse and all the.
Like, I just don't get it. Like, he had $3.7 million. He could have went to a printing press with a van to the post office and shipped them all in one day that were like ordered. But
I mean,
he
I
made a
remember. I
warehouse
think you
for
brought.
them.
I think you brought up that like
Weird.
sometimes they control when things are shipped. Like he didn't want to be reliant on
I get it.
how
I
fast
get
they
it.
move. I guess. Which
I
that
get it.
makes some sense to me. But then I'm seeing other people ship using other things too that aren't. They don't have warehouses, but are
But
shipping.
ABS
things,
has a warehouse, and I understand that. I mean, it's weird. I don't want to shit on him for making a warehouse or getting a warehouse in order to do his own private thing.
One
but
day,
just
my son
why?
will inherit my warehouse.
Yeah.
Yep.
If only I could get Jasmine back.
Rookie, let me send you the link of the video so you can play. I gotta go to the bathroom.
Okie dokie.
Put it in the private chat. And we are at 57:30.
Okie dokie.
I'll remove mine real quick. All right. Be right back.
All right. Yeah, we've only been doing this for 3 hours. Yeah.
Oh my God, you guys have been
Nice.
at this for 3 hours?
We've had a lot of tangents as well. We tend
I
to
can
do
see you're only at the very beginning of the book.
that. We tend to chat a lot about things and different stuff. I feel like as we go, it'll be shortened and
I
stuff.
can imagine the beginning of the stream. Okay, so here we go. We got the cover
Oh,
of Isom #1. Oh, he's reviewing it. Hey, what do you think about this? He's reviewing it. What do you think about him reviewing it? Well, somebody say something. What's an hour later? All right, I'm opening up the book.
Seriously.
I wanted to
50.
take my pen and just circle Isom's cock cross right here. Yeah, it's pretty nice.
Pretty good.
I have a little affluential agreements with a cross cock. I mean, I do like Jesus. I am a Mormon after all.
Quite indeed.
That's my EBS impression. It's terrible. Don't worry about it.
It's a tough one to do sometimes. The right lowness to it.
You get dizzy looking at this because you go, okay, so for frame of reference, you have the guitars on the wall here. He says, sit down. I'm good. Not a request. There are a bunch of 3D
See,
assets.
that's a good shot. That last last panel.
Now,
That's a nice
Yeah.
shot.
and you look at this and you go, okay, a bunch of
For which one?
The last one, the one where Isom's looking back at a bunch of goons behind him. It's a very nice shot.
Oh, right over here, yeah. Or over here.
No, the one on the one underneath his pimp
Oh,
score.
and his hands covering. Toe thumbs in the freaking toe thumbs in the way.
Yeah, the judgmental pin.
Yes.
Pen
It's
of
a 3D
scorn.
asset, chairs and stuff, and you got a picture on the wall. This is where he's pointing to. Sit right here. See how he's pointing to these chairs?
Sit down, son.
And then he goes and sits over here, which I guess is here, because I recognize this. But the thing is, like, there are guitars on the wall here, and the guitars are not here. The guitars should be here, so that we know what's going on. So we got the guitars on the wall, and he's saying, "Sit down." He should be pointing over
Why
there.
are there guitars
and
on
then
the
we
wall
sit here.
in a fucking? Oh my God, why are there guitars on a wall in this big?
Well, it's like
business
that's
thing?
actually the kind of thing that it seems small, but like the nitpick can grow. Or
Yeah,
it's like,
exactly,
okay, why
especially
is
when
it
you go
called
through it.
Club Merc? And then, okay, what is the theme of Club Merc? And
Why is-
what should you expect to see inside of Club Merc? And then,
It's symmetrical too. They're not symmetrical. One's like at a little angle. It's pissing me off.
I mean, I think sometimes if you have one that's like hung above, but yeah, why is it crooked? Like, why is it not straight up? I would think, but I guess that's something small that I guess I was
It's
going to
a
mention is
nitpick,
that
it really
the
is.
background that the backgrounds are so unappealing. Like in the amount of words. So like I'm okay. Like I'm not a huge comic connoisseur. I'm more of a movie guy, but like I imagine that if you can tell more story with your image and with fewer words where you can, like I'm okay with having a lot of dialogue, but I feel like it's a lot of needless dialogue. Like especially when Darren randomly talks to him about their past, which feels I don't know why. Just back in the day, we was I was an athlete and so were you, but I did better
A
than
student
you. Like,
athlete.
I just don't understand the point of this whole thing, and it's like, why is all this here, and like, what are we getting out of this? Like, I don't. And then he gets disrespected. And it's like I don't. This whole scene is like, okay, if you think, okay, this is his first confrontation with the villain he's gonna have. What?
They should have shown them having a moment when they were. This is the problem. Like this is how I would have changed Isom. Is the very beginning of the book have a moment, and it's probably just the flashback, but it would have made it so much better if they had like a moment where Jasmine and Avery were tight. They actually had a friendship. Then they had a nice little moment talking within a few pages. Then cuts to like let's say just cuts to present day. He wakes up, smashes his alarm clock, shows that he has super strength, right? Smashes his alarm clock and does that SpongeBob thing where he's like, "Oh God, I broke another alarm clock." Goes to the closet,
Yeah, get
full of
another
a bunch
one.
of fucking alarm
Yeah.
clocks. It'd be funny and it'd be a good, way to start the story. But
Yeah.
just 2 weeks earlier, with who, with why, with when, why here?
Well, it's like with Darren, like they're telling us everything about this, but it just seems like meaningless
exposition.
information.
It's exposition. There's no passion in exposition.
It's just not like they could. I'd rather they be even maybe talking as if, hey, yeah, we're old buddies, kind of. And then as they're talking, Darren, has little jabs here or there toward him as he's trying to find out about Jasmine or something, and he keeps on, dancing around it. It's like, okay, some type of way that reveals their past and how
It
it's
shows
changed.
that he's a snake too.
And then like at the end of the conversation, can be like, man, you used to be like this or that and this, and then just like small, something short, brief.
Yeah. I'm wearing the shades, by the way, just because the light's bright, but I want y'all to see my reaction.
A ring light?
Yeah.
Man, I see it. Makes you look like you have white eyes.
Yeah. Let's continue.
It's you see how like that's dizzying. It's just kind of like from panel to panel there should be something called continuity. Just to make sure. And here, by the way, the guitars are missing, and now there's this record player shape.
Yeah,
Where is
where
that in relation to
is
this?
he? Yeah, I'd be asking too. Where is he? But then how's gonna all in a
He's here. I don't really. Oh, maybe this is the other side of the room. This is 360 degrees or 180 degrees away from this. All right, fine. Here's the thing. You got this guy right here, and what do we notice about him? We got Isom facing off against this clown.
He's
We know
bigger.
Isom. He's already in our memory bank. We understand.
Big guy.
This
Yeah,
is
he's a
all kind
bigger
of
guy than
subliminal
Isom.
stuff. This happens in your mind as a reader. Wait, hold on a second. Mike Partika's in here. Wow. All right. Very nice.
This is the panel with the on one.
Might be.
No, I can't tell. It's not. Clear
He
enough.
says, surprised you didn't catch how the police captain's office couldn't exist in real space. I'm not looking that closely at stuff like that. That's these are artist mistakes that aren't really that important. But I mean, moving from panel to panel, you're trying to make this exist in a person's head in real life. This guy's a big dude and he's got a beard. You notice he's got this cool beard. His head is shaved and he's got kind of a blonde mohawk. So these are the features that he has. Isom's facing off against him. On the next page, who's this? See, now presumably what happened was Isom beat that guy's ass and threw him off into the background somewhere. But the problem is with the art, his features, his distinguishing features aren't being shown here. So it's jarring. Who is this guy? We really need to see that bald head with the mohawk and the beard in order to say, oh, it was that big dude that we don't even know how big this guy is anymore. He could just be one of these guys. He just sort of disappeared.
He's right there in the middle.
You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
It's you got to focus on just the continuity from page to page.
Look at all the killing here. I quit because that superhero guy, the big old monster dude, squished that girl's head. But I like killing these innocent guards who just doing their job.
You're from panel to panel.
My hero, Isom. Every kid in the cancer ward is
because
I
it's
love
like,
you,
again,
Isom. I want to beat up bodyguards just
you
like you.
Things. We know this guy. We recognize him. We don't know.
Silly security trying to look after their boss.
You really are one security if you think you can just protect your boss.
Way to
No,
go,
Isom's
teaching
in
little
town.
kids to beat up bodyguards. Try that with Joe
This guy
Biden.
is. We just don't.
Try
It just
that in a
doesn't
small
actually
town.
connect. You have to
Try
go,
that
oh,
in
it
a
must
small
have been
town.
that guy. But our sort of continuity is broken from that page to this. All right, more 3D assets here. A lot of people were criticizing this because it looks so kind of bland as he's coming out with this little.
That's what I was
finger.
saying too. His T-shirt is so lame. It's like, it ties something in. Have Norfolk on here or something. So, does he like any music? Does he like anything? Does Isom? Does Avery have any
respected?
Does he have
You need
any
the shirt that says respect?
something? Yeah, something like that. Just because, it's just a red shirt. It's like, yes, he does wear clothes. That is good.
In hand and everything.
He found out
The
how to
reason
put
why
them on
this
today.
looks bland
Yeah.
is because, again, it is a traced 3D asset. That is why you got a perfect figure here with zero exaggeration to it.
Wait a minute. I just noticed
Like if somebody
something in this
posed-
panel. You see how there's no lines differentiating the legs? Or is that a glare that I'm seeing that's cutting it off?
Might be a glare.
Might be a glare.
Might be a glare. I think there's a slight shadow to it,
Yeah,
but
it just
yeah.
looks really
I think
awkward.
the line starts right here. If you
Okay.
see it, it's about right there, and then goes down for
Yeah, because I
leg
see a
right
glare above, so it might just be a glare.
Yeah, this is the angle.
Just for you, it would look like this. This is why you can't rely completely on SketchUp, 3D assets, or even photo reference, because reality's boring. Like if you actually trace photographs of superheroes, if you trace photographs of people and then try to make them into superheroes, it looks like shit. Superheroes are way cooler than that. Their movements are exaggerated. This guy should have been like, this hand, this pointy fish should have been like right in the camera. Who the hell are you talking to like that? This guy should have been hunched over a little bit. This action should have been way bigger than this. It looks gay because, like, it's a 3D traced asset. Over here, a lot of people talk about this. Isom. Yeah, I don't even like Eric denies this, but Isom definitely killed this guy.
What else are we supposed to take from this? Especially when he survives, the Iver thing and punches the guy through a wall. Like, what are we?
He's not dead.
He
He
runs
just
from
had
cops.
a bunch of packets of ketchup inside of his suit. No worries. It's fine.
God damn it, Isom! You smashed
put-
my tots.
He put a
God damn
tomato.
it, I was
He should.
I was
He
going
let-
to use that for my burger today.
He had a
God.
tomato in his pocket. That's all. Just
Oh, my hot dogs. They're going to be plain.
It's funny, the same people that are like, Isom, you're like, Cyberfrog's too gory.
That's what makes
Cyberfrog
Cyberfrog
at least
fucking
kills-
cool, though.
alien bugs.
We're doing good. We gave this book to dying kids.
And there's
For
no blood in
charity.
the next panel either. So it's so weird. Like he would be like in a puddle right now.
Yeah, you think there'd be a reaction too from the other guards, like, oh, he just punched him and killed him. Like, Jesus,
he just broke that guy's ketchup packets.
Well, even right here, I feel like
what an asshole.
When he starts going, how dare you disrespect me? Like,
how
dare
you?
Like if their reactions are looking at the guy who just got the big guy that got flung back, like looking at him on the ground, like, oh, he just did that. Like,
I want
what
to
do you
speak
want
to your
me to
manager,
do?
mister.
Like, you want me to punch him? That guy who just punched our biggest guy across the room? Like, can we just shoot him? Like, I respect them for having restraint in dealing with this extremely insane intruder.
He hit him so hard, you can see the blood coming out of his mouth here. And it looks like he hit him twice with the same fist. Wham, one. Same fist. Crack.
Make sure you're dead.
Is this 2 hits? And he exploded the guy's insides. And there's blood everywhere. Here he is on the ground.
What if he felt sorry for doing that? Like, oh man, I didn't mean to actually punch him that hard. Jesus. What was that?
Oh, nothing. I was thinking, well, he just like pushed him to the side, but it's nothing because he could have used the opposite hand just to throw him to the ground.
Yeah, like this could have been. I think of moments like this to add to character, where it's like he could have been like, reaction of like, like put his hand on his forehead, like, man, I'm trying to hold back my strength so I don't hurt these guys or something. But nope, just fine. You work for Darren Fontano. I don't like you. I'm gonna kill you.
Yeah, you worked with one of my friends back in the high school. Well, you're a poo-poo head.
Bam.
It's like Jasmine works for Darren. Would he kill Jasmine too? Like, I don't know how this works with him.
He's holding himself though, so I guess he's still conscious. Breaks this guy's fucking neck, turns his head all the way around, whack.
And he doesn't even really care about Jasmine either. So this is like really uncalled for. Wow.
He's killing people here. All right, let me skip a few pages. We got this dude here. This is my favorite scene. When people ask me, they say, Ethan, what's your favorite part of Isom? It's here. This is what it is. This is my favorite part.
What it is.
This guy drags Isom out of the bar, as you can see, and he throws him, literally launches him into the air. He says, "Get up out of here."
Angus, how about you take over doing the pausing and stuff, because I have my cat on my lap and I have to have my computer on my stomach to pause this, and it's not a comfortable position with the right on my phone too.
What is your time stamp?
Hour and 3 minutes and 28 seconds. We're going fast. I feel like we'll be moving faster as we go through. I feel we got a lot.
You said hour and 3 minutes.
An hour and 3 minutes and 28 seconds.
He said, "Get up out of here." Launches him into the air. Just look at the background, by the way. Nothing going on here. One car sitting there. Where is this? All right. And he's flying through the air, and he just, I want you to think about, this is my favorite part. And I hope it's your favorite part too. Throws him through the air, and he happens to collide with Yaira, who for some reason is also flying through the air. I'm not sure why. Somebody must have punched Yaira.
Braxwell in this punch,
I wish I could be this lucky. This would be this kind of, the chance of this happening, this guy being thrown into the air and then Yaira coming the opposite direction, and in space and in time they collide like this. This would be like,
what if the events in some way
dead center back to back too?
Yeah.
What if
he was facing downwards when he was falling?
My brain wants these events to be connected, even if it was a small thread of some kind of way, whatever police reporting thing, whatever Isom, whatever he's doing, and have it make sense why this is when they collide, not just they're trying to chase her and he's gonna talk to Darren, and now they collided. It's like they're just so separate. It's just like, well, how would we even? Were we supposed to know from what part of town they were in, or anything else too?
Yeah, he should have had it escalate where it's like, oh crap, there's like a couple of these excess work for Darren. Oh fuck, I gotta run. And then he like rounds the corner and like hits her, and she's like, "You're one of them." He's like, "Huh?"
I was gonna say too, like if like it could be a callback to when if he like walked by them and was like, "I'm staying out of that," and then now that kind of ruined his him avoiding that fight might have ruined his chance to do whatever with Darren here, because now Yaira sees him and something.
Yeah.
$100 billion lottery. It's like that is the likelihood of that is absolutely unreal. It's really strange. And this is also like the most meet cute I've ever seen in any comic. It's like, oh, fancy running into you here. This is pretty good here. I like this panel. Sometimes sometimes it actually works out pretty well. I do like the way this looks. This is good. Crashing down here. This person's acting really nice. These little figures here are acting really nice. A lot of good acting, individuals that look real. Yeah, over here too. What is this? Who did this panel? Cliff must have spent time on this. The cars, the cars are definitely 3D assets, but at least when drawing cars, you kind of give people a little leeway. Nobody wants to draw cars.
Yeah.
But yeah, they look good. This is actually a really good panel.
Cars are fucking.
And so is this.
I imagine.
Yeah, this is really good.
Especially when you have so many different models and makes.
Let me guess. He hired you to clean up
over it. I don't care.
And then they fight.
So I imagine that having a car being 3D modeled wouldn't be as bad as other stuff in it, I would think.
Yeah, and it also depends on the style. Like, let's say you're doing some Looney Tune shit. You want to have like some over-exaggerated features of the cards where it's, not realistic. But if you're doing superhero stuff, yeah, you're going to want to draw a little bit more realistic. You can't just have every car be a clown car,
Right.
Yeah. He doesn't actually use a Greta quote, does he? I don't think so. Role model. Is every room in this comic empty? Yeah, pretty much.
So that's what I was going to say about the club, and how there's no identity to the club. It's like it's just blank walls, so there's a couple of guitars there, but is the theme music? It's Club Merc, and I'm like, is that supposed to be for club merch or mercenary or what?
They should have had
mean?
neon colors all around.
I wouldn't have guessed it was a club. It just looks like a restaurant, sort of, but I don't know. It's just there's nothing in it.
Top levels or something where they didn't feel like having any feng shui was.
It's in the middle of the day too, right? How active is this club in the middle of the day?
They play bingo downstairs. It's not that active.
I'm trying to think about it, visually. This is the thing with Cyberfrog. There's so many colors that pop out, even if people don't like some of the stuff. It visually is appealing, and in this, it's visually bland, unfortunately. And I feel like if the colors at least came out, that would at least help with something for the aesthetic as we're reading to like something with it, But no. Nope.
Who is he? Why are you dressed like you're undercover? And then here's an interesting thing here. You gotta, when you're writing comics, you've got to decide this is kind of a choice that you're making, and you need to make it right away at the outset. Am I going to use thought balloons? Thought balloons kind of went out of style about 20 years ago. They used to be in all of the comics. You would be able to read what Spider-Man was thinking, and that's been replaced now by captions, thought captions. So you'd have blocks that are a caption, and it would be running straight through, running commentary straight through the book, where you get into Isom's head. He'd say, undercover, this idiot thinks this is a sting. Who is this person? Another thought caption here. Instead, you've got an old-fashioned thought balloon, which really you don't see in comics anymore at all. Putting a thought balloon is so kind of old-fashioned. It is from like the early 80s. Actually, I think it's been like 40 years. It's been like since the early 80s that they stopped doing these because they just seem kind of corny.
Exactly.
But if you're going to do them, you need to
they
do
are.
them consistently. Like, why are we only getting into his brain here, just in this one point? Like, we should always be in his head. If we get to read his thoughts, we should get to read his thoughts all the way through. But you can do it. I mean, if you want to do it, you can do it. I'm just saying it's old-fashioned, and if you do it once, you've got to do it all the time because it doesn't make sense otherwise. All right, let me see. Skipping a few pages. Oh, look, my junk mail got caught in here. Oh, this isn't junk mail.
What is the joke I was?
This is a
Yeah, that's
fucking
the
ad.
joke I wanted to spoil earlier. It's very funny.
Yeah, this goes.
In the middle of the comic. All right, hold on a second. Let me read some super chats. Crazy.
Junk mail.
GC 98136 says Isom doesn't want help.
Fucking great
Eric
joke.
doesn't want to
That's
promote.
fantastic joke.
Self-insert. Yeah, that's true, isn't it?
Is that his wife's jewelry
that's-
store?
Yeah.
Wife's jewelry store, right? Yeah.
Yep, that's why I had it in there.
Yeah.
I didn't think of that, but that is very much in character with Eric July. Like, Eric, you need to be helping people. What? I don't want to. I'm doing my own thing here. Now, but you should be promoting other people. Why? You can't count on me for that. And Isom kind of behaves the same way when he's asked to investigate the disappearance of a young woman. But to be fair, the disappearance of the young woman just seems meaningless, and there doesn't seem to be that much. Doesn't seem to be that much.
Just wait
of a
till
problem,
Isom 3 for
really.
it.
But that's interesting. CG says, I think 3D assets in the background can work, but it's harder in comics. Games like Octopath Traveler make it work only because the pixel art is great. Here's what I think. I don't use 3D assets at all in any of my comics, but I can picture it for this. Look at this. I don't want to draw this shit. I don't want to draw these people. I don't want to have to sit there and work out the figures. Like, it would be so much faster if I just had 3D asset figures to sort of fill out the background. And yeah, to draw a car, why not? Why not put a 3D asset here so I can see what a car looks like from this angle without having to sort of hover in midair and take a photograph of one? I can understand that. That makes sense. And by the way, this splash page is pretty effective all in all. Chris Bolt says, I support the Rippaverse, but my big issue with Isom 2 was all the additional characters and different storylines that detract from Isom.
Detract! Uh-oh. You got
the magic word. Pee-wee, Pee-wee, he said the magic word. Hey,
this is a bad faith super chat. Bad faith.
Chris, you are 100% right. Alpha Core is in this, and for no reason. They don't need to be in this. They're telling a story about Yaira here that is interrupting Isom's story. It has nothing to do with him. Like these characters, they have nothing to do with him. Isom doesn't want anything from them. They don't want anything from him. Why are they taking up so much real estate in this book? And I think it's just because in general, the idea is Eric wants to introduce a lot of things at once, like in one single book, and you don't need to. Like,
it's like, but if you do, then just make them work with the current story that you're telling a little bit, somewhat, in some way. That's
it's like Invincible. It's like Invincible. They all meet up as characters, and they're established in the world already. But it's meeting them alongside Mark's journey, and then they have their own little spin-offs if they become, popular enough.
Spider-Man, number one, I think, Fantastic Four appear in there, but it's part of Spider-Man's story. Just focus on this one guy. There's just a lot of kind of bland-looking characters doing vague things that we have no stake in. We're not interested in. It's weird. So he doesn't fly, by the way. It says flying in one of them. Iron Mur, $10. Isom is a petty, vain quitter. Lacks principles beyond his own ego. With no motivation or heroic instincts, he quits at every opportunity. He retired as soon as he looked like a chump in number 2. Yeah.
Oh, Iron Mur, he was on Tony's stream.
Yeah, there's an opportunity with this character to sort of present him as somebody who in the past has been vain, petty, and a quitter. But now we see him, circumstances like the things around him that are happening around him change his mind. But there's nothing in here to really do that. Like he shows up in the city and he kind of picks a fight with one of his old high school enemies who beats his ass. He kills a few of the guy's guards. Like he brutally kills these guys. They didn't invite him. Like they said, they asked him to leave. They asked you to leave, dude. You can leave. You have no evidence that he's done anything. You barely really even care. Like your motivation to kind of push back against Darren in this book doesn't really seem to be there because you don't care about Jasmine, and second, like he's just insulting you. You seem to be mad because he's insulting you personally. Stick to the topic. Where's Jasmine? And by the way, it would be great if again, like I said at the beginning of this, Jasmine should have been underage. Jasmine went missing. She's people say Darren's got her working the streets. She's only 16. See, the fact that she's an adult, if she wants to go work the streets, that's her business. She's only 16. I'm gonna fucking kill. No,
exactly. He's a fucking psycho. It's like reading this. It's like, oh, is he gonna be the bad guy? But even in the first book, it's like, I got my super suit, woo! And the issue 2 only confirms that, like, no, this is meant to be. He's a hero this whole time. It's like Eric has like no thought. Again, this is like written like a 5-year-old. I mean, there's more complex adult themes here or there, but it's such a simplistic view of everything. Mm-hmm. And it's just mind-boggling. Again, this is part of my disdain for this. Is like, this is a big gotcha. Eric is, in my view, with the quality of like any effort, any introspection, it's not there. He just duped his audience as pay pigs because he has the right message in his commentary, and he's taking advantage of that. And so, it's very enlightening, full scope, when you find that he doesn't believe in free speech. He only believes in property rights. This is his guiding light principle.
It's really just glomming on to the unjustified anger of other people who are angry at comic books right now. And I'm talking about, like, there's a lot more to be angry about in the way comics are done right now than just shoving women in there and gender swapping and all that stuff. There's a lot more prevalent issues with comic book industry than that, in my opinion. But
you got noise going on in the background? Is that you or Rookie?
Oh, that might be me. I'll mute what's going on.
Yeah, it's just easy targets and picking off pay pigs for this very easy buzzword generated controversy around comic books. And
well, it would be fine if it was like, hey, I did a really limp wrist fucking first issue. Really, this is to like, I appreciate you for backing me because I may have come up short, but I'm trying to make a legitimate publisher to be independent of the parallel economy diatribe and all that, and we're just going to be in our sandbox, and the industry is going to see maybe too late. They should have like played ball with our crowd, because we're succeeding and we're advancing every issue in quality and fan enjoyment, etc. Interesting story, but no, this is a gender swapping is BS. Yeah, wait, we lost you now. I mean, this has been prevalent in a lot of mainstream Big 2 comics. It can work well, but it seems very. It's like the whole making Iceman gay, where it's like it seems like deductive reason is like, wait, Jean Grey, yours isn't like some like devious manipulation of his brain. He's classically a womanizer. It's very weird to all of a sudden be like, you're gay. All that womanizing was just a cover, like that's just like one instance.
Yeah, I get it. It's just, I don't really mind or care if it's done well, but there's just seems to be like this very, very heavy overtone on obsessing purely about that rather than changing iconic characters that people like. And I get it. It's just, I don't know. I'm more of I read comics that are outside of the main Big 2 because I like to read what people who craft new stories create. But I guess that's because I don't really have that much attachment to most Marvel and DC characters. So that's just me.
Really quick, I shared a link in the chat. I'm going to show you all this since I've got 60 people here. Get 60 eyes on a book you may have not known about on Indiegogo. Share it. We had him on the other day for All American Beef. Very interesting guy. Very interested to see where he goes with his comic, or with his. He's got a big plan thing. This is already done. You're just paying to help make it printed. It's Apollyon 20XX. Live not by lies. Powerful global elites have created their own god, God. Only a group of young augments can stop them. He compared it to, think of like 1984 meets like Neuralink, as an idea. Very interesting. I'll show you the trailer. It's only 50 seconds.
Gives me Gantz vibes too.
Sorry, what?
Gives me Gantz vibes too. I know, the manga.
Yeah, go check this out. Again, link is in the chat. Go back it, $25 plus $5 for shipping. Make sure you don't tip Indiegogo on checkout.
That's not the real Renowned Zero in chat.
Well, that's whatever. But yeah, go back to this book. I really like the guy. I'm very excited to read this.
Yeah, it looks cool. It gives, as I said, gives me Gantz vibes, and Gantz is pretty fucking cool.
Better put respect on it. All right, let's continue the EVS stream. Preset.
I gotta head out here in about like 5 to 10 minutes.
Yeah, you're all right.
All right, sick.
Here we go.
Yeah, we'll still probably be here for another at least 2 hours. Who knows?
Yeah, I gotta go and do things with the fam.
Yeah, you're fine.
That's cool.
She's dead. She was raped. She was murdered. Do something that makes him have to go and invest us in it too. I just don't care about any of this. I just don't care about it. Let me skip some pages here again. He leaves the hospital. I don't really know why. I don't know about this farmer guy. I don't care. We introduced again more superhero characters.
Dude, you know what I just thought about?
It's vague. We don't know.
What's that?
I apologize for stopping. What if Gooding is the guy who's the farmhand? That would be kind of a neat twist.
Wait, if who was?
Gooding? Remember Gooding?
Oh, Gooding.
Yeah, Gooding. Yeah, what if he was like the farmhand and it just came as a twist? Kind of an interesting concept.
I don't know about that. I'm trying to.
I mean, it's something. It's something,
Right.
Let me see. I'm investigating really quick. No, that's a fake Renowned Zero.
Yeah.
Just need to find a way to have July all year. It's his bio on YouTube.
What does it say on his bio?
It says just need to find a way to have July all year.
It's Christmas in July, bud.
Yeah.
Why they're there, we don't care. Jegs Dino God says the art is why you learn gesture instead of posing. Yeah. Yeah, in order to
that pause.
The way I draw, I build wire hanger figures. I'll sit there and I'll find the head, I'll find the shoulders, I'll find the pelvis, I'll sort of build the skeleton, I'll move the arms around and just scribble like literally like this with a blue pencil, and then slowly start to put it together. The important thing is the gesture, him sitting, him in this pose, et cetera, et cetera. I can exaggerate him as I go. I can exaggerate the pose. Same thing here. You find the head, the
Sorry,
spine.
EVS, that is fictional nonsense.
Cannot have it.
Sounds like something a crack smoker would say.
They are definitely on them.
Wire hanger figures? I don't think so. We ain't hanging clothes
Someone
up.
needs to do that meme of Drake of like no and then yes. It's like wire hanger figures, 3D assets.
Yeah, and it's just Eric Delai's face instead of Drake's.
Perfect. Yeah.
Spine, shoulders, and the rib cage, and then you sort of build a figure that way. I think that's the way most people draw. Cars and Dev says EJ hired artists, but he really needed an editor. Well, he needs to talk to people. Everything can't be so secretive. It's like Mark Wade used to tell, back when Mark Wade was not a complete asshole in the 1990s, he used to talk about how writing for him was like a game of stone soup because he had so many friends who were great writers. And so, you might have a deadline, you might have a story that you need to write. The story of Stone Soup is this: a guy doesn't have much, and he wants to make soup, so he asks the community. He says, "I want to make stone soup. You can have some if you contribute an ingredient." And all this guy has is like a rock. So somebody comes in and says, "I got some carrots. I got a little bit of meat here. Over here I got some potatoes. I got some onions," and everybody contributes. And then he just kind of pulls the stone out, and boom, he's got soup already made, and everybody contributed to it, but it's his stone soup. That's kind of the way Mark Wade used to talk about when he'd be stuck for a story. He would just call Grant Morrison. He'd call like Kurt Busiek. He'd call his friends and just be like, "I kind of got this kernel of an idea, but like, let me run it past you and see what you think." And then he'd let these guys give him advice and suggestions that would end up building some of his stories. And I remember that keenly. I remember hearing that and just thinking, Mark Wade really sucks. But it's still a good idea to use like the help around you and to listen to people, especially when you're still kind of learning how to do this. Be receptive to ideas. Be receptive to feedback. Look at this. $20. Play the music, Pieman. Oh, we got to do that? All right, we're going to do that. Fine. Thank you for $20. I'm going to change it from $20 to $50 from here on out. But oh my God, $20. Boom. Unbelievable. Thank you, Internet guys. $20 super chat. Can't believe it. That's incredible. So generous. What an incredible donation to this channel. I appreciate you very much. Wow. Internet guy coming in. $20. That ain't cheap. That ain't cheap. I really appreciate it.
I did want to respond to the comment that showed up where it said like 6 fingers. I think that was just a coloring error. I really do. Because the strand does, like, if they colored it in with the color of the hair, it wouldn't have been noticeable. But I think that really was a coloring error.
Amoral. My favorite part of Isom 1 is when him and Santuan are in the motorcycle parking lot and having dialogue, and they do this exposition dump about accepts. It's like,
why are we even talking about it?
Yeah, like, let's just fight. Because he's like, during that, he's like, "I came to you handle it with respect and was met with disrespect, and that cannot be tolerated." It's the best part. It's the best part.
So good.
My favorite part is when he throws, when he jumps off a wall and throws them through the exact same wall while there's a street.
Yeah, he flips it somehow.
Yeah, just like
magically.
Oh, he can fly now. Just flies him. Just does a U-turn. It's like, I don't want to go this way. Up, red light. Nope, turning around.
I trained myself to do that.
Except
I did many
it was
tracks.
badly executed.
I've turned U-turns doing many track runs. So this is in my interest.
El Rufian 163 says, "I saw a video earlier today about a dude stir flying rocks with vegetables and potatoes. Supposed to suck on the rocks." I think that's more of like a desert thing. I've heard of that, sucking on pebbles. Can't keep your mouth wet in the desert. I don't know.
Let me see. Protect trans kids. The Saska sisters, says Brian Rickard. I know. She's their SJWs. I mean, it's hard. Like, one of the things that Eric said early on was like, this is the Rippaverse. We're going to gatekeep the fuck out of it. You know what I mean? Or you guys have to gatekeep the fuck out of it. I don't know anything about the Saska sisters. I haven't talked to them personally. I don't know how they feel about things now. People are saying, oh, they've completely changed their minds, or they're not into activism anymore. It doesn't. They are SJWs. I mean, they're literally SJWs. And by SJWs, I don't mean that they, are cancel culture, cancel pigs on the internet. That's not what SJWs are. Social justice warriors. These are activists that fight for social justice, and that's who they are. So is that going to work its way into the comics? I mean, I don't know. Is Eric editing it? Is he going to be like, hey, get this shit out of here? I don't know. I'm not sure. But at some point you've got to gatekeep these people. Even if you think, hey, they're really cool and I want to hang out with them and they work in Hollywood and stuff, especially if they work in Hollywood. They are the people who ruined comic books. I'm not saying the Saska sisters did. I'm saying people like the Saska sisters that are activists for trans issues, that win GLAAD awards, that are really concerned about social justice and social issues. You got to keep them away from comics. You got to tell them no. David, thanks for 10 euros. Uncle E, this is my most favorite stream ever. I'm making my own game, and I'm a huge JoJo Bizarre Adventure fan. Your criticism is pure gold, and every time you laugh, an Eric July fan dies. I love this. I don't want it. I don't want his fans to die. I want them to be more critical, and I want them to back more comics. Specifically mine. Go over and back Cyberfrog 3, Red Extermination. The link is pinned to the top of the chat. I appreciate you guys. Thank you. And thanks for $10. Ian House says, perspectivism is a crazy thing. I think maybe you spelled that wrong. Is a crazy thing. I don't remember Isom being this bad. I guess I really wanted to believe it was good. My brain tricked me. Let me see. Sport Nugget says, I just noticed that there are lines.
Silly brain.
I think I think everyone they're so invested in this parallel economy, and they're like biting at the bit, hoping they can jump in on it at some point or win the affection of Eric somehow, get on the team. Or they're just like so blinded as fanboys of him, they can't be critical, and anything negative is bad faith. I think this is really what's blinding. This criticism would just be a dead issue. We're how many months or years after Isom 1's been released, we're still talking about this first book, and it's merit or not.
It's been a while.
It's because of the external outside the book. It's because of this weird fan. It's like the Snyderverse, they just can't accept, like, people don't like this. This is bad. I like BVS Ultimate Cut, but like generally speaking, even that one's got a lot of problems. It's silly.
To make it look like the car might be damaged, but there's absolutely zero real impact to the car. Oh, and that's Black
You guys have a safe night.
Alrighty, you too, man. Let's come back.
Safe.
Right here.
Bye.
See you around.
Yeah, like you'd really want like the roof to be caved in, you know what I mean? But and the glass to be smashed outwards, and there are lines there, but yeah, there's not very much damage to it. If a human being who weighs 200 pounds fell from a large distance, like from a great height, think about dropping a 200-pound weight. Think about dropping like a barbell on a car from the top of a skyscraper. That shit is going to be caved in, right? It's not like, it's not the end of the world, but
I was hoping he'd have more about the fucking junk mail ad.
Nope.
Skip.
No, that's
as you can see, I am skipping pages again. Fair use. The yellow car 3D asset looks terrible. They didn't make it actually look damaged at all. It's just got action lines and nothing. Oh yeah, Sport Nugget just said that too. Squib says, welcome to CG. New people in the chat. Welcome. Hello. Q Revere says, didn't know there was a Caprice Classic stretch limo. Okay. I don't know what that is, but is that like in there? Chuck Finley says, is this a comic book or a ladies' home journal? Piece of shit. Veronica Pinion says, Copper and Renashi, the mysterious club couple, should have been introduced in Alpha Core #1. Their scene has no reason to exist in this book. Yeah, I mean, You know, the thing about this book is it does introduce a lot of just irrelevant characters like these two here that have nothing to do with Isom's story. And you know, really, when you have like a book that's like 100 pages, you want it's not really 100 pages of Isom when it's like there's stuff that has nothing to do with him in here. There's nothing to do. It's like I put out Cyberfrog #1, and there's like a 6-page sequence about Lynx that has nothing to do with the story that we're telling here or something like that. It's like, I just wanted to introduce Lynx. Well, what does Lynx have to do with Cyberfrog and Salamandroid here? Well, nothing.
It doesn't.
Well, I better think of something that so that they're connected to the story, or else not introduce them at all. It's
Yep.
silliness. All right, hold on. Let me get a drink of water. I like to stay hydrated.
Oh, I relate to that. I work in a factory.
All right, let me see. Project Stone
I'm
Poise
the
says
weird-
the craziest thing about this.
I'm the weird guy at work when work's over because like people are always going to this Aquafina vending machine that's just $0.25 per bottle,
Mhm.
which is a great deal. And I'm at the end of work, you know, through the day I might have, depending on how hot it is, 200 ounces of water in a day, and I get home, hydrate a couple bottles, go to bed, wake up, and I'm still like thirsty. You know, so like I'm a weirdo that like after work I go to the vending machine and grab like 4 bottles to take home. One I might have excess here or there, but like I'm just pounding. So I totally relate to EVS here.
Says the Emperor's New Clothes syndrome. This comic started. So many YouTubers said it is good when it clearly isn't. Liars. It's a matter of opinion, but I mean, from a professional's perspective, no, it's not very good. But I mean, who knows? Like, I don't think I don't think Charmed is very good, but you know, people like it, so who knows?
When that Flashcast happened before Dick and Vito came on, when EVS is like talking to Eric and he's like, I read it twice. That was not a vote of confidence. That was like without dropping the other boot on the ground. He's like telling everyone,
If only I
not
had read it.
good. He's like, you know, I'm confused. Like, I read it twice, man. Like, I'm not confused. Like, what is happening? It wasn't like I read it twice. Oh boy! Like, I had to read it. It's like
I wanna read it again.
SpongeBob, where he's like, it's so good, I'll eat it a second time. And it was not that. It was like I did it twice.
Yash Matar says, here's $2. Play the music. Absolutely not. Some Takes says Rippa
Absolutely
is a
not.
moist limp noodle trademark. Some Takes just joined the channel. Hey, if you're enjoying the show, I wouldn't mind asking you guys to please do either subscribe to the channel or join the channel, please. Ian House says, my phone did some crazy autocorrect. Oh, okay. Well, that makes sense. So thanks for another $2 to explain that. Also, consider backing Cyberfrog 3 and Rainbow the Brute. The links are in the description. Let me just show you. Hold on, let me take a minute to just advertise myself, and then we'll get right back to the book. Don't worry, you know. Let me see, share screen. Here we go. Cyberfrog 3 Red Extermination. Here's the video.
Gonna get through this.
This is an unbearable. He's actually hand painting. See, we're not going to see, open this in a new tab here. There we go. I'm gonna open it up here so you can get a nice big look at it. Look at the work that he put into this. Look at the fur that he painted here. This is absolutely gorgeous. He did a great job. I
don't know if you saw, Ricky. I saw this post on Twitter, and I'm like, "Oh, he's so sad. Please make a plushie." And then he
he responded.
We might do that. I'm like, "Oh fuck, I might have inspired a fucking
Grumpy Bear or whatever." Yeah.
Sad bear. He's pathetic. He needs my hug. Oh, this poor little bear.
I'm thinking of Chimpokemon. Buy me.
Buy all the bears.
Collect them all
to fight the evil.
Lambtron and Shoe.
I like this creepy mouth happy bear. It's like, see, like fucking high. There's like this sad grandma caterpillar or some shit. There's just so much personality going on here.
That is funny. Yeah, see,
Rainbow
I
the
wish
Brute.
So wish you got Rainbow the Brood out earlier.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Luckily, I didn't back it. Maybe I can hop on later. Maybe next month, grab it.
Yeah.
Is basically about girls' toys from the 1980s that have been run through a masculine high tea filter. Rainbow the Brood is a fairy barbarian.
Oh my god. This is Kin World.
Yeah, I know, right? But before Barbie.
If he had this done, he could market it in conjunction with like Ken, splice Ken into some ads. Like, this is for men.
Well, apparently he said that a lot of women want to read this because it has a lot of their characters that they grew up with and shit turned masculine, but it's fun contraction.
Oh, this is interesting. Robco guy says, I want to hear EVS's dad review of Isom next. Apparently he was one of the original detractors and thought it was shit, according to EVS. I would be funny, like, listen here. Do you think Eric July is to comics what Brandon Schaub is to comics? I don't know who Brandon Schaub is, so can't comment. Eric's more the Neil Breen of comics. A self-insert with zero self-awareness, but at least Breen is entertaining.
You say Neil Breen?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a funny he's like Tommy Wiseau sort of with his movies. Very weird.
Yeah. No, Hill vs. Babyface.
But I don't think I'd compare Eric to them though.
It's funny how CG F&T Phantom Menace is like getting divided with this Isom thing and EVS at the center. Because all the people that are like the anti-EVS now is like, I never liked them. Never liked Hill versus Babyface. He sucks. Almost everybody in Friday Night sucks. I'm still so neurotic, even though I don't necessarily like him. I think he's part of the Panderverse problem on this side. He has worthwhile commentary in his videos, so like he's worth being subbed to. But it just feels like a big circle jerk watching their fucking streams. Same shit every week. So I'm like conflicted on neurotic, but the rest of them, I'm like, fuck these people. Because like, yeah, EVS had this out during like the Snyder stream where it's just like, if you want to be YouTubers and try to like latch on to bigger people to their own motives and stuff, it's like, I'm trying to make something here, that's why I like EVS. Despite all of his flaws, despite his late books and shit, he's really making something worthwhile. And being the center of attention, he's helping other people in comics. So it's all net positive. What's up, Jessica James?
Yo, finally. Damn. Yo, it's crazy down here. I had to get groceries. We're getting ready for a winter storm. It's going to be fun the next couple of days.
Oh yeah, I already got some of that on my. That's why I'm able to do this. I would be at work in the next 20 minutes if not for the weather. So
yeah, I'm hoping it comes. I'm hoping it comes a big snow. That way, I don't have to go to work Monday.
I know how you feel. I'm like, I'm hoping this goes through to tomorrow too. So just even less.
Wilberforce Wooster says Anna's wedding is going to be exciting now. Is that like a AI frog gentleman? Interesting.
Frog gentleman.
That's Tony in another couple of years.
I started with neurotic. I can relate to him, but he's got so huge it's difficult to watch him with all those others. Yeah.
And here he is in a bar being bothered by a unbearable here. These are the unbearables. They're kind of a satire on the Care Bears. They're emotionally manipulative piece of shit grizzlies to try to what Max Visaggio would call like make you do emotional labor. Just wants to have a drink.
That's hilarious because there's this comic I need to read. It's I hate Fairyland, I think it's called. That is like this premise of like satire of cutesy Candyland, Alice in Wonderland type shit, fairy tales.
Mm-hmm.
Frank, back here you could see other characters that are sort of realistic versions of classic 80s toys. We're going all out with this. This is going to be so much fun. This is for guys. It's also for girls. Most of our customers who are excited about this are female because obviously these are the toys that they grew up with. But it's going to be kick-ass. It's going to be bloody. It's going to be fun. You're going to get to see My Girthy Stallion. I mean, My Girthy Stallions. They're like My Little Pony, but high T, super muscular, kick-ass horses. That's all part of this campaign as well. Go back Rainbow the Brood. I think you're going to be really happy that you did. We're making comics that are fun. You're not going to be like, what the hell is this? You know what the hell it is. It's Rainbow the Brute. So go check it out. Links in the description to all of my campaigns, including Rainbow the Brute and Cyberfrog 3 Red Extermination. Support crowdfunding. Help us make great comics. We don't want to just bang something out and then ask you to pay for it. If you like our ideas, if you like these concepts, back them. Allow us the funding to be able to pay Kyle, the colorist, pay the letterer, pay the printing bill, pay all the bills that go along with this. We appreciate you. All right, so let me get rid of this. Stop sharing. That disappears. Right back to work here. All right. So anyway, yes.
Well, back to the salt mine.
so real quick, where are we at in the comic? Like, where are we in the review?
We are at Club Merc right after Isom has left the hospital.
Okay, gotcha. Okay.
Who cares?
Oh, really quick, Jessica, put your channel in the private chat so I can paste it into the description. People can find
Okay,
you.
yeah. 1 second.
Jessica does a lot of detractor streams. Fun times. We were going over Isom fan art, and we're just on behalf of you Isom fans, we were bemoaning the state of this universe thus far, given your excitement. It was a great stream, very revelatory.
So I've actually got 3 channels, but that's like the pop culture channel.
Okay. I think that'd be the main interest with like what we're streaming. So.
Yeah.
About these characters, they don't have to do with Isom, but it does seem like there's a lot of kind of vague stuff going on here. We have a couple sitting there saying we're wasting time. We're exactly where we need to be. Now tell me, what do you see? A bunch of rich bozos pretending to be rich bozos. Exactly. Huh? You just described the entire Upper West Side of Flores Park, if not the city itself. Special people are those with the influence among the stragglers who wish to be in their spots. Pretending to be the pulse of the town is maintained between these walls on this night. Oh, it sounds like a bunch of YouTube influencers. Keeping tabs on the major movers.
Damn.
Just a lot of sarcasm. What are you here for? What do you want? Why are you taking up real estate in this comic book that is supposed to be about a black guy who doesn't care about a white girl who was kidnapped? Or is she black? Jasmine white or black? I can't remember. Why are you here? What is this? All right. Oh my God, dude. Let me skip a little bit more here. This was seen as a problem. Right here, famously, you've got Isom walking up to, I guess this is Jasmine here. We're seeing Jasmine. He says, all right, he says.
Somehow he recognizes her.
Yeah.
It's like he has no idea about her for years.
It's fine. He didn't even want to be here anyway.
Jasmine? Avery, what are you? Oh, God. I honestly didn't expect to run into you so easily. Your mother's worried about you. Oh, no. There's no story here.
Oh, no.
His like stream of consciousness is so funny when he's reviewing shit. Oh no. Pause, like trying to digest this.
I didn't expect him to run into her that easily either. Like, hey, you seem to be okay. You don't have a black eye? Nothing. I'm not here to judge you. Just
Imagine Uncle Ethan is like your dad. Imagine if this is your dad, and you like, Dad, I wrote a comic, and then he like reviews it. He's like, it's about a boy, and he has a ball, and he throws it to a window, but then he goes plays with a dinosaur. It's like, what? Huh?
Tell me if it's involuntary. He puts his hand on her. Hey, leave that young lady alone. Jasmine, you got to give me something. Pardon me? Jasmine, She walks away.
She's like, oh no, he thinks I'm a hooker. You gotta get away from this freak. You gotta give me something. Huh?
Oh no.
With
Hey,
the heads on, we went to church.
back away from the hookers, sir.
You cannot be harassing our ladies. You need to move. Let me ask you something, he says. This is amazing. Why is putting your hands on someone so aggressively your first instinct? You just did that to her.
That was always our first thoughts reading it.
You
There's
just
always
did
like,
that to her 1 second ago.
hypocrite.
It's all right though, because she's a woman.
So-
It's all right.
Yeah, yeah.
Well,
Well, it's like
given,
it
like-
makes more sense for them to, because their job is to look after the ladies, and then some dude just puts their hand on one of the girls at night while she's walking away, and then they put their hands on him, and he's like, huh, you put your hands on me? And it's like, what do you, what?
Yeah, like go to a strip club where it's like the exchange is like, you're going to like ride me for a song. I pay per song like $50 or whatever. And they flop their titties in your face, and you know, like the Grand Theft Auto experience. And you know, it's like they can like touch you, but you just sit there and take it and enjoy. No hands on the merch, you know. And if you do, like they got cameras usually in these, or they got like a bouncer right outside in like the private area, with like curtains where it's like they can still see in whatever. And it's like, hey, well, like if not, they'll just like take you out. And if like that is the state of things, you know, because there's like this illusion that she's being like pimped out, you know, that's like the narrative reading between the lines, the concern. Darren is a shady businessman with a club, you know, and it's like the prime spot. It's got all the right ladies. And oh no, Jasmine's mixed up in this. Uh-oh. And then, yeah, he puts his hands on her. They're totally justified to react. And then he's like, oh, what makes you think you can touch me? And it's not even like, there's no like suaveness at all to try to like dissuade the reader from like putting these two things together as like a contradiction.
They happen right after each other. They're right there.
And it's like with Eric's ANCAP, you know, only rights are property rights. Like, well, you're just touching this man's property.
Awareness much? What the fuck? Hey, man, why don't you put yourself in their shoes? They seem to be like bouncers who are watching the club, and they just saw you. They don't know who you are. You're just some dude. Or maybe they do know who you are, and they've been told that you're trouble because you just killed 2 of the guards. You just killed 2 of the security guards in this club. And then you put your hands on this woman, and she wants away from you, clearly because she's headed this way. Why don't you put yourself in their shoes? They're doing their job. They're just kind of like, hey, get away from one of our girls. Like, I don't know, what do you mean one of their girls? Is she a waitress? Is she a hooker? It doesn't matter. They're protecting her here. And this guy, like, he's just like, hey, man, why are you putting your hands on me? Because that's their job, dude. Just like, hey. Like, immediately hostile in reaction to this, when you should just kind of be like, no, listen, I'm a private eye. I've been looking for her. That's all. You know, I got no beef with you. I got no beef with you guys.
Hey, now don't be using that language, EBS. It's offensive to my people.
Yeah, people.
I don't need to fight you guys here. I'm a private eye who was sent to go find out what happened to her. All right. Hey, no problem. She doesn't want to talk to me. She's doing okay. No, we're gonna fight now. He's in the wrong.
You gave me the
He's in
reason
the
to
wrong.
fight you now. Apparently.
Man, do you know where you're at? I'm perfectly aware. I came here without much in mind. Thanks to you. Now I have a reason to do what I'm about to do. And what's that? You'll see in a bit. Either way, this is my last set of clothes. What? So hands off the merch.
You're about to get wrecked. By the way, do you like my shirt?
It's like my last set of clothes. You'll find out in a minute. Like, oh no, he's gonna rape us.
You normally strip your clothes off when you fight. Like, what?
And it's like, just so you know, this is my last pair of clothes. It's like, what?
I'm out of my stripping gear to fight you with.
What's it? What? This Isom coming up with some gay shit.
Yeah, as Eric July himself would say, this is gay.
I need my clothes before we begin the
Picks
fight.
this dude up by his throat and then fucking choke slams him into the ground. Look at him, he's bleeding at the back of his head. And then he slaps.
I'm so concerned and dismayed. How could you, Isom, you
Look
monster?
what you did to him.
I'm just picturing like this would actually be EVS's reaction, like if he saw this in real life.
Look what you did.
Oh my god! He's
Oh my God.
bleeding out of his head.
Call the cops. Oh wait, he's gonna kill them too.
It's fucking Hamas. Stop him. Quick before he gets to his propelled machine.
He like smacks this guy across the neck. Blood. You're in the wrong, dude. You're not a hero. Hey guys, they didn't do anything. We didn't see, like, at least they have to do something. They have to be like, bitch, get back to work. The fuck are you talking to people on the street for? They got to do something to make us go, yo, these guys are assholes. They didn't. They seem to be protecting her. And we have no reason to believe otherwise. There's no reason for him to do this. They didn't do anything wrong. Like, you go and you...
Well, the problem is, EVS, is that Darren is a successful black businessman, and Isom is jealous. I love how the Isom tards always got to invoke, you just hate the success of a black man.
Of course.
It's like, I don't know, man. That's kind of the story he wrote, is exactly that.
Like, if you go into a strip club and you put your hands on one of the girls, and don't do this, and don't go to strip clubs.
No,
I'm a nice woman. Settle down. Get married. But you do that, this is what's going to happen to you. And guess what? You're in the wrong. And you don't get to do this. You don't get to do this. That's not what you get to do in response. It's fucking, he killed them both. Those are dead bodies.
Again, I'm just picturing like Ethan actually being there on the street watching. He's like, he killed them both.
He killed them both. Perfect.
Because they touched his red sweatshirt. Oh, I can't take it. He beats the shit out of everybody who stopped. He comes back to the club now, rips the door off the hinges, and he's gonna beat the shit. What is his motivation here?
To beat the shit out of them. That's it.
Isom is a villain.
I'm glad he agreed.
I gotta skip.
Fucking the fake renounce here says, you better stop telling people I'm not real, bud. I got a pint of flashcast juice in my mouth that says otherwise. Respect a drip. Just so you know, I've worn these boxers for a full week.
Yes.
Justice for pimps. Exactly. Oh, the humanity.
Skip a little bit. I'm sorry. Isom is a villain. Oh, this is he's charging one of these guys. So I guess there's like an accept. You got a nice splash page, 3D assets, and they don't hit each other. This was one of the first things that everybody kind of noticed. Like, you got, this is not the splash page here. John Buscema's How to Draw Comics the Marvel Way teaches you, and John Buscema knew what he was doing. You know how many 3D assets John Buscema used in his career from the 1960s all the way to 2000. And when did John Buscema pass away? Like 2010. You know how many 3D assets he used? Seto. He drew everything because he knew how to draw. So one of the things that he teaches you in that book is that panels like this should be the final extension See, you've got him pulling back his fist, and then the next thing you know, you're going to see the fist swing forward and then hyper extend. Now you can do this panel as a little panel on the other page, but this splash page should be the furthest extension of his punch. His arm all the way out now. There he is, just all the way out. There's his counter postal. Then we got him like reacting to the punch, like blood flying out of his mouth. What is it? Whatever it is here. You've got to do like an extreme. The splash page is should be the most exciting part. You save a splash page for the most exciting part of a fight or reveal or anything like that. This should not be a splash page. It just shouldn't be. And by the way, they don't hit each other. They just kind of slide away from it. This is really weird. They kind of slide. Is there a force field here and they bounce it?
No, see what it is they missed and they go whoosh. And then Isom's like, fuck it, try again.
Yep.
From each other. Like, I mean, if there is, say so. Like maybe this guy's generating a force field. You can't touch me. I've got a force field around me. Ho ho ho. Well, I'm gonna touch you. Here I come to you. This is fine right here. And this is, actually I like this panel a little bit. This is pretty good. This is very like 1990s image. All right, so he grabs him by the arm. This is the same as this. So this is what 3D assets do, by the way. So you kind of pose the figure so that you've got the guy, you go, okay, he's got his fist up and he's grabbing the guy in midair with his arm, right? This is the 3D model, but what you can do on the computer is spin it around. This is the same. This is the same, except shot from down here. No movement has happened. This is the same thing. He did not move him. You see what I'm saying?
That could work in a movie if you did like stills, like quick flash stills, like chink, 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 chink of like, like, whoa, we're changing perspective and then continue the force.
Right.
That's hilarious. Because like before I even said, I'm like, wait a minute, it's like the same pose.
Makes sense. So this is shot from one angle, but this is the same still pose, but from another angle. Nothing has moved. And then boom, he flips him down and slams him into the ground. All right, that's fine. Grab him by his hoodie, throw him up, smack him. This is great right here. Really good. I like the silhouettes here. Cliff Richard knows what he's doing. He's just not doing it here. I don't know why he's not doing it. I think because he just doesn't care. I don't know. Slides across the ground. And then what's he doing? He's running. He jumps. Clings to the wall. What is this? His feet are in the wall. His toes. And then he's able to sort of bounce off the wall and then slam him through the same wall. Wait a second. Where is this happening?
He's figured out the U-turn.
Are they in kind of a prison yard? Like, what? Why is the same wall on the other side? And then what? He smashes them through. Like they're inside some kind of area. Oh. It's like and by the way, this is another I really don't understand what's going on here. I don't understand. I'm trying to. This is the same as what I was saying before. Like you want this to be I'm really sad. You want this to be the most extreme shot, right? If you can. Like this is fine. They're just starting to puncture the wall now here. Like this should be they're already through the wall. They've smashed through another wall. You shouldn't see them slightly puncturing. They're sticking. They're kind of breaking through the wall here. And then they're all the way through, like the action's over, he's laying on the ground in the next panel. Like you want to see them. This should be them busting through the wall. This is more John Buscema's How to Do Comics the Marvel Way. This doesn't work. It like just doesn't. It doesn't work. No offense. No offense. I skip a few more pages here. I don't know how much more of this I can take. I recommended that, like, Darren should kill these two. I guess this is his sister and her daughter. And really, Eric rejected it pretty soundly. He was like, that's not where I'm going with the story. I was like, okay. But I mean, again, the book goes 100 pages without investing us in any way. It would have been great to do the Jasmine is dead and underage. Jasmine was put on the streets at the age of 16, was murdered, raped, and murdered. That would have made us angry. Failing that, so who are we protecting here? We're protecting Jasmine. She doesn't seem to give a shit. Then we see the sister and her little daughter, who is just cute as a bug's ear. She's just the Dickens. All right, so we meet her and we like her, and then we still like. There's no reason for us to even dislike Darren. Like Darren didn't really do anything wrong either. But Darren could say, get out of town or bad shit is going to happen to you. Darren could sit there and say, I'm going to reciprocate on that, to Isom. He said, you came into my club and you started pushing me around and stuff and telling me this or that. You don't stop doing that. I'm going to reciprocate on that. And then he reciprocated.
Really good commentary from all y'all in the chat here. Watch out for Santuan's cloven hooves. I don't know what you're talking about. I haven't noticed that. Why does Black Man need to be in prison? What? Watching Wilbur has going says, watching a review for someone in the industry is such a difference. Once you see a Red Letter Media review, it's so painful to watch Yellow Flash or Geeks and almost said Capes and Garglers. That's my nickname for him. Geeks and Gamers Report attempt. Regardless of whether he's right or not, Ethan appears to lack the ability prevent these shunnings from happening to him fairly frequently. Isom looks like dog shit though, and it's embarrassing that Az and Gary have been supporting it. You're not being impartial and honest if you're backing a comic campaign just because it's run by your friend. Yeah, great commentary. You sound like you're sympathizing with detractors. Are you a real Ripa fan? Well, we have to wonder, Mr. Sean Farrell. We have to wonder where your loyalties really lie. Would a Ripaverse say these things? Buxom replies, just wait till the Rings of Power, mathematically impossible part of this review. F&T has shit on multiple times. The irony. That's another thing is like all these people like shilling Eric, insulating him. You're not doing any favors, especially when people can look at all the other stuff you crap on and the comics you'll bemoan if you even actually read any comics that are like, yeah, they're like mid or they're underwhelming, or it's like, this is what you're doing with the story. Like, that's it with the expansive, whatever comic group or person. It's all fine. Of course there's all the diversity stuff, the DEI stuff as well. And then you read this and like, oh yeah, Eric's doing great. McHugh says, I've been in and out, but the criticism has been very enjoyable this stream. Well, thank you. Why does your audio keep dropping? I don't know. I'm right here. Right here. Let me see if my settings are different.
Yep, I don't know. It keeps on happening here and there, but
I guess I'll have to get a new part. So I guess I'll have to get a new mic. I mean, it's always just on my table, so it's not like I'm like being crazy and moving it everywhere.
You're not literally bobbing side to side.
Yeah, like I'm right here in the mic. The mic's right here. So
yeah.
My gain is too high. No, my gain's pretty low on this. I think Ethan could have easily resolved the threat on a DM by telling him he's happy to receive criticism from friends. Instead, he's misread the situation and accused Rip of something worse. Well, I think part of that is the history VS has with other, conniving people in his past. So he's kind of conditioned That's fair criticism.
The way that he's put it basically is like, when he was working for Marvel or DC, I forget which one. Like it started out with slow stuff like this, and then revealing that they're like, I think it's something about him being in your boy Zach streams, like in the chat. They're like, yeah, it's not that great that you're in there, and still like it's something like that, something. Not saying it directly, but
yeah, they set him down because he was
that it's
on a
whatever.
YouTube stream.
And then at some point, it's like, it's really bad if you're in there, when you're working for us and you're in his chat or something. Like it started to become more clear what their stuff was as it went on, it seemed. But, starts with something like that. Just like, we'd prefer you not be around those other people.
Yeah.
Barricades by putting a bomb in their apartment. That would be nice. And killing them. I mean, see, that's. I know you don't want to do that because you like your characters. You feel invested in your characters. It hurts to hurt them, but you need to hurt them.
It helps bolster your other characters.
You have to. You have to do that. You invent these characters. I don't care. So what? We meet this little girl. She's really cute and she's fine. End of story. These two need to die. I hate to say that, but like seriously, Darren needs to kill them, or they need to die. And then I
remember back when EVS was first sort of critiquing him a little bit, and he was saying like some criticism like that. He was like, "Yeah, you need to have some characters killed off." And Eric was like, I think he like wanted people to vote on it or something. Like, would you rather characters be killed right away or build them up to be killed or something? And it's just like, I mean, it depends, but there's no stakes here yet so far. So yeah, we need something. Some grab.
Yeah.
I mean, it's the Uncle Ben approach, pretty much.
Yeah.
Why does Spider-Man do everything that he does? It's because of Uncle Ben, and what Uncle Ben said about with great power comes great responsibility. Like these two should have been Isom's Uncle Ben, pretty much.
Yeah, something. A call to action, if you will, or something. Like
it would have given us a reason to get emotionally invested in the character.
Yeah, we can start understanding him at all.
Yeah, there's nothing here to latch on to. Your main character is going to be your anchor into this world. It's what's going to tie you into this. And if you're not invested in your main character, you have no investment in the story, in the world, in the comic at all. People got invested in the Spider-Man segment of the Marvel Universe because of Peter Parker and because he was an interesting character and because they had emotional investment in what he was emotionally invested in, which was the death of Uncle Ben and, why he does all this stuff. And there's nothing like that for Isom other than apparently some guy touched his hoodie or something. Well,
it's like, I feel like the bodyguards have more call to action to do things than Isom.
They do.
This guy keeps on coming into our club and he's touching one of our girls and he keeps on shouting out about respect, but he came here and he's demanding a meeting without an appointment and all. Yeah, like we're compensating anyway. Like, not fixing any damage. Jesus, like, they got a reason to be against this guy.
I mean, so far it's just disrespect is his motivation. I mean, hell, even if it was something as dumb as, oh, don't touch this hoodie. My great-great-great-grandfather Isom Knox gave me this hoodie. Like this means something.
That'd be something. But I could even see the respect angle. Like if it was like if Darren came into his house and like, wiped his shitty shoes or something on his daughter's face. Like, I don't know. So I could see there being a level of disrespect levied to action, but not this.
Have Darren kill the sister and the niece. Like, do that.
Or you just orphan the niece.
Or be more clear about what they're doing. Yeah, she's been hooked up.
There you go. Orphan the niece. Yeah, there you go. Orphan the niece, and maybe Avery adopts her or something. Like, you could do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, like Thor, Love and Thunder.
Well, I mean, even
don't remind me of that fucking movie.
The situation is basically like, there's something that might be going on with Jasmine. Like, we don't even know what we can assume that it's drugs and sex and stuff, but like, he's not even specific on that. So like, make it clear.
The implication is that she's a girl on the streets, for lack of a better word.
and then we just saw her. She seems fine. Like what?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like it's kind of interesting. Like Eric is just playing so safe with all of these characters. He's playing it too close to the vest. You know what I mean?
The way I see it is this is like a rough draft comic. Like this has some ideas down and an idea of where you want it to go, but like it's not fine tuned enough. There's not like even with the art in a way, it's not detailed enough. With what you're supposed to see, with what characters you're supposed to interact with what his motivation is. Why am I doing this?
I mean, I know that we joke about the first draft stuff and everything, but this really does feel like the first draft.
Yeah,
I mean, straight up, like that's what this feels like. It's like, well, I'm not sure what I want to do with this. I'm not sure what I want to do with that character. I don't know where I'm going to take this. You know, just very vague type of stuff. Like you have a general idea of what you want to do, but you're not willing to commit to any kind of decision. And that's what this feels like. And so it's like, well, if you're not willing to commit to anything, how am I supposed to commit to reading this comic or continuing this? There's nothing here for me to, again, get invested in. There's nothing here.
Yeah, when the name like Taylorsville, I can't get over that because I'm like, that's a placeholder name to come up with the name later for me. It's like, yes, Taylorsville, like because it sounds like unobtainium and stuff like that, transformium that they have in those movies. That's like, why'd you name it that? It's not a name. That's we need to name this thing something, but we're just gonna call it that for now. And that's what's gonna be on the paper. And when we have time to think about it, we'll try to come up with a name for it. That's what a lot of the stuff sounds like to me.
Right.
Yeah. I messed with my gain a little bit. I'm on the right setting for being in my face. How do I sound?
Sound fine now. As you talk, we'll let you know if it still dips or not.
Awesome. Buxom. Where does chat go? I thought Eric had all these stories brewing in his brain for years. And this is what comes from it. Yeah, I remember long ago he said something like he's been working on this for like 10 years. He's got this big plan. It's all laid out. He's got his like canon timeline, whatever, for all this. And it's, you read this and it's like, there's no way.
Well, so I could see him having written like lots of ideas and stuff, what he wants, but like I'm not seeing this. I have no idea what the story is at all. Like after Isom 2, it's like I don't even know. Like what is I have no idea what the story is.
We must eliminate the human.
So I think I know where Eric's at, like in the creative process. So I'm working on a story right now, and the way that my mind works, like I have like a chaotic stage where I have a bunch of different ideas and stuff.
Oh yeah,
and they're not necessarily all connected. They're not finalized or anything, but that's kind of like the primordial stage of the creative process.
Yeah,
and then just like in all good myths, you have the gods bringing order to the chaos. That's when you really start to make decisions, commit to stuff, solidify ideas, and start to really make a story. If Eric's creative process works the same way mine does, I don't think he ever got out of that chaotic stage. I really don't. Or he's somewhere in between the chaotic stage and, the final product, because that's what this feels like. It feels like there's no solidity here. It's not solidified. There's nothing to, it's like there's just nothing to grasp onto. It's like water. That's what it feels like to me.
And he says that like, well, the people that works with him say that it's pretty good though. And it's like, well, yeah, but what if they're not being as fully honest about it? That like, to me, that's bad. That's more bad faith than just being like, yeah. If you're just like, yep, let's it's all good. It looks good. It's like, really? I don't know. I feel like not enough people said, yeah, we gotta change some stuff, man.
That's his own fault though for surrounding himself with yes men.
What? You mean Andrew isn't like an insightful wizard aiding Eric, giving him the best advice?
Andrew is probably Eric's secret gay lover. And I'm not saying gay like Gay. I mean gay as in Ghey. All right, like Eric Gay.
What's the difference with gays?
I don't know.
That's it.
Yeah, you don't have to answer
it. It's as vague. Listen, whatever Ghey actually means, the definition of that gay is as vague as anything in Isom.
Yep. Yep.
All right, let's continue.
He's innocent, you know.
Oh, really quick. Appreciate all you people hanging out with me today. A lot of new people. Some of you subscribed. Appreciate it. The channel has gotten a boost. Got like 10 or 12 new subs from the stream so far. I'm at 1444. Consider sharing this out, helping me grow. I'm trying to be a better YouTuber. This stream will probably put me into monetization mode as far as applying. So I very much appreciate your watch times. A long struggle.
I actually gained like almost 80 subscribers just from this Eric July stuff alone. So Eric, if you're watching, and I know you are, at least some of your cronies are, thank you for that. I really do appreciate it.
Yeah, I'll have to ask Chris Bacon if that stream is a member stream or if he just unlisted it where no one can see it. Because apparently he was reacting to some of this, so I want to see it. But yeah, I appreciate all y'all subbing. Go back on the last stream, like I showed you that comic. Go check out Godfo Universe. Got nice streams, interesting topics, full scope commentary. They're not just like a pop culture thing. And go back his book. He's under 2K. He's already got it made. He just needs to print it, but go support him. He's got a really interesting idea, a really thought out world. All he does is work 9 to 5 or work on his book. And yeah. And I plan to be doing a lot more comic creator streams campaign wise, like I did last year. The Meth Gator Presents. So look forward to that as well. Appreciate it. Let's continue this review.
You know, that would be nice. See, that would be a story. And then again, Jasmine doesn't mean anything, fine. But so who else could this is it? These two characters should be the ones who were like, wait.
No, Ethan, you don't realize the connection he has with Sam, his ranch hand. He's just not getting it.
Which, to be fair, I think Sam might actually be a stand-in for Glenn Beck.
Oh,
like we have this whole thing going on over on my streams where we believe Eric is actually a lolcow, like a literal cow living on Glenn Beck's ranch. So that character might be a stand-in for Glenn Beck.
Yeah, go watch Eric's contributions on streams on the Blaze. He is the token diversity hire.
Oh, abso-fucking-lutely, yes.
Go find that stream that got everyone on of like a recorded podcast, whatever, and they're talking about Hamas and Israel and stuff. You know, and just his commentary. Not only the fact that he tries to, if you know Eric, equate what he is dealing with us detractors as Israel Hamas, puts him in the same light.
Which really tells you about the cognitive dissonance of this guy. Like, that's fucking insane.
But it's like, the whole time he's like, well, like, I don't vote, but like, this is how politics should be. It's like, what does this guy add? Like, he literally does not contribute literally in life to politics, aside from saying all of it's dumb, you know? And for some reason they thought this was like, wow, what a great voice to add to the mix of conservative commentary. It's like, if you're talking about pop culture, if you kept him in that lane, that could be worthwhile.
Like, no joke, I would love to find out how Glenn Beck and Eric July met. I bet there's got to be something fucked up with that backstory. There really does. Because I don't know how Glenn Beck, knowing the type of guy Glenn Beck is, I don't know how he would have gotten involved with Eric. Like, I just wonder how they met. I want a romantic comedy about it. How Glenn met Eric. That's what I want. For Black History Month, too. I want it for Black History Month, too.
When Eric met Glennie. Eric should have done a slow build up like the Marvel 1 through 3 phase. AI is going to take out all these CG model tracing artists, and rightfully so, but it won't be able to replace EVS auteur style of artwork. Yeah, like everyone's bemoaning AI because they have no confidence in their own art. Versus, like, you're never going to replace EVS. Like, you're never going to replace like fine quality art from a human's hand. Wasn't Glenn Beck a crackhead and EVS was a crack dealer?
Oh, you mean Eric was a crack dealer?
That's what he said. Yeah.
Yeah, you said EVS.
Oh shit! It's probably the E stuck out.
Yo, so that's what it was? Like Eric was Glenn's dealer?
Who knows? That's very
Hmm.
interesting. We'll have to
That-
add that idea to. Did you see that that Clipaverse comic where Riley goes to the warehouse
Yeah, I
and
saw
Eric
that.
turns to the werewolf, the
Yeah.
warehouse wolf?
Yeah.
I'll probably show that next stream.
Do you know how amazing of a movie that would be to have Glenn be the crack addict and Eric be his jailer? Like that would be an absolutely fucking fantastic movie.
The Bill Cosby theme.
Yeah.
Eric walking up doing like Cosby motions. Got some crack for you, buddy. Like
Oh, jibbity
You just-
jabbity jibbity doo.
you just stick it in your pipe and smoke it. I can imagine Eric being a crack smoker like that COVID mask guy on the sub. You ever see that video? Where the guy's feeling like this guy's having the time of his life. He's smoking crack, and the guy like he's all freaking out, and he like gets by the door, and he like takes a hit, and he's like, ah.
Chris Bacon.
Yeah.
Chris Bacon says Eric and Glenn go back about a decade after he made comments about Bernie Sanders.
What?
I swear, I honestly think that Father Hostage had a good theory that the inspiration for Gooding came from when Glenn met Eric, and Glenn was like, "Oh, Eric, he's one of the good ones. He's like the good Obama. He's one of the good ones." And Eric misheard that, and he thought Glenn said Gooding. He's one of the Gooding ones. That's where the inspiration came from.
One day, Eric, you will make him a Gooding, a populist hero.
We must eliminate Bernie Sanders.
That son of a bitch. Now I hate Darren. Nope, they're fine. Everybody's hunky dory here. What is this? What is the truck, dude? The truck becomes a bigger character in Isom number 2. Much bigger character.
Really quick. I don't know if I've ever talked with. Me and Ricky have talked about this, but it's like the narration in Isom 2 about like his truck was like, yo, these superheroes with fancy gadgets and suits, and I'm out here in the middle of nowhere going to a castle in a truck. But a good truck is a good truck. And it's like the narration is like retarded. It's like a bad Ford commercial or something.
Dude, it's like Eric. I don't give a fuck.
Well, no, like the narration is what stuck out and was funny to me, but I'm like, oh, whatever. He's making his journey. We're seeing, a pathology of these panels to destination, whatever. But then I thought about it. I'm like, actually, this is fucking bullshit. He's trying to make this world, and he's like hinting that there's these other superheroes in at least Texas, if not the world. It would have been a great time to show like a little Easter egg. The way they try to excuse like Yaira just popping up out of nowhere and the fucking all these other characters for the world. It would have been a great time to have like a Batman character where it's like he says like he starts thinking that because like while he's hopping in his truck because he's at the gas station in Floor Spark, a fucking Batmobile equivalent zips by and he's like, man, I gotta get me something cool like that. Damn, like and he kind of self-reflects like, man, like I'm really slumming it as a superhero compared to Batman, the Batman of Isom, whatever that would be. But you really missed an opportunity. It's like this guy has no ideas.
Do we really want to see who the Batman of the Rippaverse universe is? Like, do we really want to see that?
I wouldn't mind seeing what Eric poops out, attempting that.
I mean, I would for comedy value, but it's just, you can already tell like EVS's brain is just about to break from all this. Like he's about to have a mental breakdown. Like I don't want to do that to EVS. I don't want to do that to anybody. Like, this shit is traumatizing.
Robco guy says Goodings. He says Goodings, Eric's favorite supermarket. I gotta order that Trucks Me shirt from Dick. It even has the turned wheel. Oh, interesting. I heard it, but I didn't really see it. I was listening to it. Sean says, I suppose that he didn't exactly have the $3 million to spend on the page rates before he made it because it wasn't crowdfunded. But given his funding goal, it seemed like he would have had. It seems like he dropped like 30, 50K on this book, given his goal and whatever.
I think he said he had 200,000 or whatever to invest in all the stuff in the website too.
That just hurts. That just hurts his fucking case with this quality. You're like, look at the shit people put out on a shoestring budget, and they're like, please get me $5,000. And it's like, for what you get, given the funding, it's like, this is fucking good, man. Like, this is, if we gave them like 50,000 to make this and not be like so tight, and maybe have to like, like the Ace, the first book is kind of run of the mill. You've seen it a million times, kind of superhero. But luckily I backed it issue 2. The art's fine in the first one, but issue 2 really elevates the story and retroactively makes the first book way better as an introduction. But he's probably had like a budgetary issue, and that's, he put out what he could put out, and he's a novice. That's not like a negative, but he's a novice comic fan writing a book his first time. And where the story's gone into issue 2, it's like, fuck, this is great. I'm glad, because if I would have backed issue 1, I'd been like, I'm not coming back. Sorry. But yeah, it's like, but that's the thing with like small creators, this crowdfunding movement is like, these guys generally, I assume, are struggling and paying out of their own pocket, and just you're paying for the printing, and they're at a net negative, and they're trying to give you good stuff in that budget. And you see what Eric does. It's like a total cash grab. He is the Cecil of the indie sphere. The Batman of Isom pooped out for comedy value. People say that we don't really know any of Isom's powers, but it's clearly revealed at the end he can make his penis into an innie. Best art
That's fucking
is
disgusting.
Supplies. Well, I mean, he did hire the Saskas, so you might have a point there.
Oh, ew, no, ew. I don't want to know what's really going on in that warehouse. Good God.
It actually doubles as a gender affirmation care center.
Oh, that's why he doesn't want anybody coming around there. He doesn't want the secret getting out.
He doesn't want HIPAA violations for his patients. Yeah.
It's all starting to make sense.
See how fun this is? You just like make up shit.
God, I can't wait till the FBI and or the IRS raids that place. I really can't.
It's like, oh man, they're so in the red. We're never going to be able to move this to recoup the taxes. Oh man, we're drowning in 30,000 copies of Isom.
Maybe he'll try to give the IRS copies of Isom and be like, listen, does this make up for all the money I owe you? And they'll be like, no, Eric, not even close.
It's like, no, you actually owe us because we have to move this garbage.
Yeah, unlike the charity you tried to scam, we actually want money. You have to give us money.
Yeah, if you didn't think that was a scam, or at least even if it's legal, it's scammy.
It's unethical.
Why cut a check after the fact?
Yeah, even if it's not
called out.
Even if it's not illegal, it's unethical.
Yeah. You should have just been like, hey, I want to donate so much, so you contributing this helps me do that. That would have been a perfect little like workaround. And you could get the full profit.
More of this kind of vagary here, where we talk about things, a lot of things. There are things. Sir, we don't technically open for another 2 hours. This is the next morning, by the way. You'll have to wait. I believe I do remember you. Isom, wasn't it? Just call me Avery. And really, you have a memory on you. And then we have a asterisk here.
He stumbles through that where it's like, this is retarded.
A memory on you.
He's like, this is not how humans talk.
You see what I mean? He talks white in the strangest way, but then sometimes he'll be like a nice dude and be like, hey, like black guy. It's like, it's very jarring, the tone of Isom's like tone.
A story for another day. I wouldn't count on that. Not exactly. You're just the only person that has ever returned something something to me, you don't forget things like that. What did he return? Can you just tell us, please? That's the reason.
that has the same tone like Jeb Bush. Like, please clap. Come on, just give me something. Like,
what did he return? And then Eric's like, well, you see, in Isom issue 5, we're going to reveal what he returned, and it's going to be very important to the story of Norfolka.
earlier than 2 weeks earlier, that happened. This whole sequence, Evie was pointing out earlier, when he like added up 2 weeks earlier, and then it's like Isom's ranch earlier. He's like, oh, it's like this is all taking place before the cops with the phone.
Yeah, it's like, Eric, all you had to first of all, you cannot start off with 2 weeks earlier from fucking what, Eric? 2 weeks earlier from what? From what? From the day from when I just took a shit, or just like, it's so fucking frustrating. Like, this is not complicated. This is simple fucking shit, Eric. All you had to do was to give us a page or a panel of some event happening, and then you can say 2 weeks earlier. Like, it's not that fucking difficult, dude.
Yep.
Yeah, Sean Farrell. I don't know if you follow him on Twitter, but if you look up like Yaira Winter, there's a lot of posts by me because I've been doing AI art of trans Yaira. Because it's like I'm hijacking it in the search algorithm. So people might dig in like, trans Yaira, what is this? What the fuck? And maybe it'll finally click like, wait, we're backing SJWs when we back Yaira. Because these are the same people like, yeah, Eric, you tell them, keep these weirdos out of our IPs, you know.
Sean Farrell said it's 2 weeks earlier than 2 weeks later. How hard is that to work out, guys?
Yeah, he says he's shocked to find out they're SJWs, some of the Saskas, everything as it's supposed to be against now. Yeah, these are all phonies, dude. Like, you go to the Geeks and Gamers stream, it's like that was hijacked by Geeks and Gamers when it was a Uche stream, and they're just clamoring. I'm like, oh yeah. Zack Snyder, we're getting attention. And then Zack Snyder fucking preambles by backhanding them. I'm not associated, and let's stop Asian hate. Just so you know. So yeah, you should watch any of these guys' commentary with the thought in mind of like they are pandering to their paying audience that wants affirmation and confirmation bias for their perspective. There's no that again. That's why I have misgivings with Nerdrotic, where it's like he has valuable videos, he does valuable critical introspection on the wider behind the scenes, everything encompassing what is becoming a product, and that's valuable. I give them all the credit for that. Some things is like, all right, that's your subjective perspective, but you're showing a litany of items to back up why you think this. That's valuable. That's good subjective reporting on a thing. But then you watch Friday Night Tights and they're just circle jerking and Frost or whatever, dunking on SJWs and just fucking hammering the same fucking jokes. And it's just a circle jerk of it's just dishonest, Like, I really hate that shit, especially being here from the start since like the bullshitters took off. That's my misgivings. And people like Az and shit, I see through that. I see through the phony, the pronoun shit. You make a big spectacle of fucking pronouns, SGWs. Oh, let me do like 6 streams, total like 26 hours of me playing it, even though how dare they pronoun California shit, they'll do anything for money practically. And they'll like totally put the blinders on if they can have an advantage by being cozy with SJWs. Tim's talk. Hollywood and cinema would be saved if they just re-released the Snyder Cut. Oh wow, I will help push that. Yeah, let's bully HBO to re-release. It'd be like Morbius.
But then nobody goes as well. That'd be funny.
like, oh wow, just wait a minute.
We all signed thousands of people signed a petition, but nobody went to get it.
As a person with a uterus, Yaira better not be hot garbage.
Well, are you,
are
sure
you a
that she has
man with a
uterus?
uterus? Is that why you prefaced person?
She might not have a uterus if she's Transyaira.
That fake laugh, huh? I uninstalled Starfield because it sucked at drawing me in, not because of pronouns. Yeah, I just see the game sucks. It's funny people try to say like because the ratings now on it are like mid. That Az was right. He was right. He's been proven right. And it's like, no, you're claiming a win for him because of stupid fucking pronoun rant. You know, it's just put on. Yeah. Appreciate you in here, Tim's talk. How's it going? What, he turned like 21 recently, right?
I think so.
Yeah. Hope things going good for you, man. You gotta hit me up again. We gotta coordinate some streams. Thank you for joining, Alpha Snork. Appreciate it. Let's continue.
I dropped by. You wouldn't happen to have kept that old thing, would you? Follow me. A lot has changed since you were last here. I have a lot of stories that you probably wouldn't believe. Could you tell us any of them?
Tell us what.
There's a lot of just vague stuff.
It's like The Force Awakens. It's a story for another time. I think they doubled that again in Last Jedi with that hologram of her. She does that again.
Well, it's like everybody's been saying, it's the parallel economy. They're just doing what the mainstream is doing. They're just paralleling it. It's like looking in a mirror.
Yeah, this whole parallel economy shit's so retarded. It's one thing to be independent and try to like build yourself up where you get you make something so viable that you get the mainstream attention, or you like blend back in or something. Like what was that company, Wildstorm or whatever, Jim Lee, where it ended up getting bought by DC because it was so viable.
Which is why I was actually supportive of Isom and Eric to begin with, because I thought, okay, yeah, like we need to have competition. We need to have, independent stuff to, be kind of that thing where the mainstream's looking over their shoulder, like, if we don't watch it, like this stuff would come up and bite our ass. Maybe that would end up reforming the mainstream to some extent. But once Isom comes out and you look at the quality, and I'm just like, oh, yeah, this ain't it. This is not going to get
Marvel
the
is
attention.
Scared, Jesker. Don't you know?
Are they now? Really? So you're telling me the higher ups at Marvel, you're telling me the higher ups at Disney, Bob Iger is just every night he goes to bed and he's just thinking about Isom, like he's shaking under his blanket, and he's just like,
go get him.
We just lost Steamboat Willie. We need something. Please get Isom. Help us.
It's like, oh no, we've lost Mickey. Maybe if we're nice, I'll call up Eric tomorrow. Maybe if we're nice, we can get him to make Isom the face of Disney. Like, no, that's not happening, guys. It's not happening. Like, this ain't it. This is, I'm telling you right now, we're not going to see Isom on Netflix. We're not going to see an Isom movie, okay?
Well, you might see Isom on, like, Tubi.
Oh, well, okay.
Yeah, they'll put a lot of things on Tubi, though.
It's like that dark shark
side of the moon.
Wait, what the hell is Shark Side of the Moon?
It sounded like a great meme. It sounded like a great meme idea, but it was just retarded, boring, stupid.
It was awful. We watched like 20 minutes.
You fell asleep during it.
Is that about like sharks on the moon, or
Russians made humanoid sharks and they like break out and go to the moon, but it's like affecting some space mission, and so we're like following this like crew that's like stuck in this conundrum because the sharks are on the moon and they're like humanoids and they are killing people, and
I think just kind of breathe in the space.
What the fuck is wrong with the human race?
The fact that people fund that, and then you see worthwhile shit on Indiegogo, and it's like they're just like struggling to break even. This is what frustrates me of like the shit that gets made.
What the fuck? Seriously, what the fuck? Like, how does this stuff happen? Oh. It's still a better story than Isom.
Yeah. No, that's funny, Buxom Broadsword. I like that stuff. That's why I do the Transyaira, to be an own on them, or at some point they're going to have to acknowledge they've let SJWs into the hen house.
The warehouse.
Just tell us one. I mean, instead of this, be like, hey, remember so-and-so? Well, this happened to him. Fucking crazy, man. Yeah. This happened, this happened, and then this happened. A lot has changed since you've been gone. and actually tell us a story or two. Don't just say, yeah, there have been stories. Yes, we did some things, but I'll tell you later. Maybe. I've gotten in 3 or 4 different fights, checked in and out of a hospital, bought clothes, and I'm wearing it my laptop. It hasn't even been 24 hours yet. Try me. Okay, so your first story, you can tell me what the hell happened here. Yeah, what did happen? Much has changed. As you can tell, we've done a few renovations to this building. No longer serves as a store. It acts as a base of operations of a sort. Could you please expound upon that? Everything is like, it's like none of my business. You know, I'm reading this story and I'm like, you know what? Maybe none of this is my business. Maybe it's not my place to know. I feel like I'm watching a party that I was not invited to, and it's really none of my business what's going on here, and I shouldn't ask. We must be going down because I didn't see much of a second floor. That was the second floor, Avery. I've moved on from the occasional uniform designs. And once my contract with the SSWL expired, things really started to change. And it turns out it's like Southern style wrestling league. Just put that in there.
See, so it's like, is
instead of-
that supposed to be hints of things that
It's
are like
tying
that's
to Larry
that's a-
Shunghite in
but it's
Isom
like,
too.
there's nothing in this story that means. So this is all expositional dialogue that means nothing right now. It's like, okay.
He's world building, man. This is brilliant.
Like, this whole comic should just be focused on Avery. I mean, yes, you can have some world building in there, but Avery is supposed to be the anchor. He's supposed to be what ties us.
He
into
is.
this
He's
world.
sinking this fucking company.
That's probably going to be the Soska sisters when Yaira comes out, and everybody all of his followers, his cultists, realize
He's going down in subs. I
Well-
noticed he was at 512, then he went to 511. Now he's at 510.
This whole culture war thing was actually bullshit from the beginning. So they're going to be the ones that actually sink this whole thing, I think, potentially.
Well, it's crazy because I wanted to check out the Saska's movies because I'm a movie guy. I want to check them out, see what's up. But then Angus read an article that talks about their movies, and I'm like, these sound like the worst movies I've ever heard of before. Like, what? Why would I want to? Oh my! I'll still probably try to check them out, but it sounds like I'll be very disappointed with the movies. Just like some gore horror of random stuff, and then I don't know. Ugh.
This is what we need in the parallel economy, rookie. Don't you get it?
Yeah.
Instead of this, since you wrote the whole thing out anyway, could you take this and put it here? Once my contract with the Southern Style Wrestling League expired, things really started to change. That would have been fine. That would have been just fine. I just feel like I'm left out of things. Everything is about a thing and certain people, and maybe one, maybe two.
I was about to say it. Yeah, one, maybe two, not many.
Two, not many. Everything is super fucking vague, and it's none of our business. We can't get nailed down. I've met my share of incredible people, but those that are special were truly an untapped market. Once word got around, people asked me to either create or alter their garments. You're one of the first. Certain commissions just weren't worthwhile anymore. Certain commissions. What? What isn't worthwhile anymore? What? Tell me.
Certain things.
Well, you certainly upgraded. That's for sure. Really? This explains why I thought I was at the wrong place. I can tell this isn't just some rinky-dink costume shop. What? I don't know, man. I don't see what you're talking about. It looks like drywall with an elevator.
It's probably the same elevator in the ghost elevator scene. It's like the same angle. For my Isom too.
Right.
Can you imagine if Isom walked into a place and it looks like something out of DC Comics, like JLA's trophy room, and there's all this fucking he's taking you on a tour through this trophy room of amazing costumes and weapons that he's made, and then this dialogue might make sense. Yeah, I can tell this isn't just some rinky-dink costume shop because there are tons of awesome stuff to look at. You're looking around, you're going, wow, dude, this guy makes some cool shit. What do you mean? It's just drywall. There's an elevator. You're in an elevator. You come out of an elevator.
Yeah, it's like with you have the comic book as your medium, visual medium, and it just feels like no, we don't need the visual part. Kind of.
Yeah. Oh, hey, are y'all excited for the Ripaverse app? Be a little hug box, essentially Discord, I'm assuming.
Ripaverse app.
Yeah, he did a video like a week ago about like, yeah, we're working on the Ripaverse app.
This dude can't even make a comic correctly. You
I was
expect
about
me
to say, it's like, I mean, EVS. I kind of like EVS's way of like you making action figures that tie with the comic and trying to make them really good. Like I received them; they're freaking great. As far as it is, like that makes more sense to pair with the comic. Get the app, get the website, get the warehouse.
Sean here says, "What's more boring than endless exposition? Exposition that references things they're not going to exposit."
Yo, you know what I want to see now? Speaking of tie-in merchandise, you remember those old play sets for like the Thundercats base and the Grayskull Castle from He-Man and Skeletor's Lair and stuff? Yeah. So I want to see a play set of Eric's warehouse. That's what I want.
We get a little Andrew action figure, a little other people that work there.
Got some Sofska sister action figures. Collect them all and get the play set.
That'd be fun.
Well, it's funny because I'm working on
you can have a warehouse too, everybody.
It's funny because I'm working on an Isom short because I was looking around at I watched like this Comics Explained stream he was on a couple weeks ago, and he had some good nuggets about YouTube and stuff and growth. He's talking to a guy that's already got like 50,000 subs, so he doesn't need help anymore necessarily, but they were just kind of workshopping a little bit about thumbnails and titles and pitches with your videos. Comics Explained, looking at like the periphery of his peers in the same realm and why he was like coming up short and stuff. And so he's talking about like, oh yeah, shorts are doing great, man. Shorts for like comic stuff's doing great for growth. And so I start looking around at comic stuff that'll pop up. And like, okay, that's like informative. Cool. I'm like, you know what? I should do like a troll like Isom one, you know? And so that line, Sean, the exposition, I'm going to work that into this little script. So look forward to that at some point.
Some of my and this is, by the way, I don't know if this is Eric's fault or the artist's fault, but again, stop telling me how great everything is and show me. And stop telling me like vague things and things that happen and people that aren't certain this and that, and start telling me. I need to know because the story's almost over. I haven't learned a goddamn thing. I haven't learned anything. Some of my customers aren't even from here. Therefore, their compensation can be a little unorthodox. Stop being vague. Stop.
Like Darren?
Oh, no.
Being coy. What do you mean? But that makes it even more valuable. How? Have you heard of Rubinon or Silicus? Such fascinating materials that aren't exactly in abundance on this planet. Please explain what you mean by that. What do they do? What are they for? You go to another planet? How do you get there?
I didn't even realize that. He's working with fucking off-world material. He's just like casually saying it like, it's kind of hard to get like vibranium, man.
Yeah, so now that kind of makes me wonder, like, do the governments on Earth in this universe, do they have relationships with other planets? You know, what's going on there?
I feel like he thinks that that's what he wants us to do. Like, that's doing exactly what I intended. You're thinking about that now, but it's like, I don't know. It's not having me that interested in like, now I can't wait to see it. Now I'm just kind of like I
want to know.
I still don't know anything about your world yet. And if you didn't mention it in dialogue, I would have no idea there was a Texas superhero civil war and now it's its own nation. And how is it different from America? Like,
is the free state of Texas in collaboration with the Martians? That's what I want to know.
Right.
Yeah. Telethea, thank you for joining the Inbringer. Those Brazilian sweatshop bars tried their hardest. They did. Tim Talk hyping up the chat saying 55 people watching. Let's go. Thank you, Tim.
Thanks, Timmy boy.
Appreciate you all. Hard work. Me and Rookie It's finally paying off. I appreciate it. Hopefully, you good people can help me get monetized finally.
Almost there.
Seems like a rare case where the employer of the sweatshop is getting exploited. I like Rubanon women. With great power comes great irritability.
Yeah, it's like also
I'm glad
I
the
feel
elevator,
like
both of
I feel like with this, like this is supposed to be the end of the comic, right? This is like he wants this to be the hook for the next.
We get the big splash,
thing,
like I'm
and
in
it's
my
like-
costume.
It's the big event of like I'm back. I am a hero again, and this is all presented so bland. Like, yeah, I'm talking to a guy. We have known each other. Of course, we know, you know, and then that's here's my suit. Okay.
Well, dude, the charity,
Bye. Like,
regardless
that's
of
it.
like if it's a scam or unethical, how he proceeded, even if it's legal, the fact that this guy thought, wow, this book's going to be great for kids, they're going to love, like, that I think really shows you the lack of thought with Eric.
Yeah, I'd say at least EVS is like Cyberfrog's aimed at teenagers, but if your parents are cool with you looking into some gore stuff, whatever, yeah, kid might like it. But
The fact that Eric thinks that this could be aimed towards children shows that Eric has never been around a child. And honestly, given the nature of that beard and my belief that it is a sentient alien life form, I don't think Eric should ever be around children because I don't think he has any control over that beard.
Oh, it's funny. So people in the chat last week, I was on with Jessica on a stream. And so if you go through my Twitter and you see like a black guy with venom like coming out of his shoulder hair, that was inspired by what he was just saying about, like, it's a sentient being.
Yeah, it's a symbiote.
If we can shave Eric, we can save Eric.
Straight up. You got
it. So yeah, if you ever go on my Twitter, you're like, what is this exactly? Like that this is the ideas. That's why I'm like, I got Venom where he's whispering. It's like, yes, Eric, make a good Dean comic. That's what the fans want.
See, the beard, the shoulder hair, it's an alien parasite that's infected his brain. It's all throughout his bloodstream. Like, he's not thinking right. He's not in his. Can you imagine if we shave Eric July and then, like, all of a sudden the alien control is removed from him?
It's like reverse Samson.
Yeah, and he starts acting like a normal fucking human being, and he sees all the stuff that he said and did, and he's like, oh my God, what have I done?
He's just like, hello, fellow citizens. How's the comic book industry? Oh, boy. I can't wait to read Captain Marvel.
Ethan Van Sciver, my best friend. How? Oh.
Yeah, like he gets a British accent for some fucking reason.
Good day, sir. Yes.
No, it'd be funny if it was like French.
Oh, I love the comic book industry. Captain Marvel, she's a fine superheroine, no?
You gotta be like Captain Marvel.
Captain Marvel.
Oh no, they would probably say Capitan.
Capitan Marvel.
Capitan Marvel. She's a fine superhero, no? She's a perfect role model for the, how do you say, little misses?
Can Isom can change Isom title to My Doll? Oh, it's giving her cramps. It's negatively impacting her uterus. This poor woman dealing secondhand EVS, dealing with him reviewing this comic. It's impacting her. Generic July is the new Shakespeare. Nice. Ripping goalposts, the real deal is here. He says, still streaming, huh? Detractors gotta detract. Of course, you know me.
We like having fun.
But what will clean my fluids up if not shoulder stubble? Art CS is Simp's gonna simp. I don't know if you're talking about me with EVS or with Rippo goalposts.
I think he's responding to goalposts.
I mean, yeah, but it's one of those like, you go either way there.
Of them. Looks like he just yeah, this is a great image. This looks like this is his lawyer. He was just convicted of some shit.
It's the black guy that beat the judge. He's going to court.
All right.
2 weeks earlier.
Oh, look at this. So here we have the enterprise here, and this is a stock asset warehouse. We found this on SketchUp. This is a stock asset warehouse. And here you can see some scientists moving around. If you look really closely here, you can see a costume being made here. It's a costume. What else? Not a lot. Nothing else. It's none of our business.
One, maybe two, not many.
It's unbelievable. But why here? Well, you get scared of someone coming along to destroy it all? This is unbelievable. You think this is my only warehouse? I'm expanding. I'm getting another warehouse. This is me looking at Eric.
Oh, this is just one of many private locations with 2 gates and 3 entrances.
I'll activate my second warehouse. Oh, in attack mode.
He should make like a warehouse Transformer Voltron comic where like his warehouses are actually a symbol.
They are characters. They are characters.
That'd be hilarious.
My trusty warehouse. They always had my back.
Eric July's warehouse and going, it's empty. Can I put some Cyberfrog toys here? What are you talking about? It's full. This warehouse is full. Didn't you see my drone video? This is an empty warehouse. My warehouse is full of toys. You got all this space here. It doesn't look like you're using enough room. You think this is my only building? You need another one?
Wait, he's got like the secret base. Looks like he's got a clothesline in this secret base of Operation for Superhero Attire. He's got a fucking clothesline. Instead of like, secret compartments or like Spider-Man, Amazing Spider-Man 2, where they reveal all the costumes for Vulture's wings and Doc Ock's arms. So unimaginative.
You underestimate the magnitude of this operation. This is all Eric talking about.
That is fucking Anakin Skywalker. You underestimate my warehouse.
Well, it's kind of funny because also, like, if this character and this stuff is going to be in the future books, like, why not just have the magnitude revealed later? Like, be like, wow, it's moved up since last time. Okay, and then that's all we need for right now. I don't understand what the magnitude of my warehouse is beyond your comprehension. Like, it's okay to just have it just be a regular warehouse. It's all right. It's all right.
Oh my god!
About his own warehouse. Don't look at this through the scope of the local designer you once knew. All of this is his subconscious.
How are we supposed to, what does that tell us? What does that tell us? Do we know him before too?
This warehouse keeps giving. It's the gift that never stops.
I love it.
Missions bring a clientele that would raise the under-earth if someone even thought about laying a finger on me. Ooh, that sounds dangerous. Glenn Beck sounds tough. But I'm prepared in the event of a poorly advised attempt.
Ill-advised. If someone should come take money to this warehouse, they will be ventilated.
And if you think the security here is impressive, you ought to see the security I got in my great-great-grandfather's grave.
I would almost make the warehouse with like, here is the tape money wall that you can, take a picture at and tape money to. It's like make it.
Oh, wow.
Make it a way to make some money there.
I wonder if Ripitard has interacted with Ripiverse yet. We should get them both on a stream. That'd be amazing.
That'd be fun.
Sean Farrell says, there's absolutely no character in that setting. What the fuck? Maybe pay a little extra for that page, dude. Slevin Colvera. Slevin Colevra says, you got a super chat, homie. Appreciate you guys. Thank you. No, but if you go in the description, I got to fund my comic page. It's open. I don't know what you call it, like open store. I'm trying to make a comic, and long ago I had posters made for Meth Gator. If you want to buy one or tip me through that, then I appreciate it. Cool. Did not monetize yet. Hopefully we'll get over with this stream. All you people watching. But yeah, I appreciate if you super chat me. Let me know, and if you got a comment you want me to like woohoo. But try to engage the whole chat. Let's see. We shall be watching your warehouse with great interest.
It will grow in power in time. Just wait and see it in 20 years. See where it goes.
I keep looking at my phone because I'm texting Rookie these joke ideas for memes. Oh my god, thank you, Hexel. Let me check. You're all on the list if you don't shut up and consume. Yeah, no, it's funny. The same people be like, as soon as you say something about Isom, it's like, you defend the mainstream. You're a shield for Disney. Like, what?
No.
Look at my channel. What if the last Disney video I did was crapping on Ahsoka.
Yeah.
Ego leads to poor judgment. Poor judgment leads to lawsuits. Lawsuits lead to poverty.
And this is a comic trope. If you want to do it, it has to be iconic. Yeah, like don't they? I know it's like repeated through the history of the comics and like the animated films for Batman, but his Batcave, he's got like his collection of his enemies, the giant penny, Joker shit, various Batman
I've seen that here and
paraphernalia.
there. He's got like trinkets of victories or something.
Yeah, I want to say in 3 Jokers, they have a big splash of Batman's warehouse of goodies. And then like the Lego Batman, of course, it's just the bright, colorful kids movie, but like they go fucking bonkers with his lair, and it's like, Isom doesn't have a lair; he just has a ranch.
Well, even so, this warehouse of superhero stuff looks like a normal little warehouse. Like it doesn't look like a little business. You'd think it would be somewhat unique with how much he's bragging about how his warehouse is so cool that it would be that they'd show it on the page,
Yeah, I am getting this text to you before I forget it.
Okay.
Great interest. Thank you, Hexel. And I'll tag you when I make that meme. Did you see I think Ricky saw it. Did you see my meme of I was making fun of Yellow Flash and Eric, and I had like Eric in a warehouse like Game of Thrones, and I said bend the knee to warehouse Ripa.
Yeah, I saw
that. Yeah, no, thank you for the great joke.
Anyway, a lot of posturing here, a lot of bullshit, a lot of tell and don't show. And then he gets a suitcase and then walks in here. And look, you look a bit more defined. Try it on and we'll make the adjustments from there. There are several options in that department. Very well. Let's make sure the measurements are still the same.
The mainstream is scared. This is what the mainstream's not doing. They're not talking about costume adjustments.
Yeah, hopefully he didn't gain any weight or.
This is just something you assume, unless you're telling the origin story of like the Spider-Man film is so fucking great. And the costume is like a narrative device because you see Peter as normal human with new abilities he doesn't understand at all. He's coming to terms with them, testing them out. He hits the fucking wall trying to swing. And then he gets the idea like, oh, okay, I can. Now he starts like, webbing his room, a very Coom allegory there visually with this new feat he can do. And then he starts like workshopping and he comes up with like this rinky dink sweatsuit spider costume. And then after Uncle Ben, he realizes the authority he must work with, the great power and the great responsibility. And then, bam, we get the full-fledged Spider-Man costume. And he has elevated, and the costume reflects that he's hit this plateau, understanding his role. It goes hand in hand. And this book ends with this fucking costume reveal, like, now he is Isom fully. And it's like, what did he earn? What was the battle that he overcame to have this suit like match, this strife that he's overcame, that he's at this new level, that he's elevated. The way this goes, this should like marry those two ideas.
It's given him ideas for what
but no, the sell is like, well, he's got a costume now, and that's it, and that's like the end.
Yeah, the whole Peter Parker thing with the costume. it's absolutely genius because it kind of mirrors the whole situation with Uncle Ben and everything. Like he has this kind of rudimentary costume and everything, and it's not until when after the whole Uncle Ben incident where he dies and everything, and you get the great power with great power comes great responsibility, that he actually gets the official standard costume. And it kind of mirrors the whole progression of when he gets the spider powers to when he actually becomes the Spider-Man that we all know and love, and he becomes a superhero in the fullest. Like that is a beautiful character arc in that origin story, and the costume is a reflection of that. Here it's just like a costume. Like it doesn't represent anything. There's no symbolism to it. There's no meaning to it. There's nothing.
Yeah. Really quick, let me pull this down. And let me sign in real quick. Here we go. All right. Here we go.
Are you
So
signing? I thought you were signing into your Ripaverse membership account or something.
Hell no. So like I was saying, if you want to think there's like a contribute, there's a contribute button if you want to like use this as a placeholder super chat me. Oliver is here. That's why I wanted to show this off. You can just, otherwise I would just be like, go to the link if you want to support me, help me try to make my comic. So these are all printed. For whatever reason, I wasn't able to add the fourth picture in the description. But the fourth one is this right here. The Ari's the artist. This is his depiction of Shelby. It's very much based on Christina Ricci from Black Snake Moon. But yeah, I want to show off Oliver's work. He colored this, which is thus far my favorite Meth Gator piece.
That's really, really nice.
Yeah. And there was no inking, so I was a little worried that it would be able to like work, but he did phenomenal with this piece, especially with the red. I didn't know he would like pull from, because I gave him reference of different things, including Swamp Thing art. And I didn't expect him to like pull the red background. That was like an accent I don't think I indicated like, do that. It was just like his intuition, and it fucking works. It's such great contrast with this like murky swamp
and to be fair, I don't think, looking at this, I don't think you necessarily need the inking, because I don't know, like I like the look that it gives it, not giving it the ink. It's more of a, what's the word I'm looking for? Kind of a not a scratchy look, but I don't know exactly what the right word is, but it's
grungy or something.
Yeah, grungy, I guess. Yeah, and I think that especially for like these characters and stuff, I think that actually works better for it.
Yeah,
because if you had something too clean, too pristine and stuff, I don't think it would work as well with these characters.
Oliver like, whoa, I forgot I colored that. It'd be funny if he's like in the chat, like, wow, that looks awesome. Like, yeah, you are the other artist on this.
Well, that'd be cool thing you work for it.
Wow, that looks awesome. You did this. Like, you did it. Like,
that was you.
The colors. You brought this to life. After the awesome inks, pencils by Isoneto Souza from Brazil. Ironically, what's funny is I contracted contact whatever commissioned Kanan White for a Meth Gator piece, but I'm like, I already have enough, but I already like paid for this, and so I'm like, actually my plans for issue 2, it's like thinking ahead too much, sure, but since I already like commissioned him, and then I retroactively was like, wait, I got enough cover variants, like 3 or 4. I'm like, actually, this will be issue 2. And so I cannot wait to reveal. And then like after I got it, like within the week, Kanan White's announced as like the big time at Ripaverse now. And so that's hilarious. So I can't wait in the future, get to issue 2. I can like make this kind of like a troll. Not really on Kanan, but it's like, yeah, I got a Ripaverse guy. I got the Yaira cover guy, Meth Gator. Suck on that, Ripatards. And they'll have to they'll be like, is this the tractor? You worked for an enemy.
He worked for the cows.
Yeah, but regardless, the price is the same as Indiegogo. I don't want to shaft the initial backers that supported me to break even and be able to print these. So price is the same. It might seem a bit steep. I understand, but it's 15 a piece, or you can get them for 40 for all four, and 50 if you want them signed, or you can just contribute if you want to super chat. If you want to support me, the idea originally came for the posters because it's like, well, I don't have like a pool of money to throw at an artist to try to make this. So there's this whole like Critias was a big thing at that moment with blowing all of his money, not making the book. And so I'm like, well, I can't afford to make a book, but what if I do like promo art? And this can be a kind of cart before the horse where I earn on a lower investment, smaller investment, I earn favor with backers that like, oh yeah, he fulfilled this, did a small thing. It's kind of like Jesus, that parable where it's like, you're able to handle this small feat. Now I can trust you with bigger things. So that was the whole idea behind this. Didn't work out how I hoped, but yeah, Vic King did this piece and Sketchy Raven was the colorist. It's more amateur and, quirky, I guess, but I like the character that Vic brought. He was the original kind of concept for the dimension of Meth Gator's head. I didn't think about at the time about he needs a tail, but this pose works. He's a simple guy, kind of a Ghost Rider, Wolverine kind of attire. So, and then Ari, I think he was probably the first guy I hit up, and he's more like a kind of anime style. Maybe it's not the best sell, but I like having this like diversity of representation of ideas of Meth Gator's look, different styles. So you might think of it inconsistent, but I give my artists a lot of free range. I give them like references, and I kind of do the Marvel. It's like, you're the artist, you know how to like sell this idea with your art. So I love the style he did, even though it's not what I plan the comic to be. And yeah, Shelby's had very different representations because of her references, but she's gonna look more or less like skin tone like Tanashi, this R&B artist, mixed girl. She's gonna have like kind of a dirty mixed kid, sandy colored fro. She'll put in pigtails sometimes. So yeah, that's imagery of Meth Gator. Hope you and Ryan Magus, he did the original what do you call this, the logo, and it turned out so great because all I did was I was like, hey, I like the Ghost Rider like 71 logo, can you like make it Gatory? And he did phenomenal with this. I only had him do like one edit to change the gator color, and I love it. It seems like softer, but yeah, like Meth Gator might sound crazy, but it's not a joke. It's not fucking Cocaine Bear. So I really want to have fun with this. And like the Eric July stuff, again, it's been very enlightening to make me analyze comic storytelling, being a novice, in a way I never thought to, and it's like the depth of thought I've put into this just to make the story make sense. And then I read Isom, and people give him fucking $3 million for it. Like that also grinds my gears, knowing the cost to get art done, seeing guys struggle to break even. And then this fucker, everyone, sure, the first time, $3 million, we're, parallel economy, trying to help him build a company. Totally fine to pass on the first issue, but you see the continuation of 3 issues of this story. This guy has no fucking concern for you, the customer, with good storytelling. You are a fucking pay pig, and that grinds my gears.
I was talking to some other guys about this, and I said, listen, because this book I'm writing, like if I woke up one morning and I realized like I made $3 million off of this thing, I would go to the middle of my room, fall to my knees, and probably start crying. Because it'd be like, holy shit, people really like this. And I would feel, first of all, I would feel incredibly humbled. Second of all, doing a sequel, like I would try and, do 10 times better. Like, because that's owed to the customers, that's owed to the fans. But Eric, it's almost like he just, like, the way he thinks is like, like I'm owed this money. Like like they owe me this. Instead of, it's like, no, like you owe the fans. Like you had a very financially successful run at this. And now you've got to do better. You got to give your fans better. You got to give your customers better. But Eric, he just doesn't give a shit. Like he's so entitled. It's ridiculous.
Yeah. Let me gauge some of these. So you scroll up a bit on the chat, people. You can click the link for Oliver's Twitter. He's the colorist on that red background Meth Gator piece. He worked on, I don't know if he did the art or not, or like logo and lettering, but he worked on the Cryptidnals, which was like I think an Indiegogo campaign, maybe his Kickstarter. I bought it in my comic shop. It's pretty cool. It's black and white. Didn't expect that given the cover. But it's like Texas weird like mythical creatures like chupacabra and stuff like that. So it's fun. I need to reread it, probably review it, because I liked it. It's very like, it reminds me like not as clean art, but it reminds me like something like Stray Bullets. Right, this is just like, this is different, you know. Really good stuff. So if you have anything you're trying to get colored, if he's got the time for you, you've seen the proof with my Meth Gator piece. He's a good colorist. And he doesn't need much guidance to give you something good like that. Again, I'm very hands off with my artists I've worked with. I give them references. I give them parameters. Like, one thing about Meth Gator is his head. I have part of the plot I want to do where within comics, it's plausible that he can blend in wearing like a jacket, you know, his head won't stand out. So I'm like, he's got to have like a Godzilla dimension to his head. He can't have a giant gator snout. It's like definitely the one thing you cannot at all be realistic with. So, you know, draw a realistic adult gator, but do it within the proportions of a baby, a hatchling alligator, you know? So Godzilla's a great reference for that. And thankfully Vic with his kind of like concepts, initially his head sketches, that really helped me like hone in that idea. And yeah, when he messes out, his eyes like glow for like a visual for the audience.
I'm just picturing Godzilla on meth now, and I got that is fucking terrifying.
Tevin asked, "What's the plot of your story?" Well, essentially, Meth Gator and his surrogate raccoon father are these kind of freaks that you'll learn as the story progresses. The backstory. Meth Gator is transformed by this more or less radioactive meth. It's not radioactive, but like sci-fi, you know, and raises Meth Gator, and they live like on the outskirts of town in the swamps. And essentially they cut a deal with like local government, the mayor, the sheriff. Think of like Boss Hogg and Roscoe, but not like funny. And they're moonshiners. Meth Gator is the delivery boy, more or less. And he's an open secret in town, given they give a cut to the law enforcement to like not bust them. And so they're like a weird open secret in this small town, and that no one makes a fuss to like get attention to them. But the town's aware of them. And Meth Gator goes to the bar. Shelby is a hooker, and she's like a new girl on the corner. And so she gets roped into his plot. And essentially, Meth Gator is just like this freak humanoid thing that how do I say it? He is more human than Gator, even though he literally is like a transformed alligator. He has no place in the world, and he feels that. And so he just like internalizes that. He's a French person, and people tolerate him. He goes to the bar once in a while, shoots pool, sticks to himself, and fucks hookers when he has the inclination. So Shelby is the new girl he gets interested in, finds her on the direction of Miss Emma, the madam of the brothel, and some past events at the beginning of the story come up to bite him, ironically, in the ass. And so he has like a series of events that he's kind of forced into to start being an active agent in his life and his direction. He's kind of an aimless character. He's just with his dad. You know, he has like minimal personal interaction, and now he's kind of forced into the light more and more and more as the story will progress. And he's a more or less a street character. I don't know the limit of his powers. I'm still working that out, because if fans like it as it progresses, I want to take them from street level power set to metaphysical Ghost Rider Hellboy territory. You know, I want to have them interact with like my version of like Native American, Greek, Egyptian gods, and wherever that can take them, and really expand the potential, not be limited to like a fucking Punisher story. Because I've learned reading like Garth Ennis's Punisher, Punisher's not very interesting. Like he's a cool foil for a hero, Spider-Man or Daredevil. He's not. He's very one track. You know, he's never satisfied. He's just like a fucking Grim Reaper. The crime indiscriminate. Maybe he might even bed women, but there's no attachment. It's just punching a clock physically for him. Got an urge, takes care of it. There's no attachment. So I don't have the imagination to make a street character have longevity. And so hopefully you like where I can take him to be more comics wacky, but he's a character that I put thought in, it's like simply like my job argument about Isom and how his ranch has like fucking no bearing on his life. You have no understanding of what retiring from being a superhero means. These are things I thought of just to make the story make sense. I had the image of Meth Gator and I had no idea how to make the science work. And then it's like, oh, there's like this like deep state off the books, testing of essentially a super soldier serum. And he gets thrust into a plot that he was never aware of was taking place. He is aware of, he's reliant on a special blend of meth that's, permeated this area of Georgia. And they've tried to craft their own versions to maybe wean him off or control it. But he can't. He's very interesting in the sense like he's like Hulk, where it's like, but he has like two sides where he has to walk a fine line. He has to like maintain his drug dependency to stay level. He can't withdraw and he can't like over consume. And so it's like he's walking a tight line. He's got to try to navigate that as well as being thrust into the bigger world. And the government has interest in that. So that's more or less the scope of Meth Gator without spoiling major things I planned. So that is Meth Gator. And unlike Eric, it's like I have no problem telling you I don't know the range, but street level stuff, he's just like, a strongman type archetype, within reason. The other reason I want to do like supernatural kind of stuff is like, I don't want to just like give you villain of the week, like, oh, wow, what should be a rarity? There's like 20 other humanoid animal people to fight every fucking week. It's got to make sense. And it gets like busts out of this like tight bubble of like plausibility in this more grounded world. That's not going to work, in my opinion, for what I want to do. So, Cryptinals was off the hood. Yeah, I did like it, issue 1. I don't know where I put him though. The title is Politics in the Rippaverse. I think there's something to be said for the fact that Rippa wouldn't be doing any of this had Ethan not fostered Comicsgate so vehemently. Having said that, Ethan chooses poor company a lot. Oh, I agree.
To be honest with you, Ethan is kind of too nice of a guy.
Yes.
But I mean I'd rather have somebody like Ethan who's too nice and someone like Eric who, I mean, I couldn't imagine spending a fucking hour alone with Eric July.
Wait. We got Jimmy Reyes in the chat. Jimmy Reyes, Comics Gator Impregnator. That's the guy. Go check out. I know it's Dragon Rage on Indiegogo. Back it before he's done and closes that shit, because that art looks amazing.
Yeah, that art is fucking beautiful.
Sorry, continue, Jessica.
So yeah, like Ethan, I can see myself sitting down having a pie with the guy or something. Like I couldn't do that with Eric. Ethan actually acts like a normal fucking human being. Eric, I question, is human at all.
Melissa, I think so. Meth Gator, I mean, more or less this fits within superhero genre, but he is a character that's like figuring himself out. He definitely has a real trial of character in the first book, and I would say he's sympathetic. I think I'm going to address that properly. That you understand his turmoil, that you understand his internal conflict of his entire being since he was birthed. It very much is like, with the meth, it's very much just like the ooze of TMNT. It's a simple trope to pull from, like Daredevil. You know, it works. You don't gotta fix. What's the saying? If it works, don't fix it.
If it's not broke, don't fix it.
Yeah.
Hey, real quick, I'm gonna go get my dogs back into the house because I think they're barking at the chupacabras outside or something. I don't know. So I'm gonna go bring them in the house. I'll be back in a few minutes.
You're fine. Oh, and hey, George Peter Gatsis, how's it going, friend?
Dude, I'm here. Two things. I'm here to defend the honor of Hargrave, and secondly, I sent you a Twitter. What do you call it? A Twitter post.
Okay.
I at you at a Twitter post.
Let me scroll. Okay, yeah. See, I don't know where I placed that original file. If you emailed it to me. Wait, hold on. Someone's detracting. Oh no, that was making fun of Nina. Yeah, let me show this off, man. Yeah, I really like this. It's fun. You got a good I don't know, you got the right setting. It's the bogs, the swamp, you got a shack in the background. Let me present this. Where is it? X marks the spot. This is George Peter Gatsis. He did a fan piece for me. I really like it. Never thought to have him interact with Boa.
Put us off to the side so you can see the whole piece.
Oh, my bad. I was doing the. Nope. There we go.
There you go.
Yeah, I love it. Like you got the jeans. He's fucking ripped. It's awesome. I never expected to have somebody like, I want to draw that. Although HK Stash, when I commissioned him to do the image on the stream, should be the bull, the Thanos Minotaur. He did a fan piece for me, so it's like people like this. It's I can't wait till I'm able to afford to like actually bring this to light. I want funding, trying to get monetized. So on top of overtime I do to try to fund this comic, I want to
wait a minute. What's the? I just jumped in. What's the issue? If you don't mind me asking.
Oh, it's just trying to fund this. I have like a rough goal. I don't have an arse in mind yet, but I want to have a pool of money to throw at them for pencils before I do a campaign.
Oh, okay. So it's getting the artist to draw the worker.
Yeah, I got $2 or $3 grand set aside, but it's like
how many pages?
I don't know yet. Still hammering out the story, trying to fine tune it. So.
And you say you got like let's just say a minimum of $2,000 set aside for the artist.
Yeah, but it's like tentative because I don't know if bills will pop up, so I don't want to like bank on like this is just that because like I'm gonna have to dip it, so I don't want to put people's.
Okay. So what's the
I mean?
what's the big picture of the story in the book?
How do you mean?
Okay. What's the synopsis of the story?
Oh, it's a gator born of a secret government-based drug that's been laced in a certain strand of meth that happens to infect this hatchling. Thus, Meth Gator is born. We fast forward to the present time after that introduction, and him and his raccoon father are moonshiners. Meth Gator's the delivery boy to businesses in town. They have a agreement with the local sheriff and mayor to not bust them. And they're an open secret in the town. It's a small little town. No one really says shit. They're kind of just on the outskirts. Supply moonshine where needed.
Okay, all right. So I get it. So it's a combination of Captain America and the Incredible Hulk.
I guess, yeah. I mean, his power set's more or less like Captain America. He's just a strongman character.
And is this funding also including the printing at all?
Yeah, I'm trying to get like 15 grand. I've been doing the math. I think I can do it this year. If I do like, I'll probably work about 2,000 hours scheduled. And so if I do another like 600, which is an extra like shift per week.
Okay. I get it. I got enough information. At your convenience, let's talk offline.
Okay.
and I think I will help you enlighten you about the production and how to do it within your budget, and get a really awesome book out.
Well, thanks. I appreciate it.
Okay, so
Everyone go follow. I don't know if am I following you? Yeah, I am following. Okay,
yeah,
cool.
we'll follow each other.
Well, it's just been years since we really interacted before Tony.
Well, yeah,
so.
that's the last time we interacted when I did that illustration back in 2020.
Oh, I feel so bad, man. I just had a lot of stuff come
It's
up.
okay, you know.
Job- I had a-
You used me as a stepping stone to get to bigger and better things like Vic King, the piece of shit that he is. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, whoa. I got this fake feud going on with Vic King. That's why I say
okay. I was about to say, like,
I'm here.
I knew
I'm
him
here to honor Hargrave.
simultaneously.
I'm here to defend Hargrave's honor.
Wait, who's Hargrave?
What exactly? Right? You know.
So you got Chris Holm in the chat. It says George is trying to snipe that book and get work.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Gator jeans. It's AI. Definitely not.
What?
Definitely did not pay.
How
for
dare
AI.
you, sir? Of course.
No,
it's
I got.
AI. Of
You know, it's
course
crazy.
It's AI.
I got that
That
Oliver
whole piece is AI.
that Oliver
Adobe
piece.
Illustrator, by the way.
I got that in the mail. I have it framed in my living room.
What
Real piece.
the thing I just drew?
No, the let me show it again.
Oh geez, I got a show in 2 minutes. Okay, guys, I gotta go. Connect with me offline.
Okay.
As soon as you can. I know how to get your stuff done in the budget that you have.
Yeah. When do we get Chris? When do we get Meth Gator cosplay? I don't know. That'd be on you, the fans. Definitely interested to see it. Does Meth Gator have a cool death roll move? I never thought of that because he's more human. So there's things I've researched about gators and stuff. Like, you know, instantly people will be like, "Oh, does Meth Gator lose his teeth because meth?" And it's like, I looked up the science. And it's like they're like sharks. They just grow them all the time. That would be a dumb detail to even.
No, that's actually a good detail. He does lose his teeth, and they grow back.
It's a non-issue.
Make him into a weapon, into a tooth weapon.
Yeah. like he bites off the what's it, a tank, and he goes, geez, I lost my teeth.
Nexus Video says the best part of Isom is when he gets his ass kicked in the club by the super thug, then is tossed into Yaira. Oh, see you, Peter. George. Hey, Godfo, what is up? The important question is, does Yaira show up in Meth Gator? No, I do. I have a spin-off character that I really hope y'all like. No one's done something like this in CG Indie that I've seen. That's worthwhile, at least. I have a very interesting spin-off character that I will not inform you all about. I got a cool concept design for artists to work on, though. So, no, I'm not going to give you the detail because you'll totally spot it in the first issue if you're like, oh, that's going to be it. Toothless Meth Gator. It's hilarious. Definitely not toothless. When he okay, so like aside from like staying level with his meth, he has to like, you know, medicate properly with his meth, stay level. When he does meth out, when he takes a hit, this like boosts him. So he gets like his veins are more like prominent and glowing, his eyes glow, and he becomes like bulletproof. So that's like a detail that will be delineated pretty early in the book after the introduction of his coming to be. I pitch it as like Team and Teammates Breaking Bad. You know, messaging I want to do in Meth Gator is like Sicario. I want to have something that's like my political messaging is like the government is purple and they're in cahoots with you know, the cartels or whatever. Connect penises. Yeah, hey, I did it earlier, Godfo. Dan, I shared your Apollyon 20XX earlier. Hopefully people will check it out. I backed it myself, of course, rectified that. Any comments, Ricky?
Nope.
You're just sitting aside. Let's get back to hating Isom. Let's see the conclusion of Isom 1. I gotta share it. Thank you all hanging out so long. Got 50 people. pretty
Yeah, I've
consistent.
been going like 6 hours now.
I don't feel tired. This is great.
Still fits. He's show.
Oh,
and then he gets a suitcase and then walks in here. And look, you look a bit more defined. Try it on, and we'll make the adjustments from there. There are several options.
Why are you checking out another grown man? This is gay.
Apartment. Very well. Let's make sure the measurements are still the same. Why? What? Still fits. He's. This is the end. That's the end. Oh wait, no, it isn't. We aren't quite done yet. Here's Eric. Taxation is theft, he says. But charging $35 for a comic book like this is just good business.
Business.
Agony. Yeah, I mean, it'd be nice if at any point, like, so what? Like, it'd be nice if at any point, you just show like what the costume can do. Tell us something. Why are you gonna make me wait? I gotta wait for the issue 2, and then issue 2, you don't really tell anyone either. What does the costume do? Can it spin webs? Any size? Thieves just like flies. What does the costume do? Why does he need it? This information isn't anything that you need to protect from the reader. They paid $35 plus shipping.
He's writing it down.
The desecration, I love it.
This is a ticket to the world of Isom. They paid to know what this costume does. They paid for some high stakes. They paid for this guy to give a shit. This guy doesn't even give a shit. He's got his costume because he wants to go and beat the shit out of Darren some more. Darren didn't even do anything to this guy. Darren said, please leave. He insulted him.
Darren Fontano.
Sure. And he said, leave. This is a vagina.
He says that's so casual. This is a vagina. Is he drawing a dick on there?
Oh my god, that
It's a vagina.
blows out the fucking review.
So I want to just run this by you again. Let me just say this again. They paid $35 and they received no information. None. They received no story. There is no story in this book. They were introduced to a lot of characters and nothing. We learned nothing about them. The whole world of the Rippaverse from this book and from what I read of the second book is very much like that. It's very much like a strange, dreamlike party that you're not really invited to. And it's none of your business. If you have questions, none of your business. Everything is certain people, certain things. Things happen. These things. I've got stories for you. Stories for another time. Story not included. This is a $35 comic book, and the story is not included. You have to buy the story later, I guess. Story not included. We aren't done quite yet, says Eric. A lot of images of just Eric just scowling and arms crossed here. Like, who cares, Eric?
Karen in the chat.
All right, so here we get introduced to more. Now we get more. This has nothing to do with Isom. Somewhere near Florida. I'm gonna fucking throw my pen across the room.
Somewhere near Florida. Why don't you just say Georgia or Alabama or?
Do you know where it is?
This will be Georgia.
Do you know where it is? Where this is? This is your story. Tell us one fucking thing. I'm gonna upset Ava. Ava's upstairs, like she's hearing Daddy yelling in the basement. I have a 7-year-old daughter. She has autism. She doesn't like it when I yell, but what am I supposed to do? Daddy has to review dog shit, baby. Sorry.
Oh my God. Sean Farrell says, I'm shocked that $3 million out there for RIPA, but not EVS. Is it just a channel size disparity? Well, like my content, my view is that what's going on here? There we go. Sorry. My view is that Eric has essentially said the same exact dialogue of what Comicsgate's been saying for years, but he's a black guy. And so this gets way more attention if the black guy is saying RIPA, maybe not even intentionally, but RIPA benefits by being a token, like being in conjunction with certain people, saying the same things, but as a black guy, this just has way more weight in the world we're in. And whether he wants to admit it or not, or his friends want to admit it or not, there's the benefit of like, well, I'm not racist. I'm promoting a black guy's book. It's maybe not even thought of subconsciously, but this is a benefit. He's essentially saying the same stuff EVS has said for years, but there is that difference. And so it just makes way more of a splash than if a white guy that's been kicked from DC Comics, a jaded employee, is like, fuck the mainstream wokeness. You get a black guy that's got no pedigree in the industry, and he comes out and like, I got a big plan. It just carries more weight to an audience of potentially, whoa, that stands out. A black guy's saying this stuff. That really is the difference. Florida is pretty big. Well, thank you for hanging out this whole time, Karen. Appreciate it.
I feel like, yeah, thanks, Karen. I feel like if you're gonna have somewhere and something, then it's got to be like, after you've established a lot of stuff, and you go somewhere that isn't important, maybe. But if you're gonna have something, if you're gonna have a thing that says where you are, why not just say what it is?
What it is. Chris Owens says, Eric, the first time had not only his audience, but EBS's and the rest of Comicsgate when he started in good faith. Precisely.
I've seen people say that he never said that he was Comicsgate, but he also never said he wasn't Comicsgate. So
he has no problem rubbing shoulders with everyone to his benefit.
Yep.
This is Cyberfrog. He comes from Perdani, a planet where they figured out how to overcome and defeat the Vespis Scourge. And they send him to Earth. He's funny. He's a Philadelphian. He's been programmed by his internet mom, Chelsea, to understand the customs and dialects of Philadelphians. He lives in South Jersey, in Camden. He likes to watch MTV. He likes to eat fried chicken that's fed to him by his best friend, Heather Swain, who is the only human who is not afraid of him. And then an invasion happens, and he's not prepared for it because he spent the 90s fucking around and watching MTV and getting pissed off at like talk shows and stuff. And so he fails in his mission, and he's
watching Jerry Springer.
He ends up buried in the Schuylkill River. See how I don't say in some river, sort of on the East Coast, in the Schuylkill River of Philadelphia. He ends up buried in there, and he stays there, hibernating and regenerating for 20 years. And in 2018, he comes back to life, comes out of there, emerges out of his hibernative state to discover that the entire world has been conquered and taken over, and basically just completely changed by the Vespis. He looks for his friends. The humans that remain are hiding in the woods in the Pine Barrens in New Jersey. See how specific we can get? And he goes to go find his friend Heather, finds that Heather's still alive. She has a daughter. And together, they're regrouping and trying to figure out if he can still accomplish the mission that he failed at 20 years ago. That's the story of Cyberfrog. And that's it. You paid for it. If you paid for it, you paid for it. That's the story. So I'm not keeping it from you. I'm trying to give you more information. I have, this many pages, and I'm trying to give you as much of. I've got it all in my head. I know everything. So I need to tell you. because you paid for it. All right, so we got a band here. We got pages of them performing. And Ripaverse is going to win. And I don't know. This has nothing to do with Isom. This is something else. I don't know what this is. Norfolk, our lyrics are not make-believe. All right.
You know what Norfolk
Sciver
reminds
will
me
return.
of?
I mean,
Coheed and Cambria. All their like records are storytelling of like what's in their comics. I haven't read them, but I really want to. It sounds really interesting. I love their music, so I feel like Eric's just trying to like copy that with Norfolk and make that spill into backwards somehow.
Yeah.
Eric really can't get over that he was kicked out of a band, can he?
Wait, was he kicked out of backwards? Is that not a thing?
I think he was. I thought he was.
Does Cyberfrog have an AI generated pickup? Not yet. Oh, we'll see. It might be a character.
Actually, he has an AI generated minivan.
Oh, yes, yes.
Hasnerdrotic gave a review of Ice. I think he gave like a milquetoast fucking like, oh, it's fine. It's a totally good comic. You know, we love Eric July.
The paper quality is great.
Yeah, it's just fucking talking around the story.
Shipped it on time.
Or they try to like deviate and say, well, like, you know, in the Spider-Man happened, we didn't learn the range of his powers till like 12 issues.
Better than anything Marvel and DC are making. Right
it's
now.
Different. You can't invoke fucking 1963 or 8 or 5, whenever Spider-Man came out, Amazing Fantasy. You can't invoke that because that was like starting modern comics.
You
have
Eric
60 years of history in the storytelling of comics. So when you make 100-page introductory issue, you should like start delineating some stuff to understand the character, understand some scope of his powers. You can't just be like, well, he can't fly, and that's all we know.
you gave Eric $35 and you got a comic. Now, whether that was a good comic or not, we're not going to talk about that on this show, but you did get a comic. Also, can we just be honest about something? Really what Eric was going for here, it was almost more akin to a graphic novel.
Yeah, I suppose. They're typically longer, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that makes it even more insane that, you know, we didn't get you know, more to this world, to Avery himself. It's I don't know. It's absolutely ridiculous. Like, he had space to work with here to really get us invested in this, and he just didn't take advantage of it.
Well, no limitation.
When we get to the Hell Demon Monkeys, then it'll make more sense.
I hope he does an Isom 2 review. Like maybe next week.
he set the precedent that if people send him like $1,000 in super chats in a stream or something, that he'll take their requests and do a review. So who knows? Who knows?
Let's see these last thoughts before he probably switches to super chats, and then
yeah, he's just about to wrap it up. We can.
What is it with the artist? And he refuses, like, all of these characters refuse to make eye contact with us. Like, this would be the perfect opportunity to have Yaira like flashing those sexy baby blues right at us.
They don't want to make They don't want to make eye contact because they're ashamed about being in this universe as much as anybody else.
Don't look at me. Yep.
It's funny when he showed her like page in the title introduction. He's like, you got this word building, you got all this space, and you just say Yaira. It's like you should be like Yaira.
Sean Farrell, I believe that Isom was 112 pages, I want to say.
Yeah, exactly. It's 4 issues worth. I had this argument. If you go to my ill-advised tweet video from a few months ago, I encapsulate my whole argument with Eric, and I mentioned, because like I'm a novice reader, but like I'm retaining a lot, and I recently reread the first 4 issues of Spawn. Spawn's a great concept, and it's like the possibilities are endless with that kind of character. So, but you know, it's like you don't get definition necessarily with Spawn. It's a long mystery for the start. of his powers. Like you're along for the ride of him figuring himself out. He's awoken, but in 4 issues, you understand his prime motivation is to get Wanda, but then there's the problem of, oh, well, I died 5 years ago, and my wife, grieving, has to some extent moved on and found the comfort of a good friend of himself that, they eventually get married, and she has a child, the thing he couldn't give. And he finds out he was the problem trying to bear children. And then he learns that like he's a hellspawn, and he's got like a counter. So every time he uses powers, he's one step closer to being like locked in as a hellspawn for the army of Melbolgia. So he's stuck with like, oh, well, I'm also trying to like do good and rectify problems in the real world. If I do it, I'm closer to hell. If I do nothing, I'm aiding hell. And so he's stuck. Now, I'm aware that at some point they kind of retcon that, but like 4 issues, you get so much intrigue, and then you understand that, oh, there's like cyborg freaks. There's an overt kill that he faces, and there's like at least the beginning of the image they were including, what is it, Wildcats or Youngbloods in the narrative as like they're in this world, but you're not detracted from the Spawn story. It's just little snippets make you understand this is an interconnected universe. There's a lot going on with the first 4 issues of Spawn. You get a lot of definition while you still get lots of intrigue and questions to figure out. And that's just like my novice example to compare of like, this is about the same page count, Eric. And I get all of this from Spawn, and I get none of this from you. And this is like, you're writing 30 years after the fact of Spawn's introduction. So
yeah,
that's my whole point. Is you got 60 years of comics they started this shit. And so they were working through week to week, month to month to like sell, throw dildos at the wall of like what's working. But now I don't think you have that benefit. If you have the money to make 100-page first issue and you got a 3-issue arc of 100 pages a piece telling 12 issues worth of a story, that's like Long Halloween. That's like The Dark Knight Returns. That's a hefty fucking story. Right. I should get real definition.
Yeah, it's I could be more forgiving if this was like a 20-25 page issue or something. Like I could be more forgiving of that for us not getting a lot of details. It's like, because you've only got a limited amount of space to work with. I get that, but again, this is more of a graphic novel size venture here. Like that's what this is. It's he calls it a comic book. It's really a graphic novel, if we're just being completely honest here in terms of its length. There should be way more in this. The fact that it's 112 pages and we know almost next to nothing about the characters, almost next to nothing about the universe that this is in. It's vague. You got all these things just left open. There's nothing here to be invested in. There's nothing here to be invested in. And again, I could be more forgiving if it was a shorter amount of pages, but it's graphic novel length. This is ridiculous. It's like a manga volume or something. It's like there should be more here. There should be more stuff here. I don't know. Like I've never seen anything like it. It's almost like he's too afraid to actually commit to anything at this point. And again, if he's not willing to commit to anything, why should I commit to keeping up with this series?
Because they hate when you are able to detract with knowledge. That's why we invest.
Well, I'm sorry, but unlike a lot of the people that just started reading comic books with the Rippaverse, with Isom, I've been reading comic books and manga for, God, what is this? It's 2024, 20 plus years at this point. Like I started reading comics in the early 2000s. I started reading manga around 2008, 2009, 2010, sometime in that time frame. So I've been reading this medium for a very long time, and I know what is acceptable in terms of first issues or first volumes. I know what's acceptable, and I know what's not. And for the length that Isom is, this is not acceptable.
Yep.
So I'm replying to Tim. Let's finish this out, and then y'all can go over to EVS. He's streaming, crapping on Yellow Flash. So that'll be very interesting.
Beautiful. Oh yeah, Yellow Flash.
Yeah.
Post. Why is everybody ashamed of themselves? Why are they all looking away?
I don't know why you put that back image of like that's like it's fine, but like that art is so amateur of that Isom piece. I don't know why you would put it. I don't know the story of that piece, but I'm just like that. You put that on the back of your product, like be one thing if it's fan art and you put it like in tiers, but like that's the back page. There's nothing like Ripaverse or Eric July or Isom.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ, Eric, come on now.
Fucking homeless man will make more bad comics for change.
Eric looks like he's homeless. Oh, you know what else this looks like? A mugshot.
Oh,
yo, this is Eric knows he's going to prison. This is foreshadowing. It's a message. He's like, yeah, I know I'm going to jail.
That's hilarious. That's a great insight.
The Ripaverse ethic here. This is a comic book that's basically sold on ethics. We're going to do this and that. We promise to do this. Can you just tell a story, though? Like, first and foremost, like, I appreciate all this respect the customer, canon continuity, comprehensive timeline. Well, I mean, I don't know about that because the book started 2 weeks ago and then kind of flipped all around. I really have no idea the timeline that this book occurred in, but this is all important. Like, respect the customer is important. It's important. I'm just saying, like, tell a story. Sorry that my comics are late. I really am. I want to get my comics out quicker because they're good, and I do have a big story to tell. Here are the Vespis. These are the aliens that are invading planet Earth.
God,
These are the first two issues of Cyberfrog that you can get. And you can get them in one of the campaigns, the Dark Harvest campaign, I think. You can get this situation here. Cyberfrog number 1. Look at that. Beautiful. $25. That's how much it was to fund these. Cyberfrog 2. This is my masterpiece. This was very late. This took 3 years from funding to shipping. It took 3 years to make this, and it's because it looks like this. There are zero 3D models here. I went in with my own 2 hands and a pen and paper, and I drew all of this. And I wrote a story with characters that are specific. Like, look, where's this little girl going? She tells you. She says, I'm going to find my dad. I lost my dad. He's been missing for a year. He needs me to find him. Lily, going out there alone and unarmed is insane. I'd help you, but my cybernetics seem to be disabled. I'm offline. As soon as I can find Chelsea and reconnect with her, you're offline. Without Chelsea, you're defenseless. You can't grow armor or weapons. You can't even heal yourself. See how much stuff got told in just a few panels? I'm not sitting
like you might be able to, generate something that someone else has, used in a certain manner at one point.
Well, it's like, I guess that, when people comment on like how EVS is late, how many books has Eric drawn?
Yeah, it's like the proof's in the pudding. It's like Richard's conversation with Drink It Crazy. It's like, yeah, you should be fulfilling a product and giving like a timely follow through, and EVS has failed at that. But then people get this and are like, shit, like guess I'm back for 3 because goddamn, this looks amazing. Like, I'm not a fan of Cyberfrog 2, but like I did not bemoan the art at all. It's like it's worth it just to have the art. It's amazing. He definitely conveys a fun story with motion and progression. Even if I am like definitely puzzled at the direction, like I'm definitely not like scratching my head in the sense of like, why would you make this? This is what you did with the money you got. Like, EVS should be the top. The money that Eric Scott is like again, I think it's a lot of misgiving with an internalized like, oh, more people know because a black guy said it, but he's saying the same shit and putting way less effort. And that's irritating.
Well, it's like there's that, and he's having other people draw and color and do all these other things for it. Like, I feel like this is a little different when you have to like make the comic yourself, essentially. I feel like there's going to be a difference in time. Like, oh, is EVS getting 4 books out, 3 books out in a year? It's like, I don't think he would be able to, because that would, like, we're trying to get his book. What's Eric's book?
SJWs write these kind of signs. Exactly.
I mean, if you're comparing the two, Eric's comics are like McDonald's fast food, whereas Cyberfrog is like a fine steak. It's going to take more time to get the better product.
Yeah, my thing is always like everybody doesn't like that he's late, but what if he said it might take me, year and a half, 3 years to get it done? Like, would it then be? They wouldn't be able to say he's late anymore. Would that be a problem, or would that be like, okay, yeah, sure, yeah?
Yeah, he could pencil whip his fucking interiors and get it done, but you'd be like, wow, this is real drop off from you.
I think one of the issues is because it's a comic book, there's different expectations. Because when you look at something like, like books, for example, I mean, for the love of God, George R.R. Martin has taken 12 years to work on The Winds of Winter, the next Game of Thrones book. And people are still going to buy it when it comes out. It's still going to be hugely successful. People are being patient about it. So I don't know. When it comes to different mediums of entertainment, there's different expectations. Comic book readers have a set of expectations compared to book readers who are willing to wait much, much longer. I mean, look at Harry Potter, for example. Like the Harry Potter books, there was 2 to 3 years between each release, something like that. So, it's just, I don't know, it's just different expectations. And then you look at video games. Obviously, video games take forever to produce.
3 to 5 years.
Yeah,
I mean, I could see if you have a 25-page comic being your limit of like the amount of space in one book. I could see why wanting those to come out quicker makes sense, but with things that are longer, typically, or if you're making a longer comic or something, like, I don't know, I think it makes sense for it to take its time. And like, I haven't read too much mainstream comics, but I mean, with like how it just seems like there's so many all the time. Like, it makes me not want to look into it because I'm like, well, I don't know. There's nothing. It's just so much. It's like, all right, like maybe there's a thing or two that I'll notice, but
I don't want us to go crazy like what they do in Japan, because when you look at manga, for example, you have
much.
Yeah, you have monthly chapter releases, and then you have weekly chapter releases, depending on the series and depending on the magazine in which the chapters are coming out. But if you read about what goes on in the manga industry, it's some really horrific working conditions.
I've heard it's horrible.
Yes,
their turnaround time has to be so much, and
it's
they're trying their
rushed.
best. It's like, oh my god, and there's probably mistakes on a lot of earlier ones because they're trying to find their foot and know what they're doing, but they don't have time to make sure it's good. But if they had the time, probably would have been excellent from the get-go. But they have no time.
I know, excuse me, Weekly Shonen Jump, for example, you have to get 15 pages out every week. That's very, very difficult. And it's the same is true in the animation industry when it comes to anime over there. Yeah. Now, to be fair, they have started to get better. The trajectory is going in the right direction as far as working conditions, but Japan moves very slowly when it comes to progress. I would never want the industry to get that bad, because look at Yoshihiro Togashi, for example, who did Yu Yu Hakusho and has been doing Hunter x Hunter. He has horrible back problems, terrible back problems, stemming from how much he was drawing and writing every week and how much pressure was on him. It's terrible. It's terrible what happened to him. And you hear about this a lot in the manga industry. So I don't want it to get that bad. I'm willing to wait on a product simply on principle alone, because I don't want to see something like that happen here. It's one reason why I've really started supporting animes that are seasonal instead of coming out every single week, like One Piece, for example, or like what Dragon Ball was doing. I'd rather them just, take the what is it, year and a half or whatever it is to between seasons to get it right, to take your time, do it well, and give us a quality season rather than just come out with mediocrity every week. So I don't know. It's a balancing act. It's a give and a take, but I don't want the comic book industry to become like the manga industry. That's for sure.
Yeah, it'd be good if we learned patience.
Yeah,
with some of this stuff.
Yeah, our consumerist society really needs to get over itself.
And it's like they worry about losing their audience. Like, wow, why would they be so quick to just dip it? Like, just I like this. I need to have the next one now. Oh, it's taking too long. All right, fuck that. Like,
yeah, we're a very spoiled people, and it's to the detriment of the people that bring us this stuff.
I feel like there's also just too many options, so people are always looking for something rather than like taking the time to enjoy one thing. It's like you gotta be ready to enjoy something else.
Good things will come to those who wait. So just have some fucking patience, people.
Yeah. Exactly. Well, I thank you all for joining. EVS streaming. We put in the chat for y'all to go to. I'll probably listen to it shortly after this. Gotta get me some food.
It's been a good almost 7-hour day now.
Yeah, no, it's fun. I'm just now feeling. I'm like, all right, I need to walk or something. I appreciate all you. Hopefully Meth Gear is something you're interested in, want to support any money I can make on this channel, or that poster campaign is going to just make my comic, and of course not relying on that. Already got the overtime plan this year. Hopefully get it done this year finally. So fun ripping on Rippa. And go check out the channels in the description. Go sub to them. Jessica, you usually stream on Sundays, right?
I don't have a set schedule, but just kind of whenever. But yeah, I am planning on doing a stream tomorrow.
Nice. Well, go over there, sub to him. Sub to Rookie. His links in the description. Katie did from earlier's in here. And I appreciate it. Hopefully you come for more and help back some creators when I host them. And let's be better. Let's be great, as Eric would say. Let's be greater than him and his ilk. And might talk to you soon with another stream recapping.
And fuck them whole ass roads.
Yeah, I need to get some clips. But yeah, take care, and I'll see you soon.
Take care, everybody.
Yep.